The night fell, and everything was quiet, but Lin Jin opened his eyes in the darkness. His routine is almost completely different from that of ordinary people. When the ordinary players are exploring, he is resting, and when the players are taking a rest, he wakes up from the darkness. After waking up, Lin Jin left Alina behind to guard the city of eternal night, took Letitia and Uther, and left the island through the portal. As usual, he traveled lightly. 100 level 10 vampire dukes, 50 terrifying knights, 12 terrifying ghost knights, for soul, grabbing death scythes, 2 life, weaver spider queens, and death angels. After stepping into the portal, Lin Jin led his legion and appeared in the cave again. He did not act at will, but first sent the vampire duke to investigate the surrounding situation. After making sure that there was no one in the valley, he rode the undead horse and left the valley. On his left and right were Uther and Letitia, then the angel of death, the soul, snatching death scythe, and the terror rider formed a phalanx, followed by the terror knight, and finally the vampire duke. This formation is really too elite. Even if it is small in number, it is a truly elite division. Moreover, these are extremely fast and agile troops. Including the vampire duke at the back, they walked as fast as flying, and when they ran, they were able to keep up with Lin Jin's speed. An elite legion quickly passed over the enemies one after another and began to advance further north of the desolate forest. Because he formed an elite team, Lin Jin had more room for maneuver. He completely avoided all enemies along the way and did not fight any enemies. In this case, he's faster. The closer you get to the north, the more deserted it becomes, with fewer players and more enemies. While traveling quickly, Lin Jin came to a valley again. In the center of the valley, there was a large group of level 6 poisonous eyes. The poisonous eye is a long, range attack unit. It has a large deformed head with tentacles underneath. It is a bit like an octopus, but it can float on the ground. Attack! Lin Jin directly gave the attack order, but he saw all the undead knights rushing towards the poisonous eyes in front of him. The latter's eyes immediately shot out rays of light, covering the undead knights in front of him. Countless rays of light gathered together, like a hail of bullets. This dense ray makes people's scalp numb. However, the undead knights are not afraid of this kind of ray at all. All attacks hit them, like a breeze blowing on their faces, and their blood volume does not move. Undead knights, the knight quickly rushed in front of the poisonous eye, slashing left and right, and each poisonous eye was killed one after another, like slaughtering pigs and dogs. On the battlefield, the vampire dukes also rushed over, but after reaching the attack range of the poisonous eye, the figure of the vampire duke flickered but disappeared from the spot. Then, they appeared directly behind the poisonous eyes, and the long sword in their hand stabbed in. The sword was raised and dropped, and one of the poisonous eyes was hacked to death. Spending after 5 minutes, all the poisonous eyes here were wiped out. Lin Jin used the god-level spiritualism and walked inside. Behind the valley, he saw a special building, somewhat similar to an altar, but the middle is hollow. The underground entrance gate. The underground entrance gate is connected to the underground city below. There was a big war in the desolate forest a long time ago. After that, the Holy Empire withdrew from the desolate forest, and the place became truly desolate. A forgotten place. Here, many dark forces survive. It is precisely because of the dangerous environment and remoteness that these dark forces inhabit. This underground city is one of them. Ding! You have discovered an underground entrance gate. Do you choose to enter? Your entry may attract the attention of underground forces. Yes, Lin Jin's natural choice was confirmed. The light in front of him flickered, and he and his army disappeared in the valley. Ding! The guard guarding the underground entrance door discovered that you were involved in the battle. Before Lin Jin could recover, he was dragged into the battle, and crossbow arrows were directed at him from all directions. It was coming from here, and in the dim light, he could still detect some creatures approaching. At this time, all the undead knights raised their weapons and rushed forward, and the vampire duke also generally. They rush in all directions. When they launch an attack, the traces of the enemy are also shown. Level 1 Secret Agent, Level 2 Lurker. The agent holds a short crossbow in his left hand and a dagger in his right hand. They are assassin-type arms, very comprehensive among the first-level arms. The lurker is the advanced form of the agent and has the ability to become invisible for a short time. In addition, a towering guard can also be seen in front. For those who accidentally break in for players in the dungeon, these enemies may be very powerful, but in front of Lin Jin's legion, these enemies become a joke. As if they were devastating, all enemies who attacked Lin Jin were killed on the spot. On the ground, there were a famous skeleton soldier and skeleton warrior stood up. Uther, Letitia, there is an altar to the faceless men in this dungeon, and there is a special treasure on the altar. Find the altar of the faceless ones and notify me. After killing these enemies, Lin Jin also ordered Uther and Letitia. The reason why Lin Jin came here was for the treasure. Yes. The two men nodded one after another and left here with a large army. Lin Jin was followed only by two soul, grabbing death scythes and angels of death, and they also walked forward. The underground city was dark, damp, and complicated. Even though it was an underground city, but it was like an underground world. Lin Jin only knew that there was a treasure inside, but he didn't know where the treasure was. Only by spreading out his troops could he find the target faster. Moreover, he was not afraid of danger. With his current strength, not only finding the treasure, but at least escaping unscathed, he can do it. Lin Jin rode an undead war horse and advanced quickly, followed closely by two soul, grabbing death scythes, and the angel of death guarded him. After advancing only a little distance, a large group of Hell Cavemen were spotted in front of them. Hell Cavemen are a level 2 unit. They have no eyes and rely on infrared sensing to survey the surrounding environment. Their groups are generally relatively large. Any underground city is indispensable without this group of Hell Cavemen. They are often the ones who dig out tunnels and expand the underground world. Facing this group of Hell Cavemen, Lin Jin rushed in with the soul, grabbing Death's scythe. At this time, all the Hell Cave dwellers were running around in a panic, without any thought of fighting. These Hell Cavemen are not a newly refreshed unit. They are creatures of the underground world and a real ethnic group. They will be afraid, surrender, and naturally run away in embarrassment. They fled in all directions, and Lin Jin naturally had no intention of pursuing them. He continued to rush forward. Along the way, they encountered a large number of Hell Cavemen or cavemen. Under the influence of the fearful aura of the soul, snatching Death's scythe, they all fled in all directions. This can be regarded as saving Lin Jin a lot of time. During this exploration, he soon discovered a wild harpy witch's lair. His town is not here. Even if he discovers a wild harpy witch's nest and captures it, he can only come here in person to recruit these harpy witches. Therefore, he crossed this wild lair very directly. Immediately afterwards, there was another group of wandering poisonous eyes. The poisonous eyes spread out again, but Lin Jin did not kill them all and continued to move inside. It's night and the dungeon should be even darker, but it's not. There is a fluorescent substance in the underground city that is always emitting light. Even in the underground world, it is even brighter than on the ground. Ding! You have discovered a medium-sized gold mine. Do you want to launch an attack? As Lin Jin continued to move forward, he also discovered a medium-sized gold mine. But unlike previous medium-sized gold mines, this gold mine had a flag on it and was occupied by someone. This means that there is a force in this underground world. No, Lin Jin frowned slightly, but did not launch an attack, but continued to explore forward. Rather than attacking the gold mine, he would rather explore the underground world first and obtain the treasure. As for whether to attack, the decision can be made after the exploration is clear. Lin Jin had no intention of attacking the gold mine, but obviously, there were some troubles that he couldn't avoid. After he walked forward for a while, at the corner, a small army was coming towards here. Undead, why did you break into this underground world? Wade looked at Lin Jin in front of him and asked with a serious face. He is a dark elf, but a male dark elf, which means that his status is not high, and there are only 2 poisonous people following him. Apart from the Manticore, there is only a group of miscellaneous soldiers. It can be seen that he is not a powerful hero, but can be said to be a scout hero. In fact, when Lin Jin broke into the underground world, he had already caused a stir in the underground world. Note that many places Lin Jin passed by on the road had spies from underground forces. It is precisely because of this that Vader led the army and appeared here. If Lin Jin was not a member of the Undead clan and possessed powerful power, he would have launched an attack. Although the dungeon camp does not like the Undead and the dungeon can be considered to be on the same front. I came to find an altar to the Faceless Ones, and I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Lin Jin's face was very calm, and his purpose was very clear. The Faceless Man altar is the most important place in the underground city. Why are you looking for the Faceless Man altar? When Wade saw that Lin Jin was not that aggressive, his expression softened a little, and he asked seriously. Although Lin Jin has a small number of people, he is leading 3 crown-ranked troops, so he is no ordinary undead hero. His military strength is far from Lin Jin's opponent. If there can be no conflict, this is naturally the best. Take away a treasure. This is impossible. It is impossible for a foreigner to take away the treasures on the altar of the Faceless Men. Vader shook his head without hesitation and said seriously, "This is the territory of the Nasser clan. You have invaded the Nasser clan's territory. Now, on behalf of the Nasser clan, I hope you will withdraw with your subordinates. Underworld. Otherwise, you may face an attack from our Nasser clan." Then attack. Lin Jin looked calm and said without caring. His words were a double entendre, both to Wade and his subordinates. The next moment, the Angel of Death emerged from the shadows, accompanied by with her appearance. The heads of 2 poisonous manticores were also chopped off, and the blood splashed on the gloomy land. Beside her, the soul, grabbing Death's scythe, also rushed forward and rushed to the front in a short time. At the enemy's place, I saw the sickle waving, creating a bloody storm. All the enemies were killed one after another without a single enemy. The high-ranking troops attacked these low-level troops without any pressure at all, and they were completely crushed. Not long after, Wade's men were all slaughtered, and he was the only one alive in the audience, and the Angel of Death was also standing beside him. Again, where is the altar of the Faceless Ones? Lin Jin was on the undead war horse, looking down at Vader, who was on the ground with a stunned look on his face. If the dungeon camp knew what they were doing, Lin Jin would not want to be their enemy, but this does not mean that Lin Jin would not dare to be their enemy. Lin Jin is not even afraid of the Holy Church and the Dragon Clan. So how can he be afraid of the dungeon camp? Besides, the local forces in the dungeon camp have no bottom line. As long as Lin Jin is strong enough, even if he tramples them under his feet, he will destroy them. Their villages are nothing to worry about. You are going to war with our Nasser clan. Want to go to war with the Dark Elves? Vade looked ugly, but he did not compromise. The Dark Elves are full of all kinds of conspiracies and calculations, but these are usually at the top. That is, the female Dark Elves. As for the male Dark Elves, these are often the most loyal slaves of female Dark Elves. Killed. Lin Jin still didn't ask a second time. On the side, the sharp blade in the hand of the Death Angel also cut down, and a head fell to the ground. Divine spiritualism. Lin Jin waved his right hand slightly, and black mist emerged from the earth. In place, a plague Lamassu also resurrected. In addition, there is a group of miscellaneous soldiers. Just behind, resentful souls floated over one after another. They were resurrected by Lin Jin after killing Poison Eye. However, he did not wait for the resentful souls behind him, but took the lead with the soul, grabbing Death's scythe. Now, these resentful souls have followed. In fact, this can also show how fast Lin Jin is. The soldiers are very fast. The purpose of his coming here is very simple, just to get the treasure. As for this dungeon, he doesn't take it seriously. Walk. Lin Jin drove the undead war horse and continued to move forward. This underground world seemed to be endless. Not long after, another group of bull-headed guards appeared on the road. Attack. Lin Jin didn't let them go this time, and directly ordered an attack. Naturally, the attack method was to use the entire army to attack. Death Angel, Soul, snatching Death's scythe. In addition to these 3 crown-ranked soldiers, the rest of the resentful souls also attacked one after another. Go up. With Lin Jin's bonus, even the 6th-level resentful soul they have powerful power, and these innocent souls have no physical body. When they are attacked by physical attacks, they will receive a large degree of damage reduction. On the other side, in a dungeon, a scantily clad dark elf queen was sitting on the throne. She crossed her legs and looked coquettish in every move she made. Although she calls herself the Queen of Dark Elves, she is only the queen of this clan. In front of her, Vader was kneeling on the ground respectfully, looking piously at the Queen of Dark Elf in front of her. What do you mean? His target is the altar of the faceless men. Queen Brianna's eyes flashed with curiosity. Yes, Queen. When did such a character appear among the undead? I'm really interested in him. Queen Brianna's voice was lingering, her eyes were filled with eyes, and she couldn't help but lick the corner of her mouth. Brianna was most surprised by the angel of death mentioned by Vader. The souls of angels have always been known for their holiness, and they are blessed by the Holy Spirit. The blessing of light can summon the soul of an angel into an angel of death, which is not something ordinary undead heroes can do. Moreover, her territory was attacked in 3 directions. According to reports from her subordinates, there should be 3 undead heroes joining the battle. This made her even more curious about Lin Jin. Let's go. Mobilize the legions in the city. Let's go see who the enemy is. Brianna immediately began to mobilize the legions in the city. In this dungeon town, brutal dragon roars can still be heard. There are also champion troops in the town, which is where Brianna's confidence lies. She is here. The underground city has been operating for a long time, and it has a large number of people and legions here. It can be said that it is deeply rooted. If she mobilizes all her troops, she will not be afraid of Lin Jin at all. With Brianna's mobilization, this silenced the long underground city was shaken, and all types of soldiers and tribes began to gather together. The soldiers surged in alarming numbers. Hell cavemen, harpy witches, Medusa, Tyrant King, Manticore lion. These in addition to the hired troops. Many of them have their own communities, have signed contracts with Brianna, or are Brianna's people and declare their allegiance to her. During this war, they obey Brianna. Anna summons. Soldiers and horses gathered, and Brianna rode the Manticore and flew towards where Lin Jin was. Lin Jin had already entered Brianna's town, so he was equivalent to having been setting off. Lionna's eyes were wandering. No lord could sit back and watch others easily enter their territory. This in itself was an act of provocation. Coming. Lin Jin had just dealt with a group of Tauren, but finally stopped moving forward. Instead, he led his undead army and waited quietly in place. The size of his undead army has also expanded, but overall, it is still small. There are a large number of underground races in this dungeon, so the few wild monsters spawned are not enough for him to summon a huge undead army. Moreover, the level of these underground races is not high. Even if they are resurrected, they are still a bunch of waste. As Lin Jin waited quietly, in the distant sky, 3 black dragons flew towards here. At the same time, there were a large number of poisonous manticores in the sky, and there were mixed dungeon legions on the ground. Looking from a distance, we can see the rolling waves and the crowds of people, which is very shocking. Finally, one day, someone began to plan to use numbers to force the undead. Lin Jin's mouth curled up unconsciously. He had used a large amount of cannon fodder in several important battles, using cannon fodder as his main force in exchange for opportunities. Now, someone else has used such a huge force and plans to use cannon fodder to force him. This made him find it very interesting. Not only in front, but also in the caves on the left and right sides, there were waves of vibrations, and a large number of harpy witches and dark elves rushed over. Soldiers, the tide surged, and in a short period of time, Lin Jin was surrounded by 3 enemies. However, among the group of scorpion lions in the sky, several scorpion lions landed slightly from the sky, and the dark elves on their backs also came into view. This time, they are all female dark elves. Undead, this is the territory of the Nasser clan. You broke into the Nasser clan's territory and killed my Nasser clan's heroes. Do you want to start a war with my Nasser clan? Dark elf Queen Brianna looked down at the forest Jin below and his pitiful legion. A young undead hero? Her voice was charming, and it made people feel heartbroken when she heard it. But when she said the words, she felt. It makes people feel murderous. War? You seem to have misunderstood, Dark Elf. Lin Jin shook his head. Do you want to ask for mercy now? But you have already killed me, the hero of the Nasser clan, and you want me to let it go, but it is not that simple. Queen Brianna's lips suddenly raised, and she looked at Lin Jin in front of her with a joking look. In her opinion, Lin Jin was already submissive. But that's right, he only has 3 crown, ranked soldiers, a group of miscellaneous being. Why should I fight with her? This is her home court. The people around her gave Brianna unprecedented confidence, making her feel full of pride. You seem to have misunderstood again, stupid dark elf. Lin. Jin's expression remained unchanged, and he finally raised his head to look at Brianna. A cold look suddenly flashed in his eyes. I mean, with the strength of both of us, this is not called a war, but called a massacre. The scene was very silent for a time. All the sounds around him disappeared, and even the air became somewhat suppressed. Looking at Lin Jin, who raised his head and looked at her like this, Queen Brianna lost her mind for a moment. She clearly thought this was a big joke, but she couldn't laugh. Because Lin Jin's eyes were so special, cold and deep, yet filled with an indelible calm and calmness, as if it were telling a commonplace fact. Queen Brianna is the best at distinguishing the truth of a man's words. Even if the other person is an undead, she can instinctively tell the difference. Judging from her experience, Lin Jin does not seem to be lying. This is not funny. Are you saying that you want to completely annihilate our Nasser clan just by relying on your 3 crown troops? Queen Brianna said in a deep voice. Following her words, all the dark elves around her showed unkind faces, and the black dragon in the sky also roared in time, full of domineering. At the same time, the legions surrounding Lin Jin, he also began to take a step forward and began to approach, putting pressure on Lin Jin. The war was about to break out. But at this moment, there was a sudden sound of horse hooves in the distance. This slight vibration seemed particularly special in this stalemate. It was obvious. Brianna looked along the line of sight and found that there was dust everywhere, and there was a legion approaching quickly in the distance. Undead Knight. Everywhere he looked, it was Uther leading the undead knights, rushing towards here for support. The knights wearing armor and riding undead horses were like messengers coming out of the underworld. As the undead knight approached, some dark elves began to become restless. In the sky, Brianna finally looked at the enemy clearly. At this time, her small mouth opened slightly and her eyes condensed. 214th level raiders Soul Death Scythe, 12 level 13 terrifying ghost knights, and a group of 12th level terrifying knights. What kind of army is this? Not to mention other things, these 14 crown troops are really too exaggerated. No matter in any force, the crown troops are the existence that determines the ceiling of both sides. Having more crown troops will have a stronger voice. Even if there are only dozens of troops, they are not inferior in any way. With her thousands of troops, if the two sides fight, it will be a crushing battle. It will be Lin Jin's high-level troops, slaughtering these weak people of hers wantonly. On the other side, there is another corner. A group of figures was also approaching quickly. It was the vampire army led by Letitia. However, they saw the leader Letitia riding an undead war horse, followed by 2 Fate Weaver Spider Queens. At this time, the Fate Weaver Spider Queen has been transformed into a spider form, half human and half spider. It is even more comfortable in this kind of terrain. Behind it, a vampire duke, solemn and silent, stepped on the slightly moist soil with his long boots. Walking as fast as flying, the black cloak behind him has been raised, and the sword with green light in his hand is breathtaking. 214th level Lifeweaver Spider Queens, 110th level Vampire Dukes. This. Queen Brianna is all already stupid. She looked at the extremely elite legion in front of her and felt a deep sense of fear in her heart. Not long after, Uther and Letitia had arrived next to Lin Jin, and their legions were all arranged neatly. Orders and prohibitions were carried out without making a single noise. The difference between elite units and low-level units is also here. They can better complete the instructions given by the heroes. Is it enough to wipe out your Nasser clan now? Lin Jin raised his head, and his calm voice echoed throughout the audience again. After knowing that war was inevitable, he summoned Uther and Letitia. When Brianna's army arrived, Lin Jin the Legion has also arrived. At this moment, Queen Brianna finally recovered from the shock. Her face became even more ugly, and the anger on the faces of all the dark elves turned into fear and fear. They obviously also knew how powerful the enemy was. Although Brianna knew that 3 undead legions had invaded her territory, She did not know the strength of the enemy. She only sent one scout to investigate the forest ember closest to her. On the contrary, the other two undead legions had strayed away from her town, so they had not sent anyone to investigate yet. She originally thought that Lin Jin was leading the main force, while the other two heroes were just helpers, leading a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers. Soldiers. After all, any legion must be divided into cannon fodder and high-level soldiers. Since Lin Jin leads 3 crown-level soldiers, the other two must lead middle and low-level miscellaneous soldiers. But she does not know that the other two the heroes led by this hero were not low and middle-level soldiers, but elites. This completely subverted her understanding. No, to be more precise, she seriously underestimated Lin Jin's strength. Think about it for a moment. If Lin Jin led those who came were all elites, so his true strength was self-evident. He could be said to be a pioneer, like existence. Thinking of this, the fighting spirit in her heart melted away quickly like ice and snow in summer, and her face was as crowded as possible. He smiled. Noble undead hero, this is all a misunderstanding. We both belong to the dark camp and are allies, not mortal enemies. There is no need to fight to lose both sides. For the undead, dead people are the best allies. Offense and defense were exchanged, but Lin Jin did not intend to let Brianna go easily. Well, Brianna's face froze, and then she said, "The place where the altar of the faceless man exists is very secret. It is difficult to get there without someone to guide you. I can personally take you to the altar of the faceless man. We have absolutely no intention of being your enemy. Is there a black dragon's lair in this underground city?" Lin Jin suddenly asked. "There is a black dragon lair built in my town, and there is also a black dragon lair in the wild. We have signed a contract with the black dragons there to provide them with food and rewards, and they will not attack the dungeon." Brianna's mind moved, and she immediately answered. She naturally knew what Lin Jin's question meant. It seems that this young undead hero seems to have a big appetite. Unlike golden dragons that hate dark forces, black dragons don't have so many problems. They are greedy and like dark and humid environments. Brianna built a black dragon lair in her own territory and could recruit black dragons. As for the black dragon lair in the wild, she lobbied the other party and signed a contract with them. Every week, Brianna must provide the black dragon with caveman, made food, and a certain amount of gold in exchange for the other party's peace. Now that Lin Jin mentioned the black dragon, Brianna had the idea of selling the black dragon. She had no control over those proud black dragons, and they had been devouring her troops and robbing her of gold. If Lin Jin could find a way to destroy the black dragons, her strength would also increase. It would be great if Lin Jin and Black Dragon could both suffer losses. The Dark Elves are full of conspiracy and betrayal. Although Brianna signed a contract with the Black Dragon and showed such humility in front of the Black Dragon, it was just an illusion. She was thinking about destroying the Black Dragon all the time. It's just that she has nothing to do. Although she has a Black Dragon lair, she has not recruited a Black Dragon for a long time. Recruiting Black Dragons requires gold and resources, and maintaining Black Dragons also requires gold. With her resource territory, she can only afford 3 Black Dragons, and there is no way to constantly recruit Black Dragons. She also needs to contribute gold to the Black Dragon's lair in the wild every week, which greatly restricts her development. How many Black Dragons are there in the Black Dragon lair? Lin Jin continued to ask. He probably also understood Brianna's calculation, but in the face of absolute strength, it was not a calculation. The only thing he needed to accumulate was the crown-level troops. For him, as long as he has enough crown troops, such low-level undead troops can be obtained at any time. Since he discovered the Black Dragon's lair, he can't let it go. Whether it's the wild Black Dragon's lair or the Black Dragon's lair in Brianna's town, he wants them all. There are 7 Black Dragons. Brianna was overjoyed and replied quickly. The undead heroes coveted the Dragon Clan. They could transform the Dragon Clan into ghost dragons, so she also firmly believed that Lin Jin was interested. "Let all your men stay here, and you take me to the altar of the faceless ones." Lin Jin nodded and suddenly said again, "Oh." Brianna was stunned. She didn't expect that she and Lin Jin were having a good conversation about the Black Dragon, but in the blink of an eye, he returned to the topic of the altar of the faceless men. This made her a little unresponsive. Kill. Just when Brianna was about to say something, Lin Jin's voice had already been heard, and in an instant, the entire legion moved. The eyes of the Terror Knight and the soul, snatching Death's scythe in the middle, a red light suddenly flashed, and the war horses rushed forward as if they were one body. The distance between the two sides was not far, and the undead knight rushed in front of these enemies in an instant, swinging the scimitars and sickles in his hands. Cut it down. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, the vampire dukes also turned their targets to the enemies around them. However, they saw the vampire dukes rushing towards the nearby harpy witches in just a few steps. Their figures were so fast that they brought them with them. A black shadow appeared, but after just a few steps, the vampire duke's figure disappeared in a flash. Teleport. When they appeared, they had already appeared in the enemy's camp out of thin air, and the long sword in their hands was in the air. Before the enemy could react, he stabbed into the enemy's body. Around him, a harpy witch also rushed towards the vampire duke. The sharp claws in his hands swung down from all sides, but the vampire duke did not dodge, but he drew his sword and slashed at one of the harpy witches. In the next moment, the attacks from both sides hit simultaneously. The vampire duke was caught by the sharp claws of the surrounding harpy witches, and even scratches appeared on his face. But when the latter was killed, when it was on the body of the harpy witch, he saw a flash of red light. The vampire duke's scars disappeared in an instant, and his blood volume returned to full value. He pulled out the sword again, brought out a faint green sword light, and slashed to another harpy witch. The vampire duke, who has the ability to suck blood, is simply the nemesis of low-level soldiers. No matter how many low-level soldiers they can kill them all. It's like crushing them. After Lin Jin's legions launched an attack at that time, the enemy in front of him suffered a large number of casualties and fell in pieces. Unfortunately, the ghost dragon was not here, otherwise it would be easier for Lin Jin to destroy the legion in front of him. With his current situation, he is not afraid of any single lord, especially the dark forces. Even if he wipes out all Brianna's troops and people, it will not be difficult. But he has his own considerations. If possible, and I don't want to expand my power in this way now. All the enemies around me fell down, and some underground races showed even more fearful looks and dispersed towards the back. Wait, stop attacking, I promise you. In the sky, Queen Brianna finally reacted and shouted loudly. There was fear and a deep sense of powerlessness in her expression. The enemies in front of her were really too strong, and Lin Jin, he is too decisive, giving no chance at all and launching attacks at every turn. This kind of ruthless person who completely ignores life, is unpredictable, and does not follow the rules of the enemy, is the most difficult to deal with. Dark elves are perhaps the best at dealing with them. They are willing to constantly use various means to influence the enemy's decision-making. Their method is always detrimental, but when they meet Lin Jin, they meet their nemesis. Lin Jin does not want to listen to them, it's a waste of time. To him, his time is extremely precious. Stop. Lin Jin took another deep look at Brianna, and then finally ordered the surrounding men to stop attacking. Just with this glance, a lot of lives were withered. Queen Brianna knew that this was a warning from Lin Jin, warning her not to try to provoke her. This made her feel even more bitter. Whenever there was a chance, she wanted to attack Lin Jin, but the troops in front of Lin Jin were already far superior to her, and their strength was far superior to hers. If she had recruited 2 more black dragons when she first came, and then signed a contract with the wild black dragons and asked for their help, then she would still have the confidence to attack. But at this time, she has no chance. She also knew that Lin Jin would not give her a chance. For a moment, Queen Brianna felt that she had completely entered Lin Jin's rhythm and had no choice at all. This made her fear Lin Jin from the bottom of her heart. From now on, you just need to choose to do what I say. Do you understand? Lin Jin didn't seem to notice Brianna's ugly face and said calmly. The tone of her voice was still the same, but it made Brianna and the dark elves in the audience unable to help but feel afraid. Understood. Brianna quickly replied. Now, trade one of your black dragons to me. Lin Jin continued. These 3 black dragons are too annoying to look at. You? This is absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Queen Brianna was furious, as if she had heard something unbelievable. For any hero, even if he dies in battle, it is absolutely impossible to hand over his troops to the enemy. This is equivalent to handing over his troops to the enemy. Throw away your weapons and be captured without a fight. Attack. Lin Jin's face remained unchanged, and without saying a word, he raised the black demon's sword in his hand, only to see the black demon sword flashing with light, and then a howl began to spread. A frightening howl. The howl swept across like a sound wave. In the audience, all dungeon soldiers were affected and their momentum dropped drastically. The undead knights and vampire dukes who attacked were completely killing each other like crazy. Behind them, a large number of resentful souls and a group of skeleton soldiers also rushed towards them. In an instant, the war broke out again. Stop! Stop! Queen Brianna shouted again. Her mentality was about to collapse. On the battlefield, the Manticore Lion had also joined the battle, but even the 12th level Manticore Lion couldn't do anything to the Vampire Duke. The enemy's strength and the increase in power was a bit exaggerated. This made her heart sink even more. At the same time, the Life Weaver Spider Queen over there also started to attack, but she saw a poisonous mist coming out of the Life Weaver Spider Queen's mouth. Anyone who was hit by the poisonous mist shrouded, all of them could not move. Thousands of dungeon soldiers were unable to move. At this moment, Lin Jin just looked at her quietly, but did not order to stop the attack. Dark elves are so capricious and like to do Tai Chi. The creature really needs to be trained well. It must be docile and able to see the situation clearly. Kneel down, Lin Jin said calmly to Queen Brianna in the sky. You've gone too far. Kill. To safeguard the honor of the queen. Everyone kill him. In an instant, a large number of dark elves were excited, especially the male dark elves. Their eyes were red, and they were commanding their troops. They had been enduring it just now, and it was only now that they finally couldn't bear it anymore. What's the big deal? Just die? Everyone stepped back. Queen Brianna shouted loudly in the sky. She looked cold and stern, but she said no more. She came to the ground from the air and simply knelt down on one knee. Queen. The dark elves on the side looked at their queen unwillingly, as if they suspected that they heard wrongly. But looking at Queen Brianna's kneeling back, they could only grit their teeth and retreat. Ding! Queen Brianna has initiated a surrender to you and is willing to transfer the ownership of a black dragon to you. Do you accept it? Accept. Lin Jin chose to accept. And a black dragon in the sky also fell under Lin Jin's control, arriving at Lin Jin's side. Stop. After taking over the black dragon, Lin Jin finally ordered all the troops to stop. But even if these troops stopped, there were a large number of corpses on the ground, and the number alone exceeded 1,000. If he really wanted to kill all these enemies, it's really only a matter of time before it's over. Of course, this is when the enemy doesn't have any trump cards. Leave your legion behind. Take 2 black dragons with you, and take me to the altar of the faceless ones. Lin Jin continued. He did not let Brianna trade the remaining 2 black dragons. That would only completely anger Brianna and lead to the outbreak of the war. It is indeed easy for Lin Jin's army to defeat Brianna, but that has no practical benefits for him. In addition, he said that he defeated Brianna's army, but there was no way to keep Brianna. If Brianna is decisive enough, she only needs to give up her tribe and legion, fled back to their own territory with 2 black dragons, recruited black dragons in the town, and then contacted the wild black dragon nest to exchange for their help at a certain price. Then Lin Jin's situation was not so good. Besides, he didn't know what other trump cards does Brianna have. Brianna is not in his strategic target for the time being. He will not push Brianna to a desperate situation and only increase the variables. Instead, he will leave a glimmer of hope for her and firmly step on the bottom line. Yes, Brianna nodded expressionlessly and stood up. In just a short period of time, she was frightened by Lin Jin's torment. This is simply a lunatic, a man who controls powerful power and may bring harm to her people. A madman who came to bring disaster. She didn't want to and didn't dare to provoke such a madman. As for the altar of the faceless man, it was not under her control. She didn't mind whether it was destroyed or not. Brianna rode the black dragon and headed towards going far away. Lin Jin also took 2 soul, grabbing death scythes and death angels, riding black dragons, and followed. On the contrary, Uther and Letitia all stayed behind and were in a stalemate with the enemy. Inbu, following Lina's guidance, Lin Jin circled around and passed through complicated roads and finally came to a large and remote altar. In front is the faceless altar with a large number of faceless puppet masters and a faceless elder. This altar of the faceless one is not under our control, and it is also a very special existence in the underground world. Brianna explained to Lin Jin. Now, she has no other small thoughts in her mind. In other words, she will not use some tricks to anger Lin Jin when she is not absolutely sure to get rid of Lin Jin. Walk. After Lin Jin heard Brianna's words, he did not hesitate and let the black dragon in the sky swoop down. The two soul-grabbing death scythes on the side also swooped down from the sky. When he came to the altar here, the entire altar all around, you can see countless shadows and figures emerge one after another. They have fleshy wings like dark purple butterfly wings with eyes attached to them. The eyes are big and small, and they are still turning in different directions. It seems it's very strange. Their bodies are suspended in the low air. Their upper bodies are human bodies, but their lower bodies are floating tentacles. Level 12, Faceless Puppet Master. These are the children of the dark dragon god Melassa, who are spying, masters of espionage and covert activities. They do not need to speak. They can communicate with their hearts, and they can also manipulate the enemy's heart and control the enemy's actions. Of course, this is only effective compared to their weak creatures. For Lin Jin's legion, and of no use. My goal is to have thousands of faces. If you are willing to hand over the treasure, then I will retreat from this place. Otherwise, my army will crush this place. Lin Jin stood on the back of the black dragon, scanning all the faceless men in front of him, and said in a calm tone. The elder of the faceless men that Brianna said was a hero, and the hero of the faceless men. In front of him was the faceless man. This group of faceless men, whether they are wild or newly created, will definitely obey the orders of this faceless man elder, so there is the possibility of negotiation. Of course, if the other party does not agree to negotiation, then Lin Jin does not mind. The faceless puppet master can control ordinary creatures, but it does not include undead. Moreover, the people he leads are elites, and they are not that easy to control. It is really not possible, just using the soul, snatching Death Scythe, and the Terror Rider. Enough to kill all the faceless puppet masters here. Powerful undead lord, darkness is coming, and the supreme dark dragon god will once again spread his light across the earth. Orcs, dark elves, and undead will all return, and we will renew our allies to overthrow the corrupt light. A burst of erratic sounds came from all directions of the entire altar. The shadows changed, and the echoes kept ringing. It was extremely strange and eerie. Lord of the Undead. He is actually the Lord of the Undead? When Brianna heard the faceless man's words, she couldn't help but turn her gaze to Lin Jin. Lord of the Undead. This is not an ordinary undead hero, but an undead hero with the qualifications of a king. This kind of existence will definitely make waves in the future. So what? What do you want me to do? Lin Jin was not confused by the echoes and changing scenes around him, and his eyes were still looking calmly ahead. He only knew that there was a special treasure, faceless thousand faces, in the altar of the faceless one, and that a player had obtained it. But he didn't know how that player obtained it. Now it seems that this faceless men's altar is indeed a bit unusual. The faceless men are not strong, but they can obtain certain benefits from Queen Brianna's rule. Being independent and existing in the dungeon with such a special status is not that simple. What Lin Jin really cares about is undoubtedly what the faceless man said. What the faceless man said is true. In the future, the orcs will launch a rebellion. The dark elves will also launch an attack, trying to return to the earth. In the end, the undead natural disaster comes and declares war on the holy light. Now that the faceless man said it, he felt even more that the faceless man in front of him was something special. The faceless man, he is Melassa's most loyal believer. In the dungeon camp, it is said that the faceless man who controls the altar can also have the ability to communicate with Melassa. Wait for the opportunity to change and work together to overthrow the holy light. Another burst of intermittent ethereal sounds sounded. The sounds kept repeating and sounded from all directions. Okay, I agreed. Then what? Lin Jin responded without hesitation. He wanted to know the purpose of these faceless men who pretended to be gods and ghosts, and what power they had. Anyway, his final enemy was also the Holy Light. If he could have some allies to attract attention, it's also a good thing. The faceless men will be your loyal allies, and when darkness arises, we will need your help. But when they saw the faceless people in front of them, they all stepped aside, and then a faceless person came out from behind. This faceless person was holding a mask in both hands. The mask was covered with dark purple clouds, and it kept changing with the light and shadow. At one moment, you feel that this is a physical mask, but the next moment, it disappears. Thousand Faces. This is the special treasure, Thousand Faces. Ding. The Elder of the Faceless One gives you a special treasure. The Thousand Faces. Do you accept it? Accept. Beside Lin Jin, the Angel of Death also walked forward, took the Thousand Faces from the faceless man, and then handed it to Lin Jin. Faceless Thousand Faces. It is said to be a special mask made from the scales dropped from the body of the dark dragon god Malasa. It has special power and can hide everything about the target, but can also reveal everything about the target. Where this mask seems to be the symbol of the dark dragon god in the human world, but it is rumored that if a person who is not strong enough wears the mask, he will be affected by Malasa's whispers, fall into fear and chaos, and become a puppet. The Thousand Faces can hide the character information, and you can also write character information. It is a special treasure. This is also an important item for Lin Jin's next plan. Trapped in fear and chaos, becoming a puppet. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. This description is interesting. The defense here is not that weak. The Faceless Man altar is still inside the NASA clan. It is too difficult to sneak in. What on earth did that player do? Obtain the Thousand Faces. Some things, if you think about it carefully, make people feel creepy. Lin Jin looked at the mask in front of him and felt that the mask turned into clouds. In the dark mist, there seemed to be a pupil watching him. Dark Dragon God Malasa. Lin Jin seemed to see the shadow of the Dark Dragon God. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the legendary mission, Darkness Emerges. Darkness emerges. Description: darkness is coming, and every time the dark tide comes, the power of darkness will be enhanced, and in this surge of darkness, Marasa's eyes will be watching the world. Mission reward. After taking over the faceless thousand-faced mask, a system prompt also sounded. The triggering of the mission made Lin Jin narrow his eyes slightly. Legendary mission. This kind of mission is still higher than the epic mission. The emergence of each legendary mission will definitely change the pattern of the world. At the same time, this kind of mission is accompanied by it was also extremely difficult. He didn't expect that the first legendary mission he triggered would be this. It's all getting more and more interesting. Lin Jin looked at the task on the panel and chose to accept it without hesitation. When darkness emerges, it is when the forces of darkness are strengthening and the world is changing. If he can join in at the most critical moment, how much will he gain? Benefits. He can't wait to get up. After accepting the mission, Lin Jin left the altar of the faceless men. As for when the time comes, the system will automatically trigger this legendary mission, and there is no need for Lin Jin to keep an eye on it. Let's go to your town. I need to recruit 2 black dragons, and then destroy the black dragon nests in the wild. Lin Jin returned to the black dragon's back and said to Brianna, the black dragon's lair allows 2 black dragons to be recruited every week. Lin Jin knew that Brianna definitely did not recruit, but he directly asked for this quota. Sir, our town does not have enough gold and resources, and the new week is coming soon. Do we need to wait for a while before recruiting black dragons? Brianna looked hesitant, and then added an explanation. The greedy black dragons need to be given a certain amount of additional gold, otherwise they will leave the team. The maximum number our town can raise is only 3 black dragons, and now recruitment. Maintenance fees will be paid immediately. She doesn't mind Lin Jin recruiting the black dragon, but she really doesn't. She had abundant gold and resources, and she was also afraid that Lin Jin would not have enough money. If he waited until the recruitment was refreshed, Lin Jin would have recruited 2 less black dragons, but he would be able to save a fortune. This is also the current situation of big forces. What determines the size of the major forces' legions is their mineral resources, especially gold. If there is not enough money, then even if they can recruit troops, they will not be able to pay for the weekly maintenance costs of the troops. Once they are unable to pay money, these units will automatically disengage. These are the rules. All troops recruited from the building abide by this rule. Of course, except for the undead. Undead is the only unit that does not require maintenance costs. Don't worry, I have it. Lin Jin glanced at Brianna. Perhaps for Brianna, recruiting 2 less black dragons to save some expenses is a very profitable deal, but for Lin Jin, it is not the case. There is no shortage of money, and the 2 crowned black dragons are the power he needs. Seeing that Lin Jin did not blame him, Brianna breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she had just seen the elder of the Faceless Man take the initiative to hand over the Faceless Man 1,000 faces, and when she revealed Lin Jin's identity as the Undead Lord, the remaining reluctance in her heart completely dissipated. Undead Lord. This is much more noble than her identity as the Dark Elf Queen. After all, she is only a member of this Dark Elf clan. Queen, who knows how many clans there are in the Dark Elves. But the Undead Lord is different. The identity of the Undead Lord represents countless undead legions. Lin Jin has so many high-level undead beside him, so his overall strength, it's simply unimaginable. If possible, Brianna didn't want to provoke an existence with a promising future, especially since she didn't know anything about Lin Jin. When they came to Brianna's dungeon town, Lin Jin traded to Brianna. Anna gave 400,000 units of gold and 400 units of sulfur, and asked the latter to recruit a black dragon. A black dragon requires 200,000 taels of gold and 200 units of sulfur, which is extremely expensive. If ordinary players recruit this kind of black dragon, they will not know how long it will take to earn back the cost of recruitment. What's more, the black dragon requires additional maintenance costs every week, and among all the championship units, the black dragon's maintenance costs are the highest. This is a ruthless gold-swallowing machine. Roar. After paying the fee, 2 dragon roars sounded. Brianna also recruited 2 black dragons. She also immediately transferred the ownership of the 2 crowned black dragons to Lin Jin. Lin Jin handed over the gold and sulfur. Giving it to Brianna was not out of trust in Brianna, and Brianna gave the black dragon to Lin Jin not out of loyalty to Lin Jin. Without him, it can only be judged by strength. Including this, there are 2 black dragons. Brianna only has 4 black dragons, and Lin Jin also has 4 crown creatures, which are not weaker than him. What's more, he still has a powerful force outside to scare him. Lin Jin doesn't believe it Brianna. He just believes in his own strength. Brianna is not loyal to Lin Jin. She is just afraid of Lin Jin's strength. After taking over the 2 black dragons, Lin Jin has 3 black dragons alone. This time, the harvest is more than it was, much more than he imagined. But at this moment, Queen Brianna was only in awe. The original Lin Jin was strong enough, but now with the addition of 3 black dragons, the strength has risen again. Moreover, she didn't even know how many trump cards Lin Jin had. She felt that Lin Jin definitely had more than just these crown-level troops. Thinking of this, she began to envy the undead. The undead strength was accumulated too fast, and the undead didn't need it. I don't know how much money this will save in maintenance costs. The black dragon roared and passed quickly in the underground sky, arriving at the place where the 2 sides were originally in a stalemate. At this time, Brianna also dismissed all units and asked all heroes to lead. She asked her troops to leave, and also asked the people of this underground creature to leave. She knew that Lin Jin didn't take these forces seriously at all, and these forces also had no deterrent effect. Even if these troops are allowed to gather, it will only add to the joke. After the troops dispersed, Brianna took Lin Jin to the wild black dragon's lair. Thinking of the wild black dragon's lair, her eyes turned cold. These greedy black dragons who had exploited the Dark Elves for so many years should pay the price. Of course, she had nothing to say about the black dragons she recruited, but why did these wild black dragons exploit her? Lin Jin only brought the crown, ranked troops, and Brianna led the way. He was very fast and arrived at the black dragon's lair in a short time. Dark Elf, what are you doing here? Do you want to pay us rewards and food in advance? Just when Brianna arrived, in front of the dark lair, a black dragon also opened its huge eyes and looked at Brianna with no interest. As for Brianna and her black dragon, this black dragon did not take it seriously. Although Brianna coexisted peacefully with this black dragon's lair, it was only after she signed a contract. After signing the contract, she could no longer violate the contract and launch an attack on this black dragon's lair. Also, it is for this reason that Brianna's arrival did not arouse the vigilance and attention of the black dragon's lair. Oh, you also brought the undead. You should remember that I said, don't bring the rest of the people here, otherwise I cannot guarantee their safety. With half-closed eyes, it casually glanced at Lin Jin aside and said as if it was a warning. But just when it wanted to retract its gaze, it seemed to have noticed something, and its gaze was always unconsciously caught. Attracted by Lin Jin, the huge dragon eyes looked at Lin Jin curiously, and then the more he looked, the more irritated he became. Dragon Slayer, Dragon King Shield. You killed a Dragon King. You humble undead. How dare you kill a dragon? The black dragon's eyes gradually glowed with anger, and his breath was filled with a fiery aura. Dragon Slayer, Dragon King Shield. These two are things that attract the hatred of the black dragon. At first, the black dragon was a little sleepy and confused. Did not notice Lin Jin and the Dragon King Shield in his hand at all. It was not until this glance that it realized that Lin Jin's identity was extraordinary. Dragon Slayer, Dragon King Shield. This all shows that Lin Jin is the enemy of the Dragon Clan. Although black dragons do not have any sense of collective honor, and dragons also fight with each other, especially as black dragons, they are often not tolerated by other dragons. But when it sees these things, it still feels angry. Brianna, he looked at Lin Jin with a surprised look on his face, feeling extremely moved in his heart. Killing the king of the Dragon Clan? How confident and powerful a person must be to be able to do such a feat as killing a dragon. You know, this is not ordinary dragon, but the Dragon King among the Dragon Clan. At least with Brianna's strength, she didn't feel that her own strength could kill a Dragon King. Lin Jin did not answer the black dragon's words, but just looked at the black dragon in front of him with a calm expression. After the creature had woken up from its deep sleep, and its heart was full of anger. It was about to say something more, but as if it was sensing something, it looked at the sky behind Lin Jin. It saw 3 black dragons hovering in the sky. With eyes wide open, he stared at it. On the back of the black dragon, there were 2 14th-level life Weaver Spider Queens, and on the black dragon's flanks, 16 crowned undead knights lined up in sequence. Plus the guard forest the Angel of Death behind Jin. There are 22 named soldiers here. Black Dragon. After seeing so many named soldiers, the black dragon was a little confused. Only now did it finally realize its situation. He woke up completely with a start, and 2 drops of water fell on his forehead. But he didn't know whether it was sweat or the cold and damp dew around him. 22 named soldiers. When this power appears in front of the black dragon, even if it is as powerful as the black dragon, I will only feel great pressure. Dark Elf, are you going to betray our contract? The black dragon's eyes turned to Brianna. At this time, the other black dragons in the black dragon's lair also realized something and came out of the lair one after another. Some of the black dragons who were still sleeping also opened their eyes one after another and slowly woke up. Come over, and then look at the enemy in front of you with a wary look. Most dragons have the habit of lethargy. If they don't need to eat, they can even sleep like this all the time. I didn't betray the contract with the black dragon. I just brought this great undead hero here to visit your black dragon's lair. Brianna said with a sneer. You. The black dragon became even more angry and glared at Brianna. Attack. At this moment, Lin Jin finally gave the order to attack. Roar. In the sky, 3 black dragons led an attack. They breathed dragon breath from their mouths, and there were blazing waves. The flames sprayed towards the black dragon on the ground. At the same time, all the frightening ghost riders and soul-snatching death scythes also rushed towards the black dragon in front. War has officially broken out. In the black dragon's lair, each black dragon flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Each found a target and rushed towards the other. The blazing flames began to bake the entire battlefield. Lin Jin still stood there quietly, watching the battle ahead. Even though the flames were flying across the sky, it was still unable to hurt him. In his direction, the guards were the most heavily guarded, and the black dragon could not break through at all. Dragons bite each other. Logically speaking, wild black dragons should be stronger, but there is no black dragon king among these black dragons, and all black dragons have not received bonuses. In front of the black dragon with Lin Jing's bonus, the wild black dragon was defeated. 3 black dragons and 3 black dragons collided together. The two sides bit each other's flesh, and their ferocious teeth bit off pieces of flesh. Blood dripped from the air. Just this kind of brutal attack and the collision of forces makes people feel a sense of insignificance, and they instinctively feel fearful in their hearts. Now is the collision between top predators. It is difficult to imagine the despair that humans would feel if they faced this kind of creature. The power of the black dragon is definitely not just talk. It's a pity that such a powerful black dragon finally encountered Lin Jing. In front of these 22 crowned troops, these 7 black dragons were completely at a disadvantage, especially Lin Jing and the Fate Weaver Spider Queen. The spider silk spewed by the latter could greatly limit the speed of the black dragons. In this case, I saw 7 black dragons fighting for a moment and then fell into a disadvantage, and then the disadvantage continued to expand. So strong, Brianna couldn't help but sigh. This made the black dragons, who she had no way to do anything about, become the targets of hunting at this time, and they had no power to fight back. However, she was not sighing about Lin Jin's legion, but it's Lin Jing. If she were to lead the legion in front of her to fight the black dragon, she would never have such a big advantage. The reason why Lin Jin's legion was able to completely suppress the black dragon was because the bonus given by Lin Jing was too high. One suit the suit, coupled with the advanced strategic treasure dragon shield. Even the strategic attribute point bonus will increase the strength of all arms. Roar! With a shrill roar, the first black dragon finally fell from the sky. Bang! 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 Then, like a chain reaction, another black dragon was emptied of its health and fell powerlessly from high altitude. Come down, and then hit the ground forcefully. Every black dragon falling to the ground will splash dust and make the earth shake. In the sky, before you know it, only the first black dragon is left. The soul, stealing death scythes, and the terrifying ghost knights all fired rapidly around the black dragon. They passed by the black dragon, and the scythes in their hands carried the charging power of the war horses, leaving scars on the black dragon. The black dragon often only suffered once. The enemy had disappeared before they could react to the attack, and then the next wave of attacks came one after another. In a moment, the last black dragon just made an unwilling and shrill sound and fell down from the sky. Bang! Another wave splashes. Ding! Congratulations on completing an epic victory. Your reputation has been improved. Ding! Congratulations on completing an epic victory. Your offensive and defensive skills have been improved. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Black Dragon Colony. You have gained the hatred of the Dragon Clan. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Black Dragon Colony. After searching the battlefield, you found the treasure map, the treasure of the Black Dragon. Defeating the Black Dragon gave Lin Jing a lot of rewards. A hero is tempered and strengthened in battle after battle. Not to mention other things, his offensive and defensive skills have also increased. Once this increased proficiency reaches a certain level, his intermediate offensive and defensive skills will be upgraded. Divine Spiritualism. Lin Jing waved his right hand, and black mist enveloped all the black dragon corpses in front of him. How can this be? Queen Brianna looked at Lin Jing, her body staggered, her beautiful eyes flashing, and she looked extremely frightened. At this time, this queen looked extremely embarrassed, unprecedentedly embarrassed. How could the undead be revived and resurrected as a crown-ranked soldier? Are you kidding? But in her extremely shocked eyes, Lin Jing had released one soul after another, and a large number of souls poured into the bodies of the 5 black dragons on the battlefield. She saw that the scales and flesh of the black dragons had all melted away. Only it turned into pitch, black bone armor, and then the soul fire in the skull bloomed with a bang, and a famous ghost dragon also stood up from the black dragon's corpse. 7 were resurrected, and 5 were resurrected. This ratio is already very high. Exaggeration. Perhaps this is related to the fact that black dragons belong to the dark camp. However, there is no clear probability of divine spiritualism. It depends on luck. Who can say for sure? All the famous ghost dragons were lying on the ground, low roaring. The powerful undead aura caused waves of ripples. At this time, Lin Jean turned her head and looked at Brianna's queen. The latter was in an unprecedented shock. When he looked into Lin Jin's deep eyes, his heart trembled suddenly, as if he had seen the god of death. His legs became weak, and he suddenly collapsed on the ground. Great undead lord, I, the queen of the Nasa clan, Brianna, am willing to submit to you. She is just a queen of many clans of dark elves, but Lin Jin is definitely the true king of the entire undead camp. This god-level spiritualism completely shocked her. And an undead hero who can resurrect a crown, ranked soldier. The meaning of this made her brain shut down. If someone had told her before that undead heroes could summon the souls of crown-level troops, she would have just slapped them. But now, her worldview has been completely subverted. She seemed to have seen an undead master standing on the top of all living beings in an instant. Lin Jin had always given her an unfathomable feeling, and now he had this terrifying power. Together, the two get up. The future will definitely affect the whole world. The majestic queen of the Dark Elves, even if she was just the queen of a clan, just collapsed on the ground and expressed her surrender to Lin Jin with a pale face. This scene is simply unimaginable. In particular, this Dark Elf queen is a mature beauty, exuding a charming and enchanting aura. Seeing such a being kneeling towards him can really make people feel a sense of pride in their hearts. What's more, some evil thoughts may appear in their minds. If it were Lin Jin from before, he might really be affected. But now, he was not affected at all, and there was no wave in his eyes. A soul tempered by hatred is strong and resolute, and will not be deceived by women. Besides, Lin Jin always knew that the person in front of her was the Queen of Dark Elf. Most of the people who became kings from clans that were good at intrigues were snake-like women. She only surrendered now because she was afraid of Lin Jin's strength. He didn't think that this Dark Elf queen would be willing to surrender to him from the bottom of her heart. Once he starts trying to accept the Dark Elf queen and is confused by the Dark Elf queen, his impression among the Dark Elf queen will plummet. They themselves don't believe in the licking dogs that are easily attracted to them. You are not qualified to be loyal to me. But every week when all the nests are refreshed, I will come to you to recruit black dragons. Lin Jin looked down at the pitiful Brianna on the ground, her tone still calm. Yes, the great undead lord. Brianna lowered her head and said quickly, but she didn't feel anything was wrong in her heart. In her eyes, Lin Jin had become an unfathomable existence, the king who would truly rule everything in the future. 7 Black Dragon Resurrection 5 only, and at no cost. From here, she was completely unable to guess Lin Jin's military strength, and when she thought about Lin Jin killing a Dragon King, her heart felt like it was falling into an abyss. What is Lin Jin doing now? How many powerful troops does it control? All dark creatures follow the ultimate law of the jungle. The weak eat the strong, and the fittest survive. Especially for dark elves, relying on the strong is what dark elves do most. What Lin Jin is showing now, the more indifferent and cruel she is, the more she will be in awe of this dark elf queen. Master, I found a large amount of gold and sulfur in the lair, as well as 2 intermediate strategic treasures and 3 low-level strategic treasures. Besides, Letitia came to Lin Jin and reported respectfully, Dragon, this is completely a symbol of treasure. Whether it is a golden dragon or a black dragon, they both love to collect gold and resources, especially the black dragon, which is greedy and has a lot of it. Trophies. These trophies they all belong to Lin Jin completely. On the side, Brianna's heart became more and more complicated. The gold and sulfur in the black dragon's lair were all contributed by her after a long time, but now they have become Lin Jin's trophies. But she didn't have any dissatisfaction, let alone have other thoughts. Her face was extremely humble. The treasures obtained were a sword and a helmet, but Lin Jin now had an intermediate curse suit on him, which he had spent a lot of treasure fragments to recast a day ago. Therefore, these treasures are of little use to him. He also distributed treasures to Uther and Letitia, allowing them to update their strategic treasures and increase their strength. Then, he also asked Brianna to bind the Black Dragon's lair to his town, and then followed Brianna to her town. Lin Jin has no intention of accepting Brianna as his hero, let alone occupying the Black Dragon's lair here. But this does not affect his recruitment of Black Dragons here. For him, this is the best approach. The 7th day is coming soon, and all arms will be refreshed. Lin Jin is naturally willing to wait here for a while, and then wait until the refresh to recruit 4 Black Dragons. Arriving in Brianna's town, Lin Jin checked the map of the entire underground world and had a certain understanding of this underground world. Brianna on the side acted like a maid, serving Lin Jin respectfully. After the previous incidents, she didn't dare to go against Lin Jin's words anymore, and as she got to know Lin Jin, she became even more afraid. The calmer and disdain Lin Jin showed, the more awe Queen Brianna became. Time passed quietly at midnight. At this time, an invisible force enveloped the entire world, and then all the military layers in the world became recruitable. Lin Jinyun Danfinking gave Queen Brianna a total of 800,000 units of gold and 800 units of sulfur. After searching the Black Dragon's lair, he obtained 4 million units of gold, more than 4,000 units of sulfur, and scattered rare resources. Coupled with what he gained from defeating Jinlong Longya last time, this has already made him a lot of money. It can be said that this is a free gift. In the absence of military casualties, these are all in vain for the undead. At the same time, his 3 Black Dragons also paid the maintenance costs of 120,000 units of gold and 120 units of sulfur. A Black Dragon pays 40,000 gold and 40 units of sulfur. If it is next week, the maintenance fee that Lin Jing needs to pay will be 280,000 gold and 280 units of sulfur. This cost is enough to recruit a Black Dragon. Raising troops is not such a simple matter. The resources Brianna has in this dungeon can only recruit 3 Black Dragons at most. If she is allowed to recruit more, her resource growth will not be able to support it at all. Moreover, her legion does not only consist of Black Dragons, but also a large number of manticores, minotaurs, medusas, and poisonous eyes. This is all a waste of money. Ding. Queen Brianna transfers the ownership of 4 Black Dragons to you. Do you want to accept it? Accept. Not long after, Queen Brianna returned to Lin Jin again, and then traded 4 Black Dragons to Lin Jin. After receiving the Black Dragon, Lin Jin didn't say anything more and left with Uther and Letitia. When next week comes, he can just come here to recruit the Black Dragon. In the underground sky, 7 Black Dragons were roaring ferociously, and 5 Ghost Dragons were also roaring. A group of 12 dragons seemed to be overwhelming. Just the sight of these dragons hovering over this dungeon town makes countless dark elves tremble with fear. Not to mention there are a group of frightening ghost riders and soul-snatching death scythes. This formation is really mighty. Lin Jin stood on the back of a Black Dragon, leading the group of dragons towards the underground exit gate. In the air behind him are a terrifying ghost knight and a soul-snatching death scythe, and on the ground are a 12th level terrifying knight and a 10th level vampire duke. Even though the number of these arms is small, their real combat effectiveness can make most forces tremble. What kind of force is this? Queen Brianna looked at Lin Jin's leaving figure and remembered what the faceless man said before, and she became more and more awed in her heart. Darkness is surging. So when darkness is surging, this person may also stand at the highest point and lead the way. As darkness falls, under the dim moonlight of the desolate forest, Black Dragons and Ghost Dragons streak across the sky. This huge group of dragons seems to be intimidating the entire desolate forest. Many wild soldiers are shaken by it, and they lower their bodies one after another for fear of being attacked by the enemy. It was like an emperor patrolling the territory, and the people retreated one after another. A player on a big tree somewhere was dozing on the bushes. At this time, the tree shook, and he woke up from his slumber. When he unconsciously looked into the distance, he saw a scene that was rare to see in his life. It was a scene of dragons advancing towards the distance under the dim moonlight. Damn it, Ghost Dragons and Black Dragons. The man's eyes widened, and he quickly rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing that he had some illusion. When he screamed, several resentful souls wandering nearby floated over one after another, stretched out his hands and bumped towards this man. When the resentful soul hit him, The latter's soul was torn out and his blood volume was emptied. He spent several days, day and night. This I just arrived inside the desolate forest, but I didn't expect that my scream would wake up the resentful spirits nearby. The desolate forest is not a place that ordinary players can explore. However, for this player, just this news was enough. He immediately logged into the post bar, then wrote what he saw and heard into a post and posted it. Everything was reasonable and well-founded, and many guilds also turned their attention to the desolate forest, and more adventures players tend to explore the desolate forest. Players have two levels. One is the strategic level, and the other is the character level. The strategic level only appears after advancing to become a hero. However, if you want to advance to become a hero, it requires paying a big price. How can ordinary players have such resources and be able to transform into heroes? Moreover, becoming a hero is only the first step. If you really want to grow up, you still need massive resources and gold. Only in this way can we recruit troops, launch wars, and improve the level of heroes. After knowing these things, ordinary adventurers would never dare to think of changing jobs to become heroes. Therefore, many people become adventurers honestly. As long as you keep completing tasks and paying certain resources, you can improve your level. This is equivalent to an ordinary character development game. In addition, some adventurers will explore various places, looking for opportunities, and by selling these opportunities, they can also make a big profit. Some people also choose to go to dangerous places to open up wasteland, if they can find scattered resources on the map. Even if it is only 100 gold, this is at this stage it's all a huge sum of money. So there are many people who are getting rich, which further promotes players' exploration. It is conceivable that after this news spreads, more people will naturally come to explore the desolate forest. City of Eternal Night. After Lin Jin saved the City of Eternal Night, he left 2 black dragons behind and distributed all the remaining troops to Uther and Letitia. The first week is over. In addition to refreshing the recruitment quota, even wild monsters are randomly refreshed. Now, a large number of wild monsters and resources have appeared on the entire island. Although the resources of these wild monsters are not as good as the guards of large mines and special buildings, they are still an additional income after all. Now Lin Jin has completed his exploration of the entire island, and watchtowers have been built to detect all wild monsters in the territory. With the restlessness of his undead subordinates, these wild monsters will be cleared out very quickly. He doesn't need to worry about any of this. What he is thinking about now is his next plan. Looking at the faceless 1,000 faces in his hand, Lin Jin's eyes flashed with light. At dawn, Lin Jin took Alina and the 2 black dragons and left the island for the desolate forest. After he returned to the wilderness, he rode on the black dragon and headed towards the Crow Principality from high in the sky. The Principality of Crow is also one of the principalities in the Holy Empire. This place is famous all over the world for its slave trade and cheap labor. At the same time, this is also the base camp of the orcs. 3 turmoils will break out in the future, and these will be the 3 turmoils that determine the fate of the temple. When that turmoil comes, countless players in the temple will shed their lives and blood. Lin Jin had personally participated in countering rebellions 3 times in his previous life. At that time, he devoted himself to this war because of his subordinates. Holy Light possesses a strong deception and contagious power. Looking at the firm, pleading eyes of his subordinates, he naturally cannot refuse. There is no such thing as hate without reason. It was precisely because Lin Jin trusted too much and sacrificed so much from his heart and soul that when he was completely betrayed and abandoned, he felt a surge of hatred in his heart. In 3 wars, he fought for the Holy Light. But after the 3rd war, Holy Light abandoned him when he needed it most, leaving him completely beyond redemption. Now after being reborn, he also wants the Holy Light to return all his contributions. The black dragon flapped its wings in the air and flew across the sky quickly. On the black dragon's back, Lin Jin's eyes were deep, making people instinctively fearful. On the ground, the appearance of the black dragon attracted the attention of a large number of players. Since Lin Jin was heading to the Crow Principality, he had naturally strayed to a remote place, and the number of players he could meet had naturally increased. However, the players below could only look up at Lin Jin's black dragon. and then let out sighs and envy. About 3 hours later, Lin Jin led the Black Dragon into the Crow Principality. He looked down at the Crow Principality in the sky and could see tribes of orcs. The orcs lived in a very barren environment, and their clothes were very simple, wearing shabby clothes. Lin Jin also saw hunting groups escorting a large group of orcs towards the city. The so-called city relies on high-end towns as its center, and then the walls outside the high-end towns are expanded again to form a vast outer city. This is what is called a city. Once a war comes, the troops from high-level towns can arrive on the battlefield in an instant, and with the presence of high-level towns, they can naturally supervise everything in the outer city. Fokruwa City. In the sky, when Lin Jin saw the city, he finally asked the Black Dragon to lower its height and stop in front of the city gate. Two black dragons stopped in front of the city gate, snoring. Lin Jin and Ellie were on their backs. Na also jumped off the back of the Black Dragon. "Who are you?" In front of the city gate, the famous army guards raised their spears one after another with a look of alert. Beside them were huge silverback wolves, all of whom also lowered their bodies. Black Dragon, this is Crown Creature. Once this top power appears, it will inevitably arouse their fear and vigilance. I am the hero of the dungeon camp, the Night Messenger. I heard that you hire heroes here, so I came here to earn bounties. Lin Jin said lightly. He wore a white mask on his face. The mask covered his face and also concealed the undead aura on his body. In everyone's eyes, Lin Jin might be just like an ordinary dungeon hero. There is no difference. Moreover, there is a dark elf beside him, which can better cover his identity. Even if the player attacks Lin Jin, the ID displayed will only be Night Messenger. As for this identity, naturally, this is the effect of having no face and thousands of faces. Do you want to become a bounty hunter? A Legion guard asked in a deep voice. His tone softened a lot, his brows relaxed slightly, and he was no longer so alert. There are many people who come here to serve as bounty hunters, capture slaves, and sell money. Crow Principality also he once received some heroes in the Holy Empire, hired them as bounty hunters, and paid them very high bounties. Even some desperate heroes were willing to come here to make money. As for Lin Jin's identity, it was not that important. The Principality of Crow can be said to be a principality that is very tolerant of all camps. In addition to the undead and demons, they do not exclude Dark Elf heroes. The top unit of the Dark Elves is the Black Dragon, which is a noble and powerful dragon clan. Even if he is greedy, he is not the mortal enemy of the Holy Light. At the very least, the Holy Light does not dare to say that he wants to kill the Black Dragon. That is just provoking all the dragons. Please wait a moment. I have sent someone to notify the Legion commander. Lin Jin didn't say anything more and nodded quietly. As for the area around the city, it had already caused an uproar. All the famous players looked at Lin Jin with great curiosity and surprise and started whispering. Night Messenger, is this also a player? He actually has a crown level unit. Are you kidding me? There are people who have level 14 crown troops at this stage. Isn't this too exaggerated? Yes, God's Eye has a How Angel following it, as well as Sky, covering wings, and it seems to also have a Bone Dragon. These are the presidents of top guilds, but I don't know how they obtained the title of unit. But I have never heard of this Messenger of Darkness. The Bone Dragon of the Wings of Shrouding the Sky is only a 13th level unit, which is known as the weakest official unit. The Black Dragon is so strong. This is a complete difference. There is also a Dark Elf next to him. What is the relationship between the two? It's not like he's riding on the Dark Elf's lap, right? This is really an exaggeration. Even if it is a thigh, can you still give a Black Dragon? What about King Yongya? Didn't King of Eternal Night receive an SSS level rating? Doesn't anyone still know about his condition? Haha, if you find King Yongya, the reward alone is 50 million, so go find him. The players were chatting, and then they talked about King Eternal Night. The first person in this game is the real uncrowned king. Moreover, King Eternal Night is still acquiring souls. According to statistics, the number of souls he has traded now the number has reached 1 million, which alone is shocking. If he were not still acquiring souls, others would probably think that he had disappeared or evaporated from the game. Players around him during the conversation, there was a sound of footsteps immediately from the other side of the city gate. And then a Legion commander wearing full armor came to the city gate, surrounded by Legion guards. I heard about your request. Our city lord, Viscount Roland, fully welcomes any hero who is willing to serve in Focrowis City. The Legion commander saluted Lin Jin in a neither humble nor overbearing manner, glanced at the black dragon again, and then said, "Crown creatures are not allowed to enter the city. You can temporarily store your troops outside the city. I can take you inside the city to meet the city lord. Any powerful hero is the wealth of Focrowis City." Lin Jin came with 2 black dragons. They are definitely powerful helpers. Lin Jin's voice came from under the mask. He asked the 2 black dragons to wait at the door, and then followed Alina and the Legion commander into the city. "The young orc you just captured has great strength and endurance, and is definitely your best servant. Centaur Predator, cheap and easy to use and cheap. Orc Berserkers, born warriors, pure killing machines, are definitely your most loyal subordinates." After entering the city, there were cages on both sides of the street, all of which contained orcs. These orcs all had scars on their bodies, and their eyes were filled with hatred and exhaustion. The whips around them fell on them from time to time, leaving bloody traces. These are still low-end goods, but the prices are not cheap. Lin Jin also saw that some players are negotiating and intend to buy these warriors, but they often become hesitant because the price is too expensive. The Principality of Crow, there are a large number of slaves, and players can naturally buy these slaves. However, the environment in the Crow Principality is also very harsh. Even if players buy slaves, they are likely to be recaptured by merchants. Some players are simply robbed. Before entering the town, even the pants were stripped off. There are many people who want to come here with money to make a fortune, but there are not a few people who have died here, and their dreams are shattered and their losses are huge. They were all very miserable. So over time, most of the adventurers who were able to survive in the Crow Principality were the kind of extremely vicious adventurers. A paradise for criminals, the Crow Principality. Lin Jin had a deeper understanding of the Crow Principality. I don't know how long he had been walking. Lin Jin finally stopped at the gate of the inner city. The security here was even tighter. The city walls were equipped with ballistas, all of which locked onto Lin Jin's position. "Okay, please come in." The Legion commander negotiated with the guards, and the door decorated with ravens, thorns, and swords finally slowly opened. In the city lord's hall, a figure wearing knight armor is sitting on the silver chair above. His face is solemn and dark, with fine eyes, but there is a scar at the corner of his eye, which makes him look extremely fierce. "This is Viscount Roland. Do you want to become a bounty hunter? Work for me." Viscount Roland looked at Lin Jin and Alina below, and was quite surprised. 2 black dragons are not something ordinary people can have. Anyone who has 2 black dragons must have an extraordinary status. "Yes, we need money, lots and lots of money. I heard money comes here the fastest." At this time, Elena took a step forward and said coquettishly, "Oh, who are you?" Viscount Roland knew about Lin Jin. He thought that Lin Jin was the master of the 2. Now it seems that the situation is not what he imagined. "I am the heir to a dark elf clan. My mother was worried that I was too strong, so she wanted to kill me. Fortunately, my loyal subordinates escorted me out of the siege. Now we only have 2 black dragons left, and I heard that Viscount Roland is a kind and generous noble, so I want to come here to make money and accumulate strength." Alina's voice is lifelike. Her voice is sincere. Her eyes are sincere. Her timely expression of emotions and her faint admiration are just right, and her control is perfect. As a dark elf, Alina is a master of diplomacy. Her charm is useless except for Lin Jin. In addition, it is very effective for other people, especially this noble of the temple. Those little flatteries and reverential eyes are even more useful to him. "It's not difficult to make money, but why should I trust you?" Viscount Roland asked, pretending to be deep in thought. In fact, he just instinctively wanted to lower the price. If these 2 heroes with the first-rank troops came to his door, he could not let them go. "These are 2 money-making guys. Treasure Bowl. In order to show our sincerity and respect for you, we are willing to help you for free." Elena said coquettishly again. "Good. Recently, the orcs in the Bailuo Mountains have been in some turmoil again. I have a map here. I need you to destroy the orc villages there. As long as you can do this, You will be my own people from now on." Viscount Roland immediately said with great enthusiasm. "The Black Dragon can destroy the enemy's village, but to ensure nothing goes wrong, please send soldiers to support us. Of course, your heroic soldiers won't take much damage." Alina still said with a smile, but in her heart, she was quite sighing. Lin Jean had mentioned to her before she came here that Viscount Roland would not agree easily and might test them, especially will make a fuss about the orcs. At that time, Alina needed to propose that Roland's legion join in. Unexpectedly, things actually went as Lin Jean said. "There is no problem with this. Then take action in the evening. I will send 300 legion guards and 100 silverback wolves to help you." Roland nodded. "Thank you, generous Viscount Roland," Alina said softly. After the negotiation was successful, it didn't take long for Alina and Lin Jean to leave the room. At this time, Alina was still walking in front, but she was acting as Lin Jin's puppet. Let Lin Jin control it and obey Lin Jin's every order. Ding! 300 Legion Guards and 100 Silverback Wolves have temporarily joined your team. It went very smoothly, and the reinforcements sent by Roland also joined Lin Jin's team. Night Messenger. I will personally lead these legions. You first go to the target place and inquire about the situation. After leaving the city, Alina pretended to give orders to Lin Jin. Yes. Lin Jin bowed his head in response, rode the Black Dragon, and quickly moved towards the goal. Of the three catastrophes, the Orc Rebellion was the first to occur, but the Orc Rebellion was also the first to be put down. How could the stupid Orc be the holy light? Opponents. Not to mention that the Orcs are not yet unified. Some Orcs who have already had food and shelter have long been accustomed to this kind of life and do not want to launch a rebellion. What Lin Jin has to do now is to help these Orcs. Undead has always profited from war. The Black Dragon flapped its wings, and soon Lin Jin arrived in a desolate mountain. There were no trees here, only a piece of red soil, and underneath, there were continuous tents, and you could see orcs are gathered here. Some of them are wrestling with each other. Black Dragon. When the Black Dragon arrived, the orcs below put down what they were doing and looked up at the Black Dragon in the sky. More and more orcs came out of the tents. The Black Dragon is a very powerful crown, ranked unit, possessing powerful destructive power. This kind of existence will arouse fear and alert wherever it arrives. You dirty, ugly, stupid slaves, how dare you rebel against the great Viscount Roland? What do you think you are, just a pig? Like thing, a dog of my holy empire. Now, I follow the order of the great Viscount Roland and eradicate you disobedient dogs. In the sky, Lin Jin looked down at the orcs below, and the sound spread throughout the sky and the earth. Underneath, a famous orc was seen excitedly, and he roared into the sky one after another. Some orcs even patted themselves crazily, chest, wishing to tear Lin Jin and the Black Dragon into pieces. How could the iron, bone orcs bear such an insult? Kill. Lin Jin's face was very calm, and he directly issued the attack order. But he saw the Black Dragon in the sky swooping down, its ferocious mouth opened, and a blazing flame poured down instantly. The terrifying dragon's breath flames instantly sprayed towards the group of orcs gathered together. In the dragon's breath, the orcs couldn't even scream and were annihilated. The dragon's breath spread, and the surrounding simple houses immediately ignited bursts of fire, and the entire village was in chaos. He stood up. Cries, screams, and angry curses were all heard incessantly. Some orcs even wanted to attack Lin Jin, but they were in vain. Their attacks seemed so obvious in front of Lin Jin. Of weakness. Run away quickly. Tell the clansmen to let everyone escape from here. The Empire's army is coming soon, and we are no match for the Black Dragon. The chief of the tribe shouted loudly. In front of the Black Dragon, they had no resistance. All the orcs around them also fled in all directions. Lin Jin did not pursue him, but just let the Black Dragon keep burning. The houses on the ground destroyed the home of the orcs. Death cannot bring hatred. Only by living will the scene of being burned by fire be deeply imprinted, and this hatred and pain will be remembered forever. When Alina came here with the Legion, the place had turned into a sea of fire. Countless houses were burned, and many orc corpses could be seen on the ground. Some of them were not burned by the dragon's breath, but were surrounded by fires and finally fell into the flames. Nightbringer, where are the orcs here? Alina looked at the sea of fire in front of her, but her face remained unchanged. These orcs had been defeated, but more orcs fled in that direction. Lin Jin pointed in a direction. Who asked you to launch the attack first? Didn't they ask you to wait for us to come? Elena complained, then turned to the Legion and said, our purpose this time is to destroy the orc forces entrenched here. Although they have escaped, we cannot let them go easily. Otherwise, we cannot shock these filthy orcs. Let's continue the pursuit. At this time, Lin Jin joined the team and followed Alina. Soon, the mighty Legion continued to move towards the goal. Not long after, Alina and Lin Jin came with their people. Arrive at the target location. This is also an orc tribe, but it is obviously much more prosperous than the orc tribe marked on the previous map. These dirty orcs are thinking about rebellion all the time. Viscount Roland obviously gave them a chance to survive, but they didn't know how to cherish it. These orcs with demon blood in their bodies should not exist in the Crow Principality. Their existence will only pose a threat to the Crow Principality. Everyone, surround this place. Elena commanded the Legion guards behind her, and saw a famous Legion guard leading the silverback wolf to surround the place. Alina's arrival finally plunged this prosperous orc tribe into panic. Great Templars, why are you surrounding us? We are loyal supporters of Viscount Roland. The orc chief here quickly led his people outside. He was loyal to Roland and had been surviving peacefully, but today's siege by the Holy Empire Legion was beyond his imagination. You are just a group of slaves, ugly and dirty animals. What qualifications do you have to support Viscount Roland? You really have not understood your identity clearly. I ask you to hand over all the fleeing orcs as soon as possible, otherwise you won't even be qualified to kneel down and wag your tail to beg for mercy. Alina looked bossy, the contempt in her eyes, and her contemptuous and insulting words were all irritating the nerves of the orcs. The orcs launched a rebellion, but among the orcs, there were some orc tribes who chose to support Viscount Roland. Be loyal to Viscount Roland. If Lin Jin wants to stir up hatred between the Crow Principality and the orcs, he must be prepared with both hands. The orc forces who obey Viscount Roland will also be defeated by him. Great Templar, we did not harbor the rebellious orcs. The orc chief's fists were clenched, and the veins on his forehead were beating constantly, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, there were orcs who fled here before, but he ordered them to retreat. So this place is indeed he did not take in the rebellious orcs. However, Elena's words and demeanor still made him feel deeply ashamed and angry. Beside him, all the orcs stared at the Legion in front of him with extremely hostile eyes. I see hatred in your eyes. Do you still want to rebel against the Crow Principality? Something that doesn't teach a lesson. Attack. Alina's face was cold, but she directly launched the attack command. However, she saw a black dragon swooping down from the sky, spraying a breath of dragon breath towards the tribal chief. The sudden attack was unexpected by the tribal chief. Before he could react, he let out a scream in the flames. At this moment, the black dragons led by Lin Jin also began to attack the tribe. The black dragons swooped down, and the blazing dragon breath once again brought a blaze of fire. All Legion guards, they all launched attacks solemnly, and the silverback wolves were even more ferocious, rushing towards the orcs. The Legion guards had already surrounded this place, and these orcs always wanted to escape, but they also had to face the attacks of the Legion guards. Drink. I saw one Legion guard let out a low shout, and the spear he held in his hand suddenly thrust forward, piercing an orc with all his strength. Under the leadership of Alina, these Legion guards also broke out. Using more strength, he directly pierced the orc's burly body, and the blood soaked the entire spear. For the Holy Church, the orcs are also heretics. They have the blood of demons in their bodies. They are arrogant and rude, and they do not know how to educate. Perhaps in the eyes of the loyal supporters of the Empire, they are like a kind of livestock. It is precisely because of this that the Legion guards show no mercy at all when they launch the massacre. The slave industry of the Crow Principality is mainly based on the trafficking of orcs. However, it did not cause any condemnation from other holy principalities, which already explains the problem. Remember all of them. As long as you survive in the territory of Lord Viscount Roland, You should kneel down and beg for mercy, instead of looking at your master with hatred. Alina's voice kept ringing. More and more orcs fell all around, but at the same time, a large number of orcs broke through the encirclement. There are thousands of orcs here. Lin Jin's black dragon is only responsible for burning, but also specially burning towards a place where there are few orcs can be said to be a loud thunder, but a light rain. Therefore, the Legion guards and silverback wolves faced more attacks. Run away quickly. The two old men rushed directly towards the Legion guards, whose spears had penetrated them, but they still did not flinch, but roared with ferocious voices. Behind them, a number of female orcs and young orcs with tears in their eyes, they fled around. Remember to avenge me in the future. Another old orc roared and rushed towards the silverback wolf, but was broken into two pieces by the silverback wolf's bite. The orcs also follow a very strict tradition. When encountering danger, elderly orcs often choose to sacrifice themselves to leave hope for the fire of the tribe. I don't know how long it took. The entire tribe was ignited in flames, and the flames connected into a sea of fire, and only sporadic screams were heard, which was chilling. Under the light of the fire, Lin Jin's face hidden under the mask remained indifferent. Go back. Alina gave the order and led the Legion guards and silverback wolves back. At this time, the Legion guards and silverback wolves did not have the previous establishment. The Legion guards lost 54 people and the silverback wolves lost 10. Lin Jin doesn't care about this kind of loss at all. It's not Lin Jin's loss anyway. Moreover, these losses will more easily arouse Roland's hatred of the orcs. Next day, early morning. Those audacious orcs actually dare to cover each other and resist me together. They are really asking for their own death. Under Alina's eloquent description, the orcs have become a symbol of evil. Their mutual shielding and rebellion has also caused a large number of casualties to Roland. The loss is not a big deal, but it is a blow to Roland. Provocation and insult. Especially in Alina's eyes, Roland always felt that he had lost face and could not even control a group of humble orcs. Send an order to all the orc tribes to surrender their rebellion. Otherwise, they will surely face the wrath of the Crow Principality. Roland said in a deep voice. Yes. Following the transmission of Roland's order, all the slave traders were like sharks that smelled the smell of blood. They raised their sickles and aimed at the orcs. They had some concerns before. After all, this orc was also a citizen of the Crow Principality. But since Viscount Roland is now dissatisfied with the orcs, even if their actions are excessive, Roland will only turn a blind eye. It is for this reason that the orc environment is further compressed. The people from the two tribes who fled at the beginning also became the seeds of revenge, causing anger to begin to spread among the various orc tribes. Because of this attack, an event that was bound to happen began to show a chain reaction. The first mission was equivalent to a testimonial. Both Alina and Lin Jin completed it, and naturally gained Roland's trust. Moreover, Alina is very charming and has strong negotiation skills, which made her immediately become Roland's confidant, and she also won many lucrative bounty tasks. These bounty tasks are chargeable and expensive. In the next few days, Alina and Lin Jin truly became bounty hunters, completing tasks and earning gold and resources. At the same time, they were quietly deepening the conflict between the Crow Principality and the orcs. An invisible hand began to stir up the relationship between the two camps. At this time, Alina and Lin Jin, who initially participated in the attack on the two tribes, escaped. They gradually gain a higher status here, and often start to use the people below them as guns. The slightest insinuation will aggravate the conflicts between the two parties. 5 days passed in a flash. Within 5 days, Lin Jin and Alina completed many tasks and earned more than 500,000 gold. This is actually earned through missions, part of which is bounty, and the other part is your own harvest. This amount alone is a huge sum of money. The reason Lin Jin has more money is just because he destroyed 2 wild dragon lairs. But looking at the entire Holy Empire, which temple hero dares to destroy the dragon lairs? And besides that, how many forces have this kind of strength? Moreover, one of the wild dragon lairs is destroyed, one less. This is a non-renewable resource. And besides attacking some special creature nests and high-level treasure houses, There really aren't many ways to make more money than being a bounty hunter. For Lin Jin, bounty hunting is extremely profitable, but it is not the most profitable. He has other goals. On this day, at Elena's request, Viscount Roland finally took Elena and Lin Jin to the underground prison of the high-end auction. The underground prison of the high-end auction houses the rarest and most expensive goods, which are generally for nobles from various countries in the Holy Empire. This is the real core. But the goods here are not open to ordinary people. That is to say, Elena has done a lot of tasks, earned a lot of money, and also gained Roland's favor and trust, which made Roland a little arrogant and brought Elena with him. Come in. Some of the goods here are extremely rare and cannot be seen outside. Roland led the way, holding his head high, with a touch of pride in his tone. Shadow Leopard. Fight the Griffin King. This is a Cyclops. Wild Cyclops are very rare. The quality of this Cyclops is also very high. It is not comparable to ordinary Cyclops. This is a hero of the orcs. He also launched a rebellion at the beginning, but now he is a prisoner. This is a mage who was burned at the stake, but I saved him. This is an elf hero, or a noble among elf heroes. The further you go inside, the more creatures you can see. In addition to rare soldiers, there are also many heroes from various camps. The heroes of these camps all have extraordinary qualifications. The creatures imprisoned are all special creatures in the wild, far more powerful than ordinary creatures. For some nobles, being able to own such creatures is a status symbol. Moreover, if wild creatures are captured and marked with a slave contract, they do not need to pay for maintenance cost. Therefore, in addition to the recruited troops, there are also many people who are raised as troops, thus increasing the power. Great Viscount Roland, these goods of yours are really incredible. I have never seen so many rare creatures in my life. It's amazing. Wow, you can even capture the Cyclops. Your power is too strong. Is this an elf hero? What a compliment. Elena showed her surprise and admiration appropriately every time Roland introduced her, and cooperated very well with Roland. Behind her, Lin Jin was like a transparent person, just focusing on checking out the creatures and creatures here. Hero. He was not surprised at all about Elena's professionalism, which was why he brought Elena here. Obviously at this time, Elena can play a greater role. If not for Elena, Lin, it's not that simple for Jin to gain Roland's trust. Haha, this is nothing. I will take you to see a collection that I am most satisfied with. This collection has something to do with you. Roland pretended to be disapproving, but he was walking a little unsteadily. At this moment, he had brought Elena and Lin Jin to the last golden gate. There were 4 How Angel statues at the gate. They were standing there. The respectful guards are here. The door opens, and several huge cages inside come into view. Roar! At this moment, a deafening sound rang out. The sound was very violent, and it was also accompanied by a violent crash. In the center of the eyes, there was a huge black dragon with violent eyes and a huge body. From the neck, from the wings to the 4 legs, the body is wrapped in thick chains. This is the Black Dragon King. Black Dragon King. You can actually capture the Black Dragon King? Elena asked in a murmur, as if she was completely petrified. Her current expression was even more beneficial to Viscount Roland. At this moment, Elena was sincerely shocked. The Black Dragon in the dungeon is the Crown Prince. The existence among the best among the soldiers, its super high magic resistance and powerful balanced attributes make the latter a symbol of authority. The King of the Dragon Clan is very rare. Even if you destroy several dragon lairs, you may not be able to find a dragon clan king, let alone capture the Black Dragon King alive. The Golden Dragon Cliff that Lin Jin attacked contained more than 10 golden dragons. Only then could a Golden Dragon King appear, but he did not expect that Roland would be able to capture a Black Dragon King. Haha. Roland laughed, but did not explain. His Black Dragon King was lucky enough to catch it a few years ago. At that time, the Black Dragon King was still a cub, which was the most vulnerable time. He was still after paying a great price. He lured the Black Dragon away from the lair and then captured the Black Dragon King. After capturing the Black Dragon King, he kept him locked up here, feeding him every day, and wanted to sign a contract with the Black Dragon King. Only if the Black Dragon King is willing to sign a contract with him will he be willing to release the Black Dragon. Unfortunately, the Black Dragon King has a very bad temper. Even after being imprisoned for so many years, and using all kinds of tricks, the Black Dragon King is still unwilling to submit to him. There are two black dragons there, and they are willing to sign a soul contract, and they can be purchased as long as they pay a certain price. This is much more powerful than the black dragon you recruited. And the angry Cyclops is also willing to sign a contract. As long as he is given food, he will be the strongest thug. That Emerald Dragon. In addition to the Black Dragon King, there are some crown, ranked troops in the whole room. These are also crown, ranked troops caught in the wild. They have powerful strength and extraordinary qualifications. Some of them have been predetermined and will be sold to some users who have already paid a deposit. Great and generous Viscount Roland. We can no longer afford these black dragons, but can you sell some of the remaining units to me cheaply? I will be your most loyal bounty hunter. Alina looked at Viscount Roland with admiration. Today, the most important purpose of Lin Jin's coming here is to be a slave trader. What is more profitable than catching is naturally selling. Roland's subordinate, there are many slaves, many towns, and a large number of arms. These arms are not profitable in the Holy Empire market. After all, no one is willing to buy some arms that require maintenance funds, so it is better to hire some labor. In non-war periods, each lord will only maintain standing troops and will not recruit a large number of troops. But for players, even this kind of troops that need to be maintained is very delicious. If Lin Jin can obtain Roland's consent, then being able to sell the troops that can be recruited in the town is a huge sum of money. In the previous life, there was a guild in the Crow Principality that took advantage of this and started selling troops, making a lot of money. However, after the war broke out, the Holy Empire recruiting rights for all arms was unified, which finally limited the occurrence of this kind of chaos. But even so, now is a good time to grab money. You have also made great contributions to the Crow Principality. It is naturally simple to sell you some troops. Roland didn't hesitate and agreed enthusiastically. He had been praised so highly by Elena that he couldn't get down now. You are truly kind and generous, and the greatest person I have ever met. Don't worry, I will definitely try my best to repay your kindness. If I can take revenge, I will definitely give you all the Dark Elves in my clan. Presumably, some people will also like it. Dark Elves. Although this kind of goods is not easy to circulate, there are many people in the Holy Empire who like it. It would be even better if we could get the Dark Elf Queen. Roland's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be thinking about something. The Dark Elf Queen, he has never obtained this level of goods. If he can get it, it can also add a valuable collection to his collection. That's natural. If I defeat the Dark Elf Queen, I will definitely send her here. Alina said with a smile. Even though this Dark Elf Queen is her mother, this scene of a loving mother and a filial daughter is really touching. By the way, the great Viscount Roland. I recently learned about a small and profitable business. Some people wanted to buy some Templar recruitment troops from me. The territory under your command is vast, and there are many towns. Even if you don't recruit these troops, it would be a waste. Why don't I buy it from you, and then sell it to make a small profit? We will pay you a fee, so you can let me earn more money and buy more legions from you. Elena seemed to mention casually. Purchasing town recruitment quotas seems not allowed by the Holy Empire. You are the great Viscount Roland. We do not recruit angels, but only some middle and low-level soldiers. How can we violate any laws? Besides, it's been a long time since a war broke out. Who else would dare to provoke you? Elena saw Roland's hesitation and continued to boast. Okay, I agreed. Roland thought for a while and found that there really wasn't a big problem. Besides, as long as the angels' recruitment qualifications are not transferred, nothing big should happen. He has created a feeling of high position and power, and if he doesn't even have this, he couldn't do even the smallest thing, but instead slapped himself in the face. Besides, Alina promised to give him a sum of money, and the money she earned would be used to buy his troops. It sounded like she was always giving him gifts. Money. This gives him even less reason to refuse. Thank you, sir. Alina looked excited. Only behind, Lin Jin's face hidden in the mask showed a hint of contempt. This Roland, I'm afraid he really thought that his image in Alina's heart was very high. As everyone knows, Elena looked down on Roland the most at this time. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Jin. He would only need to recruit troops from here, and then sell them to players in the Holy Empire at a more expensive price. This is just cutting leaks. Although Lin Jin cannot create a guild, this does not prevent him from cutting leaks from players. The next day, Alina accepted a batch of troops from the city of Fokrivar, including sentinels, legion guards, griffins, silverbacks, and even 12th level paladins. But in addition, there are many wild lairs bound to towns, and he has also recruited all the troops in them. There are quite a lot of them. After recruiting troops, Lin Jin led the legion and met with the leader of the Thunder Mercenary Group. This is the player force, and it is also the most powerful player force in Fokriva City. When the Thunder Mercenary Group took the initiative to contact Lin Jin also contacted them. It is worth mentioning that later on, the Thunder Mercenary Group established a relationship with Roland, took over the arms sales from him, and developed step by step. It was impossible for Lin Jin to do it by himself, contact all the sellers, and then bargain with them. He just sold these arms to the Thunder Mercenary Group and let them sell them out again. Selling arms is an extremely technical matter, especially selling arms to various parts of the Holy Empire, which requires a lot of manpower, material resources, connections, and publicity and cooperation. This cannot be done by one person. Even if Lin Jin could do it, he wouldn't spend so much time and energy doing it. Therefore, subcontracting this matter is also the most appropriate method. He eats a lot of meat, but he always has to give others a sip of soup. Lin Jin has never pursued such trivial things. This can be seen from his previous actions. The layout must be high. Night Messenger, have you considered joining our guild? If you join our guild, you will be the vice president. The entire Thunder Mercenary Group, except for me, is under your command. Women have luxury cars, power and status, everything. Lei Bao, the guild leader of the Lei Ming Mercenary Group, said with a generous invitation. Lei Bao was also very curious about this night messenger who suddenly contacted him and wanted to cooperate with him. No need. I just work for others. I can't help you with anything. Lin Jin looked at Lei Bao in front of him and applied for a deal to trade all the troops to him. Naturally, he knew Lei Bao's name. In his previous life, Lei Bao relied on selling troops to develop and grow the guild and become a holy guild, one of the top 10 guilds in the empire. There is no comparison between Lin Jin's guilds. At that time, Lei Biao was someone Lin Jin needed to look up to. But now, in his eyes, Lei Biao, who will become famous in the future, has become a little person even needs to win over and flatter him. This made Lin Jin feel quite emotional. You just hand over the troops to me with such confidence. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the troops? Lei Bao was stunned for a moment and asked with a surprised look on his face. The price of these arms was already sky high. Lin Jin traded the arms to him so easily, which really made him feel a little dazed. Originally, he had planned to pay first, or mortgage in advance to exchange for Lin Jin's trust and show his strength, but Lin Jin completely broke the plan. You can't run, and you can't escape. Lin Jin's voice was very calm, with an indescribable confidence. Haha, cool brother. Don't worry, I won't run away from my thunderbolt. If I run away, I will have pus on the top of my head, sores on the soles of my feet, and a vast prairie above my head. Lei Bao heard this and said with a bold smile, indeed, it is impossible for him to run away. On the one hand, this is a long-term business, a chicken that lays golden eggs. He is not that kind of small guild, and he will not do it for such a small amount of money. Kill the goose and get the egg. On the other hand, this deal is related to Viscount Roland. If he offends Viscount Roland, he will be wanted throughout the entire Holy Empire, and he will not be able to survive at all. Not to mention facing pursuit by then. The entire Lei Ming mercenary group will be in dire straits. Therefore, Lei Bao will not run away, and he will not be able to run away at all. Sell it out as soon as possible. There are still troops, and all the troops will be refreshed immediately. If you sell out this batch, I will give you the second batch when the money arrives. After Lei Biao took over the troops, Lin Jin continued. These troops are not considered to be all the troops. Good. Lei Bao was stunned and nodded quickly. For him, this is good news. Lin Jin's price is very high, more than 3 times that of these units. But at this stage, it is the most intense fight among players. At that time, a lot of cash was invested in the game, and they began to compete with each other. The construction of buildings in the town took time, which meant that the players had not even developed yet. If they had troops at this time, they could carry out a devastating blow to the enemy, especially those players who use their souls to exchange resources. They already have their own Shunzhan, and they must also have enough guards to guard the town. Otherwise, if the town is captured, all the efforts will be in vain, and instead it will be in vain, being deceived by others. It can be said that they have been trapped and have no choice at all. Lin Jin is single-handedly controlling the development and war of the entire player. Brother, this night messenger is too cruel. His price is so high, why don't you give it a try? How can we earn so much? We still don't know how much this guy got. On the way, a guild officer couldn't help but touch his head and said with a look of displeasure. As a guild leader who works at a low level, Lin Jin naturally understands prices very well, and he also controls the situation very accurately. This soldier, although the transaction was made to Lei Bao, the latter spent a lot of manpower and material resources, but the benefits they could obtain were quite limited. This naturally caused their dissatisfaction. You don't care how much money this guy can get. He is holding the thigh of a dark elf. The dark elf is fighting fiercely with Viscount Roland again. Can you handle that bitch? Lei Bao glanced at him, and then said, the night messenger is a smart man, and he will definitely benefit from it, but he is just a person, and at most he only gets some gold and resources. But our Thunder Mercenary group is different. From this kind of transaction, we can not only gain money, but also connections and reputation, which are all priceless. He is unwilling to join our guild today, and we will make it difficult for him to reach a higher level in the future. Lin Jin wants short-term gains, but Lei Bao wants long-term gains. For Lei Bao, this can allow the entire Laming mercenary group to receive a larger capital injection and then acquire some small guilds and studios to enhance their own strength. As sellers, they also control the initiative, at least when the prices are the same. Only if they have a good relationship with the Thunder Mercenary Group can they purchase their troops. The life and death of many guilds will even be controlled by the Thunder Mercenary Group, in the hands of the core. For Lei Bao, there are too many things that he can operate. The price represented by these is the real opportunity, an opportunity for the Lei Ming Mercenary Group to grow. After Lei Bao left with his troops, he immediately mobilized the resources of the entire guild and worked hard on this matter. In the entire operation of the guild, information about the sales of arms was spread throughout the forum and in every corner of the game in a short period of time. The Thunder Mercenary Group sells troops. Come quickly in large quantities. The maximum troop level reaches level 12. The Thunder Mercenary Group is looking for partners, and partners will have priority in purchasing units. Authoritative certification of Thunder Mercenary Group. Thousands of troops, delivered with one click. The operational power of a guild cannot be matched by an individual. Besides, there are only so many well-known guilds, and many of the guild leaders know each other. The Thunder Mercenary Group was originally a security company. It had a large number of high-end resources and knew many big customers. They only needed to promote it, and they could easily sell their troops. At the same time, along with this news in reality, a large amount of money began to pour into the Thunder Mercenary Group. Lei Bao was also frantically purchasing gold in the market to enhance the power of his legion. At the same time, a large number of guilds began to contact Lei Bao and inquire about the price. President, this business is great. We have obtained authoritative certification, and many people want to place orders. Do they have a choice? This is a strategy game. There are enemies in the game. How many people are being attacked by competing forces and are in danger? If they can purchase these units, they can completely crush their opponents. What we sell is not soldiers, but their lives. Lei Bao leaned on a royal griffin and said calmly. In just half a day, all the first batch of units were pre-sold by Lei Bao. The Players Guild first paid through the trading place and decided what they needed to buy. Arms. With the reputation of the Thunder Mercenary Corps, these guilds naturally chose to believe it, and they also verified and confirmed the strength of the Thunder Mercenary Corps. The first batch of arms will obviously be robbed, and Thunder Explosion will also rely on selling to some big guilds that I know. As well as the guild's strategic partners, I digested this batch of troops internally. This batch of troops seems to be many, but when divided, it is nothing at all. Go, contact the Night Messenger, and we will give him all the money. Lei Bao raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He didn't show his strength before, which always made him feel a little uncomfortable, but now it's not too late. He wants Lin Jin to know that he is definitely the most suitable partner. Knight, Lin Jin's mansion. Lei Bao also came over and handed over the gold and resources he earned to Lin Jin, which was considered as paying off all the money owed to Lin Jin within one day. Unfortunately, his approach did not achieve the expected results. Lin Jin still looked so calm. Master, we only recruited troops from Roland's towns today. There are also some towns in his territory. If we recruit all the troops there, wouldn't we be able to earn more money? Elena asked with a look of amazement and admiration. She had never thought that these arms could be sold at such an exaggerated price. This was simply a money grab. In this world where gold can be exchanged for troops, no one not interested in money. It is possible to earn a lot of gold, but only for this period of time, and this business will not last long. Lin Jin shook his head. His deep pupils looked particularly attractive in the dim room. While he was making money, he was exacerbating the conflict between the orcs and the Crow Principality. Once the war between the two sides broke out, this deal will naturally stop. Moreover, as players build and develop their towns, they will gradually unlock buildings, and then there will be no such shortage of low-level arms. Therefore, this kind of money-grabbing business will not last long. But then again, even if you do something casually, even if you don't do it for a long time, it will still be a huge profit. You can try to trick Roland and see if there is a way to enter the underground prison. I am interested in the Black Dragon King. Lin Jin then ordered. Black Dragon King, this is a super powerful crown-ranked soldier. When Lin Jin saw the Black Dragon King, he had an idea about the Black Dragon King. Yes, master. Alina nodded respectfully. Normally, Lin Jin would be by Alina's side. Everyone only thought that Lin Jin was Alina's slave, and he was just flattering Alina's lap. In fact, Alina is Lin Jin's slave. When no one is around, Alina shows the most humble attitude. The next day, Alina once again paid Viscount Roland a portion of gold and resources. Roland obtained the right to recruit from other towns. Lin Jin also took away all the troops from other towns and sold them to the Thunder Mercenary Group. The latter set up the most reasonable route through towns and portals. Then sell the troops quickly in this way. They have no shortage of people or heroes. If it doesn't work, just let the members of the guild lead the troops and rush to the destination. Now that the Thunderbolt Mercenary Group is in full swing, where can the other guilds meet? Do you have any ideas? Suddenly, a large number of troops began to be invested in the player guild. With this part of the troops, the players continued to conquer and wars broke out. Under this situation, the souls acquired by Lin Jin trading field also ushered in crazy growth. He put the gold he earned into the trading market to acquire more souls at low prices. His approach was undoubtedly an exchange on fire, which further escalated the battle throughout the Holy Empire and became more intense. This is quite so he alone developed 2 exchange shops within the Holy Empire and strictly controlled the acquisition channels. This acquisition channel was full of bloodshed. Damn it! Give me money, we must capture these arms. With these arms, our guild can dominate this area. Stop storing souls, exchange them all, and stud them all. The enemy guild has started to purchase troops. Once the troops are in place, our town will be completely destroyed. Haha, who else can resist me in this area now? Immediately clear out all the surrounding player forces. Even after they die, they still have souls. With this soul, we can exchange it for gold and then buy troops. Damn it, these beasts are crazy. We can no longer hold back. Go collect gold from the market for me. No matter what the price, we must get these troops. If you can cooperate, then cooperate. If you can't cooperate, the worst possible outcome will be death. A large number of conflicts broke out all over the Holy Empire. In order to accumulate gold and buy troops, people had to collect a large number of souls. After obtaining gold and buying troops, people went on to launch wars to obtain more souls, forming a snowball. This formed a cycle, constantly stimulating the entire player group. In this atmosphere, players gradually lost their minds, and conflicts and wars broke out frequently. Hatred made people's eyes red, and they were completely lost. Reason and the development and growth of some guilds. The equally enviable guild is purple. In the overwhelming environment, there are very few people who can stay calm, and there are very few people who can avoid being involved. Everywhere wars continue, and people and money are wasted. But Lin Jin is the only one benefiting from everything. The new week came soon, and Lin Jin made another lot of money. He took the time to return to the desolate forest at night, went to Brianna's town to recruit 4 black dragons, and returned to the city of eternal night with the 4 black dragons. Then he recruited 4 ghost dragons in the city of eternal night. The high-level dragon tomb in the city of eternal night has been built, and together with the high-level dragon cliff where the golden dragon originally existed in the wild, 2 ghost dragons can also be recruited, which makes 4 ghost dragons. In addition, buildings have also begun to be rebuilt one by one. Evaluating his own strength, Lin Jin now has 1 ghost dragon king and 26 14th level ghost dragons. He has built a sacrificial altar and, by paying a small fee, can transform the arms of other creatures into undead arms of the same level. Originally, he only had 21 ghost dragons. The new ghost dragons were the 5 black dragons he obtained from the dungeon the day before the new week. They were all sacrificed and transformed into ghost dragons. Black dragons are expensive, and maintenance costs are also very expensive. Even with Lin Jin's funds, the number of black dragons that can be supported is very limited. Therefore, it is imperative to transform the black dragon into a ghost dragon through sacrifice. However, after recruiting the black dragon can also work part-time. The black dragon is much stronger than the ghost dragon. The reason why Lin Jin was able to let the ghost dragon fight against the black dragon and suppress the black dragon was just because he had the passive of Undead Natural Disaster, coupled with the bonus of strategic treasures, the title of Dragon Slayer, and other bonuses. The undead are cheap, but their combat effectiveness is not strong. The strength of the ghost dragon in front is also based on Lin Jin's leadership. Therefore, before he refreshes the maintenance fee, Lin Jin assigns the black dragon to Uther and Letitia, which can also enhance their strength to a greater extent and enhance the strength of the entire force. They are also from the Dark Camp, and the black dragon will not have its morale lowered too much just because of the different camps. However, after a week of working, the use value of the black dragon is over. Unless a large-scale war broke out immediately, Lin Jin would not be able to raise a large number of black dragons, which would only completely drag down his economy. 1 ghost dragon king and 26 ghost dragons. These creatures alone caused the undead energy on the island to explode. Looking from a distance, one could feel an ominous aura. Fortunately, this is a remote overseas island. If it existed in a place like a desolate forest, it would probably attract the attention of the Holy Empire in an instant. However, these ghost dragons and ghost dragon kings alone are enough to make the Holy Empire eat a pot. The accumulation of this kind of crown power is really scary. Lin Jin left 4 black dragons behind, continued to let Uther and Letitia work, and then left here on the black dragons. Fuqua City. When Lin Jin came back again, he found that the environment in the city was a bit solemn and the atmosphere was not right. Master, the orcs attacked a village and took away all the people. Alina reported respectfully. The relationship between the orcs and the Crow Principality was originally very tense. After Lin Jin came here, he directly lit the fuse. In the following time, he also kept mobilizing the conflict between the two sides. Finally, the orcs couldn't bear it anymore. Straws kept coming up one after another, and when a certain straw fell, the orcs finally launched their revenge. Don't worry, as far as the current situation is concerned, Roland will not let us intervene, and this is just the beginning. Roland will definitely send troops to suppress it next. Lin Jin was very calm and not very happy. He knew that this was nothing. He only made the contradictions and conflicts between the two parties break out further. But this was only the beginning. It would take a period of time to brew to a full scale. Time and a final opportunity. As expected, Roland did not call Lin Jin and Alina, as if nothing had happened. How could Viscount Roland, who was touted to go to heaven, call Alina again? That was simply a slap in the face. If he didn't mention it, Lin Jin and Alina would naturally act as if they didn't know. The new week had come, and Lin Jin continued to recruit troops, and then sold them out. Accompanying with this sale, another hundreds of thousands of gold came into his account. Then he went to other towns and used all the recruitment quotas in the towns. At this special time, the prices of all arms have also increased. Lin Jin, the price sold to the Thunder Mercenary Group, has also increased. But for the Thunder Mercenary Group, they have no choice at all. Maybe when they develop in the future, they will negotiate with Lin Jin again or even replace Lin Jin. But now, he can only listen to Lin Jin's words. In the next few days, conflicts will continue to break out. Once the orcs launch a rebellion, it will definitely cause the entire Crow Principality to be disgusted with the orcs. In the eyes of the nobles of the Crow Principality, this is obviously just a group of the most filthy people. Slaves, how dare you slaughter their people? Therefore, the entire Crow Kingdom has adopted a tough attitude towards the orcs. Although Roland did not call Alina and Lin Jin, he issued an employment order and summoned a large number of bounties. Hunters launch hunting and killing of orcs. Orcs also launch attacks from time to time. Even if they just kill those who come to capture them, they will be described as heinous and unforgivable crimes. Everything has begun to move towards an immeasurable situation developed. In a deep mountain, more than 10 orc chiefs gathered together, but in front of them were more than tens of thousands of humans. Tens of thousands of humans were all tightly tied with ropes, and behind them underneath, there are extremely complex lines engraved on it. These lines are dyed red with blood and look extremely terrifying. The orcs can no longer bear it. Those humans just regard us as filthy slaves and wild dogs. They want to destroy us. If we don't resist, there is only one way to die. We want them to see the anger of the orcs. Orcs will never be slaves. The leading orc hero shouted loudly. His name is Gorshak, and he is also the most brutal and powerful chief. Roar! When an orc heard this, he suddenly looked like a wild beast, with eyes wide open, beating his chest crazily and letting out low roars. The constant conflicts and killings were intertwined with the blood feud between the two sides. Blood and anger has completely overwhelmed their minds, leaving only the fire of hatred burning. Fight! Fight with these humans. Show them the wrath of the orcs. Kill them, kill them. The rest of the orc heroes also shouted loudly, their brutal and ferocious voices resounding throughout the audience, and only the overwhelming murderous intent was left in their eyes. They are gathered here today to unite, pool the power of the orcs, and take revenge on mankind. Kill them and make blood sacrifices to Heavenly Father and Earth Mother. The great Heavenly Father and Earth Mother will give us strength, and we orcs will rise again and crush all enemies. The orcs' belief is not in any dragon god, but in the two powerful souls in their dreams, Heavenly Father and Earthly Mother. This sacrifice is also the guidance that the shaman received from the dream. Blood sacrifice, blood sacrifice, blood sacrifice. All the orcs waved their weapons, and another burly orc came up from behind and walked to the altar. They were all engraved with extremely complex curse marks, like the whispers of demons, which made people look at it with fear in their hearts. These are also orcs who are intended to be sacrificed together, but this is done voluntarily by these orcs. They are willing to sacrifice their souls and fight for the race. This will be their supreme glory. These orcs walking in front of the crowd, another orc shaman came out from behind and surrounded the altar. This is the Dream Shaman, an 8th level soldier among the orcs. But the Dream Shaman, who was born from the orc tribe witches, possess very magical and powerful power and can communicate with spirits. At Unat. After the Dream Witches appeared, they surrounded the captured humans and kept shouting in an obscure ancient language. Immediately afterwards, I saw that all the bloodlines under these people began to glow with red light. The next moment, all the people who were arrested let out a shrill scream. The blood veins on their bodies burst open on their own, and the blood spattered and then merged into the lines on the ground. For a moment, these screams slowly weakened, and then streaks of red light poured into the body of the orc in front again, and all the lines on the latter's body bloomed with light. Oh, these orcs couldn't help roaring. Their eyes were scarlet, and their whole bodies were undergoing earth-shaking changes. Some of the orcs' bodies began to grow taller out of thin air. 12th level Black Panther Warrior. 13th level Cyclops. 14 Angry-Eyed Cyclops. The bodies of orcs contain the blood of demons and humans. They were originally created. The Dream Witches can know the secrets from dreams. They know this sacrifice and can activate the demon blood in the blood of orcs. The number of Cyclops and Angry Cyclops here alone has reached 33, and the number of level 12 Black Panther warriors has reached more than 200. Orcs will never be slaves. After all these orcs were transformed, Gorshak once again raised the big nail stick in his hand and shouted loudly, "Orcs will never be slaves. Orcs will never be slaves. Orcs will never be slaves." Continuous roars kept spreading in the mountains. Ding. Darkness surges, darkness whispers. Ding. The Dark Surge mission has been updated. Lin Jin was checking the recent Roland battle against the orcs to learn about the progress of the war between the two sides. But at this time, a voice sounded in his ear. The legendary mission that had been silent for a long time finally gave him a hint at this time. Dark Surge. Description: the first dark tide has arrived, and darkness has begun to surge. The orcs, unwilling to be enslaved, finally launched the most violent attack on the Holy Empire. Please help the orc camp and help them defeat the powerful of enemies. Reward: adaptive. First ring: orc sacrifice. Description: orc shamans communicate with Heavenly Father and Earth Mother in dreams. They have obtained the method of sacrifice and can use the blood of the enemy to awaken the sleeping demons in the body. But if those who cannot control this power will be completely devoured, and the soul of the creature will neutralize the demon blood in the body. You need to help the orcs moderate this power. Elena, I need go out. Roland will need our help soon. Find a way to gain his further trust. Lin. Jean narrowed his eyes slightly and said to Elena, this surge of darkness arrived earlier than he expected. His intervention really helped the orc tribe. He not only promoted the relationship between the two sides, he also eliminated the traitors in the orc faction who were close to the temple. This made the orcs more unified than ever before. At this time, in his eyes, a dark beam of light rose into the sky. He knew that this was a mission reminder. Also riding the black dragon, quickly moving towards that direction. Orcs will never be slaves. All the orcs roared. After the transformation, they felt that their future was bright, especially because these powerful forces were enough to destroy Roland's town and liberate all the orcs. Moreover, once the battle begins, the orcs who have escaped into the mountains and other places will inevitably gather here. Revenge is at hand. But at this moment, everything suddenly changed, and the movements of the Cyclops and the angry Cyclops became stiff. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes all showed pain. What happened? The cheers stopped suddenly, and Gorshak quickly asked the shaman on the side. However, the shaman shook his head and continued. All power needs to be tested. The test of the dream which is in the dream. If they cannot break through the dream, they will return to the arms of their Heavenly Father and Earth Mother forever. And if they cannot withstand this power, they will not survive. With the words of the shaman, the scene became even more chaotic. The transformed Cyclops and the angry-eyed Cyclops began to go crazy one after another. They kept tearing at their cheeks and tearing at their bodies. They began to torture themselves crazily. The violent aura surging in their bodies made it impossible for them to control themselves. One Cyclops and one Cyclops with angry eyes were self-torturating, and they were also scratched with deep blood marks on their bodies. It was shocking to see, and their blood volume also began to drop crazily. At this level, it won't be long before these Cyclops and angry-eyed Cyclops will lose their lives because of their actions. In the previous life, the orc riot was still a month old after that. The resistance of the orcs was very difficult. They became more and more courageous as they fought, not with a sweeping force. Maybe they started this kind of sacrifice very early, but they lacked enough souls to neutralize the demonic blood in their blood, which led to the sacrifice failed. This delayed the outbreak of the war and gave the Holy Empire a chance. Just hold on. We are the most powerful orc warriors. We will not fail. Goshak roared loudly, and a powerful force enveloped the whole place. This is the effect of the orc trenches, which can enhance the strength of the orcs. On the side, the orc shaman shook his head. He knew that the trenches were ineffective. If the trenches if the effect is effective, then things will be simple. As expected, these Cyclops and angry-eyed giants did not stop their self-abuse and were still attacking themselves. Seeing that their blood volume had dropped to less than half, Geshaka clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and even blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Obviously, he still had a lot of things to do, and the orcs obviously needed this power so much. Why was this happening? He was very unwilling. Black Dragon. At this moment, An orc hero below suddenly looked into the distance and shouted loudly. In the distance, a black dragon was flying quickly towards here. The appearance of this black dragon also disturbed the orcs here as they screamed. The black dragon vibrated its wings and flew over, arriving in the sky above here. At this time, they saw a figure jumping down from the black dragon. He had a white mask on his face and darkness behind him. The cloak fluttered, giving people a very evil feeling. I saw this man flicking his hand, and the soul bottles were opened one by one, and a large number of souls flew out and fell into the bodies of these cyclops and the angry-eyed cyclops. In the soul flying after entering, the masochistic actions of these cyclops and angry cyclops finally stopped, and the painful expressions disappeared. Some of the surrounding Black Panther warriors were about to rush forward, but after seeing this scene, they picked up the pace. Boom! Lin Jin fell from the sky, causing a wave, and the cloak behind him was swaying crazily. Lin Jin's character level has been upgraded to level 10, and he has the combat power of a level 10 unit. His overall personal strength is also very strong, even if he takes risks among them. He is also the leading existence. But at this time, he frowned slightly, but he felt a little dignified. He had released 10,000 souls, but these souls only comforted him for a moment. And then the Cyclops and the angry Cyclops, then he began to struggle again. This means that Cyclops and angry-eyed Cyclops need more souls. Of course, this is also because there are too many Cyclops and angry-eyed Cyclops. Originally, these Cyclops and angry-eyed Cyclops would all be unable to suppress the demon blood in the body and sacrifice it. However, the appearance of Lin Jin undoubtedly changed their fate. Moreover, in the entire game world, only Lin Jin can change the fate of these Cyclops and angry-eyed Cyclops. Alone, because of the Black Dragon, Lin Jin was able to arrive at the first time, at this most critical time. He had previously acquired a large number of souls, and he also carried a large number of soul bottles, which were enough to neutralize the Cyclops. Demonic bloodline. The combination of the two is just enough to save these Cyclops. It can be said that this is something that cannot be replicated. This variable can only be called an accident. These orcs who sacrifice themselves are extraordinary. Originally, they were supposed to die in this sacrifice. If these orcs died, it would only become more difficult to find the next batch of qualified orcs. But Lin Jin saved them. Everything is here, times have changed. Lin Jin also wants to understand this. He knows that the consumption of souls is related to the number of Cyclops and angry-eyed Cyclops. If he is willing to sacrifice some Cyclops and angry-eyed Cyclops, he will naturally not need such a large number of souls. But it was obvious that it was impossible for him to save such a small amount of souls. The stronger their power, the greater their help to Lin Jin. However, a soul bottle appeared in his hand again, releasing 1,000 souls. He sank into the bodies of these Cyclops and angry-eyed giants again, and then opened the soul bottle. Souls poured into the giants in front of him one after another. As for all the orcs around them, they were all stunned. Unknowingly, in a short period of time, Lin Jin had consumed 80,000 souls. At this time, everything finally calmed down. All the Cyclops and angry-eyed Cyclops regained their composure, looking at Lin Jin in front of them with gratitude and curiosity. It was Lin Jin who suppressed their pain and allowed them to return to normal. Ding! Congratulations on your perfect completion of the Dark Emergence mission, the sacrifice of the orcs, and the allegiance of 3 angry Cyclops. Ding! Congratulations on your acquisition of the orcs. Good impression. Owner. When Lin Jin's system prompt sounded, 3 Cyclops, who were as angry as a hill, knelt down towards Lin Jin. They were huge, with red bodies, and their skin was like rocks, full of cracked lines, and the ferocious there is only one huge eye on the head, with an evil aura in its pupils. It holds a large iron nail stick in its hand, and there are many horny spikes emerging from its back. These angry Cyclops even kneeled down on one knee. Their heads were much higher than Lin Jin's, and their huge figures blocked the light shining on Lin Jin. Around them, some orc heroes looked at each other. Obviously, these angry Cyclops should be their subordinates. Why? They all chose to surrender to the man in front of them. Yes, it can be seen from Lin Jin's appearance that he is a human being. Praise be to you, great messenger of darkness. At this time, the shaman held a witch staff in one hand and lowered his head. Generally speaking, shamans have a very special status among the orc tribes. Although they are not chiefs, they have the same status as chiefs. Even the chiefs have to ask the shamans about their rights from time to time. Such a group of extremely independent shamans bowed their heads and saluted. This simply shocked a large number of orcs. Dark person, Goshak frowned and looked at Lin Jin. The shaman had previously predicted that with the surge of darkness, the whole world would be in great turmoil, and in the surge of darkness, a dark messenger would appear to help orc. Now, Lin Jin is perfectly integrated with the dark messenger, especially the unique aura exuding from him. The shaman has also seen it when traveling in the dreamland. However, Gorshak is still dubious in his heart. If it is normal, if a human dared to claim to be the dark messenger, he would have chopped him into pieces long ago. But Lin Jin's appearance has saved so many orcs, and there are 3 angry-eyed cyclops who are still loyal to Lin Jin. So things are completely different. "Who are you?" Goshak asked in a deep voice, his voice buzzing like thunder. "I, the messenger of the night, am also the messenger of darkness. In this time of darkness, I am here to help you orcs and guide you so that you will not be destroyed." Lin Jin's voice came from behind the mask, but the mask covered his expression, making it unpredictable. Thousand Faces. The description of this mask has the title of the Messenger of Darkness, and it is the walking dark dragon god Malasa. Messenger on Earth. The orcs will not be destroyed. The orcs will defeat all enemies. Goshak hammered his chest with his fist, with a surging fighting spirit in his eyes. The orcs could not save the talented warriors of their own clan just now. The orcs were now reduced to slaves, unable to survive or die. The orcs could not defeat thousands of angels and tens of thousands of paladins. Lin Jin's voice was still calm. Hearing this, Gorshak's face was extremely ugly, with anger in his eyes, and even his fists were tightly clenched. He couldn't live, he couldn't die. The situation of the orcs made Gorshak feel that all the time angry. He wanted to find some reason to refute, but he couldn't find any reason at all. As for the other orc heroes, they all looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? Do humans have thousands of angels? How can we be opponents? Thousands of angels, and tens of thousands of paladins. These numbers alone are enough to frighten people's hearts. They immediately aroused the shock and attention of all the orcs. Because Lin Jin had just saved the orcs and was the messenger of darkness, so they instinctively, everyone believed Lin Jin's words. "Chief Gorshak, please watch your words and deeds. The dark messenger is here to help us orcs." A shaman also turned his gaze to Gorshak and said calmly. There was a warning in his calm words. The situation of the orcs is not good now, and their future is bleak. They have to fight against it. The enemy is the most powerful force in the world. Just now, they almost lost the most powerful warriors in the tribe. Now, they have finally seen a brighter hope. How could they hope that Gorshak would be like this? Dash their hopes. Sorry, Darkbringer, no offense intended. Chief Goshak listened to the unkind words of the shaman, then looked at the forest ember and the angry cyclops in front of him, and finally lowered his head and said. The impulse in his heart came and went quickly. To a certain extent, generally speaking, orcs are indeed suitable to be coolies, and they are not bothered by this. It's just that coolies are humans and slaves are livestock. There is naturally a big difference between the two. Nightbringer, you are the hero of the dungeon. You are from Roland, and it was you who destroyed our mountain tribe. At this moment, an orc behind pushed aside the orc blocking the road in front, walked towards Lin Jin with his eyes wide open. Although Lin Jin faded out of the orc's sight behind him, there were still orcs who remembered him, especially the 2 who were killed in the past. The orc tribe he destroyed. This orc was undoubtedly the orc in the tribe that Lin Jin burned down. Everyone around him was in an uproar again. Many people looked at Lin Jin in confusion. Even some shamans also looked at Lin Jin. Roland has issued a reward to eradicate an orc tribe. If I don't go, someone else will naturally go, and that tribe will only die. I attacked this tribe first, but I only burned the tribe and drove away a large number of orcs. I was saving the orcs of this tribe. As for you mountain tribes, you are disgrace and traitors among the orcs. Not only did you not accept the fleeing tribesmen and shut them out, you actually treated Roland with such respect. Lin Jin stared at the orc, and his tone was still so calm. Since he dared to attack, he naturally had a countermeasure. The chief just wants to protect us. He doesn't want the orcs to die. The orc lowered his head, lacking confidence and obviously feeling a little ashamed. He was obviously convinced by Lin Jin. Their original tribe was indeed more submissive to the Crow Principality, and their chief had indeed been trying to please the Crow Principality. Especially after wandering, seeing how the Crow Principalities treated the remaining orcs made him feel ashamed of his previous life. Therefore, you should be grateful that you are still alive. If I hadn't considered this reason, no one in your tribe would have been able to escape. Lin Jin said coldly. Get back. The shaman immediately scolded the orc and asked him to retreat. But at this time, he trusted Lin Jin even more and looked at Lin Jin with a friendlier look. The other orcs around him also nodded, obviously. Everyone felt that Lin Jin was on their side at that time. On the one hand, he was a traitor to the orcs. On the other hand, Lin Jin was still alive, so it was obvious that he did not really want to be an enemy of the orcs. Even Gorshak didn't like Lin Jin. Lin Jin's vigilance was reduced a lot, and he began to believe that Lin Jin was a partner of the orcs. Dark Messenger, I wonder what we orcs should do next. Goshak was the first to ask, obviously not as alert as before. Among these orc chiefs, Gorshak is the leader. In the future, Gorshak will lead a large number of orc heroes to launch an attack on the Crow Principality. The war, the fierce offensive, like a strong wind sweeping away fallen leaves, made countless people tremble with fear. In the Principality of Crow, the name of Gorshak can stop babies from crying at night. The first thing is to win over the rest of the orc tribes and conquer the centaurs, jackals, and goblins, especially the centaur tribe. The centaur tribe must be conquered in the shortest possible time. Lin Jin said in a deep voice. The orcs are in the stronghold camp, and the centaurs and gnolls are both arms in the stronghold camp. Under the control of the Crow Principality, the orcs have no towns at all, and even they live in the form of tribes. There are no centaurs and gnolls. The centaurs and gnolls in the wild are mainly scattered wild lairs. Among them, there are also a large number of centaur and gnoll communities living in the mountains to the north. Now, Lin Jin is also used their power. Centaurs are not weak, but what use are gnolls and goblins? They are also too weak. Gorshak asked doubtfully. It can be seen that he is very contemptuous of goblins and gnolls. Most of the centaurs are 5 to 7 level troops, and their strength is not weak. Among them, the centaur predators and centaurs wanderers are all tier 8 arms and are powerful. However, in comparison, goblins and gnolls are almost all tier 1 to 2 arms. Some of the goblin hunters who venture out are tier 4 arms, but that is almost the pinnacle of goblins. The orcs have always looked down upon these goblins. Do you have the ability to recruit them? Do you need my help? Lin Jin didn't answer, but asked directly. He didn't want every decision to be made clearly, just like how he treated Brianna before. He only gave orders, and others only needed to complete them. He also, from this aspect, we must slowly establish our own authority, so that the orcs will regard obeying their orders as a habit. Of course, there is no problem with that. Recruiting them is easy. Gorshak patted his chest and responded. Even if the orcs have not transformed so much elite combat power, the orcs can make the centaurs surrender, not to mention that they have added so many first-class troops. Very good. I look forward to your success. Before you win over the rest of the orc tribes, you should temporarily curb your attack trends and transfer the population and strength of these orc tribes to prepare to abandon them. Lin Jin took out a map and marked several orc tribes on it. If you look carefully, you will find that these places are the most important places closest to towns and fortresses, as well as some transportation arteries, which are strategic places. These places are currently where Roland is preparing to march. Roland is not an idiot, and an idiot cannot sit in the position of Viscount. However, it can be seen from some of Roland's greedy methods that the latter's mind is still flexible. Give up these places. Goshak frowned slightly and looked at these villages. Not only him, but the other orc chiefs also frowned, especially the chiefs of these orc villages. These are all important strategic locations, and Roland will inevitably attack the orc tribe here. On this point, Lin Jin wanted to explain. The orcs didn't mind recruiting centaurs, goblins, and jackals. It was to enhance their own strength anyway. But giving up their own tribe was no small matter. Now that we have added so many troops, we can completely defend the enemy's attack. An orc chief held his head high and said confidently, "If we defend the attack, we will not gain any practical benefits, but it will attract the attention of the entire Crow Principality. By then, a large number of bounty hunters and holy knights will come to support this place and fight against the orcs. If we continue to win, the number of enemies we face will increase several times, and a full-scale war between the Holy Empire and the orcs will also break out. We can defend once or twice, but we cannot defend all the time. If the war breaks out early, we will not have enough strength to defend all the orc tribes. By then, the orcs will be fighting everywhere, like a piece of loose sand, and countless orcs will be killed or injured." Lin Jin seemed to be stating something, but when he stated it, he used us to better deepen the relationship between him and the orcs. This subtle influence will make the orcs trust him more. With his words, the original self-confidence of all the orcs gradually disappeared, but became more solemn. In the early days of the Orc Rebellion, both sides suffered casualties, but no matter what, the Crow Principality still had the upper hand. This was just the Crow Principality and Roland's territory. If the target is the Holy Empire, no matter how arrogant the orcs are, they will not dare to say that they can win. If we give up these tribes, Lin Jin's voice sounded again in the silence, and everyone's eyes turned around again. First, we can preserve our strength and reduce the casualties of the orcs. Second, we can paralyze Roland and the Holy Empire so that they will not be so afraid of the orcs. Third, it is impossible for Roland to be stationed in the places we give up. These places will become Roland's weaknesses. Once we launch a counterattack, we can sweep Roland's territory in an instant and pose the most deadly threat to him. With the next words, a light flashed in Lin Jin's eyes, and the atmosphere in the whole place became chilly. Through Lin Jin's words, all the orcs seemed to see the unprepared Templar Legion before the orcs' sneak attack. In the middle, it was turned into ashes and corpses were scattered everywhere. This made them feel a little chilly. This attack was so deadly that it did not even give the enemy any time to react. Thinking of this, some orc heroes looked at Lin Jin and became even more afraid. "Okay, we all listen to you." Goshak also had a solemn look on his face and replied very seriously. His words represent the opinions of the orcs. This approach is cruel enough and is also very beneficial to the orcs. "Shaman, can you continue to perform this kind of sacrifice? Can you continue to transform Cyclops and Angry Cyclops?" Lin Jin turned his attention to the shaman, transforming the orcs into the 12th level Black Panther warrior, the 13th level Cyclops, and the 14th level Angry Cyclops. This kind of power is too strong, and only this kind of power can be possessed by the orcs. Challenge the power of the Holy Empire. At any time, the crown troops are the core strength. No, the leading shaman shook his head and continued. Only when the tide of darkness surges can sacrifices be performed, and only the bravest orc warriors can gain power. The next wave of dark tide will not come yet, and here are all the qualified orc warriors in our tribe. Sure enough, this kind of sacrifice is not that simple. If you want to gain any power, you have to pay a certain price, and just by relying on so many life sacrifices, there is absolutely no way to obtain these 33 crown troops and 212th level Black Panther warriors. This was within Lin Jin's expectation, but he did not seem disappointed. The only thing he has to confirm is the time when the dark tide surges and the most suitable time for sacrifice, and then try his best to seize every wave of darkness to maximize the power of the orcs. The 1,000 angels and 10,000 holy knights he mentioned before were an exaggeration, but the foundation of the entire Holy Empire is definitely very powerful, so no matter how he improves the strength of the orcs, it is not an exaggeration. On the contrary, this is helping him consume the power of the Holy Empire. Before the next wave of darkness comes, you still need to be patient for the time being. You can first place the main force in the northern mountains and use it as your base camp. I will find a way to provide you with food. After confirming the dark tide and precautions, Lin Jin continued. Only the shaman can know the dark tide in dreams. Only when the dark tide is about to surge the shaman will know. This is full of uncertainty. But before the next wave of darkness comes, Lin Jin does not want to conflict with the Crow Principality. He wants to accumulate strength and make another steady wave. Thank you for your generosity and kindness. Hearing this, Gorshak also nodded and said humbly, if Lin Jin is willing to give them food, then it won't be so difficult for them to persist in the mountains for a while. The reason why the orcs don't flee there is because it is not suitable for survival there, and there is not much food. Without further ado, you all get ready now. Lin Jin nodded and didn't care. After hearing this, the orcs around him retreated one after another. Lin Jin did not leave, but followed Gorshak and the orc shaman and began to command the entire orcs tribe, ensure the progress of the plan. The orcs have relatively simple minds. They were wary of Lin Jin at first, but now they regard Lin Jin as one of their own. Therefore, they are all willing to listen to Lin Jin's opinion. At this time, the entire Orc Alliance also took action. On a main road, Knight Ryan of the Crow Principality is leading his legion and a group of affiliated player forces to attack the Orc tribe. Knight is not a simple title, but a real title of nobility, the lowest noble. In the Holy Empire, anyone who has the title of Knight is considered a hero with a name, controls a certain amount of troops, and has his own fiefdom and town. In peaceful times, a knight is still very noble. After all, it is not easy to establish meritorious service and become a knight. As a knight, Ryan is also very eager for war. Only when war occurs can he establish meritorious deeds and be promoted to a higher level noble. Dirty orcs, let you be a rich addition to my medal of merit. Ryan's eyes flashed with ambition, and he asked the whole army to speed up. Soon, Ryan finally led his people to an orc tribe. For Ryan, this kind of place without city walls and no troops stationed, they're just a bunch of trash with no threat at all. Attack. After Ryan arrived here, he directly announced the attack. In an instant, hundreds of griffins in the sky all flew up and flew towards the orc tribe, and the silverback wolves on the ground also scurried quickly. Get up and rush towards the orc tribe. At the same time, a large number of spearmen, halberdiers, defenders, and battle priests also rush forward. The holy knight of the temple is coming. Run away. Run away, run away. Run, everyone, run away quickly. The arrival of the griffin finally caused an uproar in this dead tribe. The orcs inside didn't even fight. They all fled in panic and ran for their lives. The orcs were very strong in physique. They all ran away at a very fast speed. Not slow. However, under the pursuit of these griffins and silverback wolves, there were still many orcs who had no time to escape. Their heads were scratched by the claws of the griffins, and the silverback wolves pounced on them and bit them, leaving a lot of people behind. Xiao's body. A battle that ended soon. Knight Ryan. The rebellion has ended. The orcs have fled after hearing the news, leaving only the old and weak. We also captured a group of orcs. A Templar hero came to Ryan and said respectfully. Ryan followed Viscount Roland and was respected by Viscount Roland, but he was also a knight himself, and he also had heroes from the Templar who were loyal to him. Since they are all worthless, old, and weak orcs, let's kill them all and burn them all in this tribe. Ryan Knight had no expression on his face and said in an indifferent tone, yes. With the attack of the Templar soldiers, all the captured orcs were executed on the spot, and then the orc tribe also ignited a huge fire. The flames rose and could be seen from a distance. In the distance, the orcs who had just left the tribe were the orcs who escaped among them also stopped one after another. They looked back at their homes that were on fire, with the light of hatred reflected in their pupils. Look no further. Follow the orders of Chief Goshak and the guidance of the Dark Messenger. One day we will return this pain to the Holy Church. One person said firmly. The faces of the other orcs also became determined. They resolutely continued to rush towards the uninhabited mountains in the distance. This scene happened in all the orc villages marked on the map. Those orc villages were all only some of the old and weak were left behind, and they collapsed without a fight, easily handing over their tribe to the knights of the Holy Empire. The latter also chose to burn it. They didn't even want to pursue the orcs. As long as they burned the orcs' homes, they would if they drove away, they wouldn't even be able to endure it. In the past few days, as the Holy Knight's success stories kept coming, Viscount Roland finally relaxed again, and the entire Crow Principality also turned its attention away from Roland's territory. Come back. Now it seems that the orcs are still the same orcs, so they have no qualifications to fight against the powerful Crow Principality. As the most powerful force on this continent, the Holy Empire has deep roots, luxuriant branches, and cannot be shaken. As for the orcs, they are just a poor. How can a weak and stupid race have the right to be an enemy of the Holy Empire? This is just a small thing. Viscount Roland, news just came that there was an orc attack on the Black Mountain tribe, and the people in another small village were robbed. Just when Roland relaxed, another piece of news came. Roland opened the map and found that the Dark Tribe was already in a remote place. He was not even sure whether his town was there. Great Viscount Roland, it seems that those orcs also know your great strength and do not dare to be your enemy. They only dare to vent their anger in such a remote place, where your glory cannot shine. Besides, Alina said with a chuckle, Snort, send a message to Knight Ryan to go to the Black Mountain tribe and continue the pursuit. No matter how far these orcs run, they can't escape my grasp. Roland said lightly. Originally, he didn't want the Legion to continue pursuing, but after hearing Alina's words, for some reason, he didn't want to simply let the orcs go. A place where the glory can't shine? Why does it sound so bad? Those stupid orcs are just causing me trouble. At night, a black dragon stopped in front of the gate of Fuqua City, and a figure jumped down. Open the door. Seeing Lin Jin appear, the Legion guards guarding the city all had serious expressions on their faces and stepped aside without any intention of interrogating. As Roland's trusted bounty hunter, Elena has great power. As Alina's servant, Lin Jin also has certain rights. Mansion room. Owner. Elena shouted respectfully. How have you been these days? Lin Jin sat on the main seat and asked as usual. Roland continued to launch attacks on orcs. He also increased the purchase price of orcs and lowered the selling price of orcs, intending to cause the entire Crow Principality to arrest orcs and further expand the dispute. Roland also trusted me more. I proposed to him the intention of purchasing the Black Dragon, and he agreed, but it required 3 times the gold and resources. We can take this opportunity to enter the Black Dragon King's dungeon. Alina began to tell Lin Jin everything that happened. One more thing, the Thunder Mercenary group you are working with has made some small moves. They should want to contact Viscount Roland themselves and gain the trust of Viscount Roland. At the end, Alina mentioned the Thunder Mercenary group again. She has been in the city all the time, which is equivalent to monitoring Viscount Roland, and she also discovered the small moves of the Thunder Mercenary group. In front of the Dark Elves who are good at playing tricks. The rest are all younger brothers, especially since they can instinctively see through the enemy's lies. As for the Thunder Mercenary group, they had no chance to catch up with Viscount Roland, but after Lin Jin sold them troops, they invested a large amount of funds. They also acquired a lot. Through this orc turmoil, they also stood firmly on Roland's side, captured the orcs, and made friends with Roland. With their impressive military strength and record, they were also considered to have entered Roland. Sight. Lin Jin nodded and didn't say much. He has always had a clear understanding of the guild composed of capital. He has never truly trusted the Thunder Mercenary group. The reason why he cooperated with the latter was only because of the level of the soldier was slightly higher, which would save him a lot of worries. As for the later stage, he had already said that this job of selling arms would not last long. The next day, Lin Jin acted as if nothing had happened and traded to Lei Ming for employment, part of the core, and then purchased food from the Thunder Mercenary group at low prices. In fact, the strength of the Thunder Mercenary group has grown, which has certain benefits for Lin Jin. They will attack the orcs to a greater extent, which will arouse the orcs' deeper hatred and strengthen promote the resistance consciousness of the entire orcs. This idiot may really think that he can use our Thunder Mercenary group at will. After seeing Lin Jin leave, a member of the Thunder Mercenary group said with contempt, "Some people just don't know the heights of the world. He should be immersed in the joy of earning bounty tasks now." The corners of Lei Bao's mouth also raised slightly, with a playful smile on his angular face. He wanted to see what this player who was lucky enough to have embraced the Dark Elf would do after he knew that he was being plotted against. Expression. These young people have never experienced the beatings of society. Hey. Hearing this, The surrounding players also showed playful and obscene smiles. Obviously, they also wanted to see Lin Jin's desperate expression. This must be very interesting. Okay, everyone, let's disperse. Quickly buy some food and grass for our uncle, and then go and push all the orcs to the ground for me. As long as you successfully make a comeback and take over the military channels here, I'll treat you to my old place. Everyone can have fun. Lei Bao clapped his hands and gestured with a few raised middle fingers on his right hand, which looked meaningful. Yes, boss. The corners of everyone's mouths raised unconsciously, feeling the rush of adrenaline, and they dispersed one after another. Recently, the entire Thunder Mercenary group has become famous and has become a rising star in the Holy Empire. The limelight is unparalleled for a while, and the core members of the entire guild have gained a lot of benefits. This also made them very motivated. As time passed, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Under Lin Jin's order, the orcs temporarily settled down and then launched some small sneak attacks on the surface, but secretly they were accumulating strength. When he had time, he would go on some bounty missions with Alina to earn money. Because the orcs slowed down their attacks and took the initiative to show weakness, the Crow Principality finally slowly shifted its attention away from the orcs. Even Roland no longer pays much attention to this matter. The daily success reports make him feel that the orcs cannot make any waves at all, and as long as they are driven away, they will only die. On this day, the mountains in the north are embers. Come here as usual and participate in the orcs' decision-making. The mountains to the north are no man's land. Food cannot be grown here, and there are no creatures to hunt. After strategically abandoning it, this place has become the base camp of the orcs. There will be more every day. The orcs are gathering here, planning to participate in the Battle of Revenge. Lord Dark Messenger, we have convinced the Centaur tribe, and there are already 3,000 centaurs willing to join us. This name is the Centaur leader. Goshak came to Lin Jin and said with a proud face. Beside him, there was an extremely strong centaur warrior. Its upper body was a human torso, including hands and head, and its lower body was a horse body, also including the torso and legs, and he is holding a long bow in his hand and a basket of feather arrows on his back. The centaur leader, for the centaur, is like the horse king among the horses. There will only be one. Hello, great Lord Dark Messenger. I am willing to lead the centaurs to join the army, obey orders, and fight for freedom. The centaur leader bowed his head and said respectfully, Centaurs are also hunted slaves. In the past, they fought for humans, and after the war, they also received the rewards they deserved, becoming slaves. Centaurs are accustomed to freedom by nature. Centaurs, on the other hand, were the first to break away from the human camp and come to the wild. So under the sincere invitation of the orcs, the centaurs also agreed. Centaurs also belong to the orcs, and they also have the same character as these orcs. Welcome you to join. We will usher in freedom. Lin Ji nodded, and then turned his gaze to the wizard beside him. Shaman, is the dark tide coming soon? Well, it's almost here. I can already feel the dark whispers. Then let's get ready for a big fight. Centaur, it's time for you to perform. When Lin Jin heard this, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and he turned his gaze to the centaur leader. After enduring for so long and preparing for so long, it is time to move on to the next step of the plan and give the Holy Empire the most violent blow. The centaur warriors can't wait for a long time. The centaur leader responded in a deep voice, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. It was dawn in the early morning, and a remote village was once an ordinary village, but now a large number of bounty hunters gathered together. The village seemed to have become a city that never sleeps, and the strong and exciting atmosphere here could be felt from a distance. Because Roland kept raising the price of orcs and summoned the help of temple heroes in the name of Viscount, he also attracted more bounty hunters and temple heroes. Bounty hunters are here to make money. Templar heroes are here for power. They followed the direction of the orcs' attack and were attracted to this place little by little. They kept attacking the orcs active in this remote place and hunted down the orcs. At the entrance of the village and town, 2 teams of sentries can be seen standing guard here. After a while, a group of bounty hunters left the village. The early bird catches the worm, so let's find our worm now. One person was joking with his companions. Hey, hey, hey. There was a burst of echoing laughter all around. Bounty hunters have no concept of day and night, only when they can make money and when they can't. In their view, night raids and morning ambushes are obviously better at catching orcs. I really envy these bounty hunters. They really made a fortune. A sentry guard said with some envy. He applied to become a sentry guard, but the money he could earn was not as good as this group of bounty hunters. Seeing these bounty hunters lavishly spending money every day, he could only keep guarding hard. Here in the town, he was naturally a little envious. But in his envious eyes, he saw that the bounty hunters in front of him who were about to leave his sight seemed to have encountered an accident, but everyone ran madly towards the direction of the village. Come over. Look, what happened there? The sentry shouted with a frown. The people around him also turned their eyes. As they watched, the bounty hunters running back fell down one after another. Next, for a moment, smoke and dust filled the sky, and a torrent rushed towards here. Enemy attack. The next moment, a hissing and lung-splitting voice sounded. This voice instantly woke up the sleeping town. Some people in the town also began to wake up from their slumber, and some people left their rooms, looking puzzled. At this time, the enemy in the distance was approaching. Centaur warrior. Seeing the centaur warriors in front of them, all the sentry guards showed a trace of fear. Centaur warriors. These are not ordinary warriors. They are powerful. But haven't the centaur warriors already moved away from this place? Why are they here? Appearing here at this time. In their frightened eyes, they saw hard, feathered arrows coming over from high in the sky. Put up the shield. The sentry guards shouted loudly, and everyone raised the hard shield in their hands. Whoosh! The next moment, a dense rain of arrows fell from the sky, but the sharp arrows fell like meteorites and shot directly through the sentry guard's shield. Pierce it. With just one wave of attacks, these sentries were shot into sieves. The arrows of these centaur warriors were not ordinary arrows, and their longbows were not ordinary bows. Ordinary humans could not draw them away at all. Bow. After shooting these sentries, the centaur warriors had already rushed to the town. At this time, bounty hunters and players also came out of the town. Centaur warrior. A bounty hunter just came out, and the shadow of the centaur was reflected in his eyes. Collapse. But then, an arrow sank into his head and shot through his head. Attack! Attack! In the town, more and more bounty hunters and heroes began to gather, and they finally began to launch a counterattack. However, they saw griffins and royal griffins taking off one after another, and at the same time, silverback wolves also rushed out. Phew! The griffins let out sharp screams and flew into the sky. But at the next moment, precise arrows shot at these griffins and the royal griffin, and the arrows accurately penetrated into the latter's body. Ouch! Not just griffins, but silverbacks in general. Even though silverbacks have rough skin and thick flesh, there are not many of them. Whenever they appear in front of the centaurs, they will be killed by a round of focused fire. In a short period of time, one enemy after another was shot through. It was like a sniper rifle with amazing power. Wild centaurs accompany bows and arrows all day long and have superb shooting skills. They are much more powerful than ordinary centaurs. Their strength, the lowest level, is 5, and most of them reach level 7, and their combat effectiveness is very strong. Moreover, there are a lot of centaur warriors here, more than 500. But the defenders here only have 1,000 people, and most of them were first and second level troops, and they were no match for the centaurs. One after another, the enemies were shot and killed without any backhand power. Ouch! Around, with bursts of wolf, like howlings, a jackal was rushing towards here quickly. Jackals are also orcs, and they are much weaker than ordinary orcs, but their speed soon. They could be regarded as high-quality cannon fodder. The orcs relied on their own force to forcibly conquer this group of gnolls. One enemy after another was shot, and in the face of the centaur's mobility, they could not even reach the centaur. Moving and shooting. This is the centaur's strongest point. They can even rely on this to kite. It didn't take long for the defenders here to be completely defeated, and the gnolls rushed in and robbed everyone. Loot the treasure here. After the looting, all the centaurs and jackals did not stay here and left directly, heading towards the next target. Like this village, a total of 3,000 centaur warriors were divided into 3 groups at almost the same time. 5 groups launched attacks on more than 5 towns. After launching the attack, they quickly left and entered the next battlefield, where they began to snipe at some bounty hunters and heroes stationed in tents in the wild. They were originally defeated all the way and were constantly being hunted. The orcs launched a counterattack so unexpectedly. It was a centaur warrior that had never appeared before. The sun finally slowly rose from the horizon, and the sunlight shone on Roland's territory again. But at this time, waiting for Roland, however, the battle reports were like snowflakes. These battle reports were no longer victory reports, but news of defeat. For a moment, the entire Crow Principality was shocked. Damn it! How could these orcs be so cunning? When did they get the support of centaurs and jackals? They are looking for death. In the hall, Roland shouted angrily. In this short period of time, more than 6 towns were attacked, and a large number of bounty hunters and heroes were destroyed. It was not unbearable. The loss was still a part, and the bigger part was, but it was about saving face. He felt that his face had been slapped hard by the orcs. He could think that he would become a shame in the Crow Principality and become a topic of conversation for others. The dignified Viscount of the Crow Principality was actually deflated in the hands of the orcs. Could it be that is he worse than an orc? Viscount Roland, it seems that those dirty orcs have not learned their lesson, but are determined to be your enemy. I am willing to help you for free to defeat these orcs. Alina also said solemnly on her seat, but her tone made Roland feel that she was unable to defeat the orcs. It must be said that Elena was very confident about Roland's psychological speculation of, how could a mere centaur warrior be my opponent? Since these orcs are seeking death themselves, it's not up to me. Roland's face was gloomy, with a ruthless look in his eyes, and he continued, go ahead and mobilize all the holy knights in the territory and let them lead the legion to suppress the orcs. Holy knights, this is the truly powerful force under his command. Only holy knights have the most regular legion. Originally, he did not forcefully recruit all holy knights. Once there is a sign, it will really mean the outbreak of war. But after being so violently attacked by the orcs, he finally couldn't help it anymore. Yes. Everyone in the hall responded in a deep voice. They all knew that Roland was completely angry this time. Here are all Roland's direct subordinates, and some are also knights. After the order was conveyed, a large number of troops rushed out, began to gather together, and began to advance from all over the country. In this case, Roland even added fuel to the fire and began to release a large number of bounty tasks. More players and bounty hunters were like sharks smelling the smell of blood. Generally speaking, people are rushing over. Especially the Thunder Mercenary group. They also saw the best opportunity to gather their troops at the first time and move towards the goal. Now is the time when Roland's anger is at its peak. If you perform meritorious deeds at this time, you will definitely win Roland's favor. Enemies are coming in droves. Lin Jin also began to send centaurs, in a guerrilla style, to continuously run and sneak attack the various legions that came to support. Centaur not only has superb archery skills, but also has extremely powerful mobility. Once it encounters a weak enemy, Centaur will directly attack, annihilate the enemy with mounted shooting, and quickly clean up the battlefield. Once they encountered a powerful enemy, they all quickly evacuated without any hesitation. This method of attack simply makes the enemy exhausted and has no solution at all. It also attracts all the attention to the remote battlefield. If they want to truly annihilate this group of centaurs, they must continuously compress the enemy's movement range, and this cannot be achieved overnight. Dark Messenger, the power of darkness is increasing. Last night, Father and Mother gave us some hints. There is a community of behemoths in the mountains in the north. I wonder if you can help us conquer this community of behemoths. The orc shaman said respectfully to Lin Jin. Gorshak on the side also looked at Lin Jin with conviction. The orcs' counterattack in the past few days has defeated the Holy Empire and won one after another, and they suffered very few casualties. This not only allowed them to obtain a large amount of loot, but also liberated many tribesmen and attracted more tribesmen to join. All thanks to Lin Jin. Ding! You triggered the epic mission, the Sleeping Behemoth. The Sleeping Behemoth. Description: a group of behemoths have awakened from their slumber, which seems to mean that God is helping the orcs, but it seems that the orcs are not very sure about conquering this group of behemoths. Rewards. Orc friendship, A lot of character experience, a lot of reputation, lots of gold, lots of resources. Nature. Lin. Jean nodded. Even if there is no epic mission, Lin Jean will help these orcs. Sometimes, the rewards cannot simply rely on the mission, but the rewards Lin Jean obtains from the mission are insignificant. Jin now pays more attention to the power of the orcs. The increased power of the orcs will allow him to gain greater benefits. Moreover, Lin Jean is also very interested in Beeman. The orcs' crown troops are the Cyclops and the Angry Cyclops. They're the most advanced building that can be built in a stronghold town, and creatures like Beeman, strictly speaking, do not belong to the orc stronghold camp. This is considered a neutral camp. Of course, even if it is a neutral camp, Beeman is biased towards the orc camp. Thank you, generous Darkbringer. The shaman bowed his head and said gratefully, without further ado, let's go now. The situation is relatively stable now, and the enemies are also fighting steadily, trying to surround and compress the centaurs, so Lin Jean has nothing to worry about. Yes, the Dark Messenger. Soon, Gorshak mobilized the Cyclops and Angry Cyclops in the clan, followed Lin Jean and the shaman, and headed deeper into the northern mountains. He only led the crown troops, which could greatly speed up the march. And for Beeman, the effectiveness of low-level units is negligible. In fact, relying on the strength of the orcs themselves is completely enough to defeat Beeman. After all, a total of 33 champion units are enough to crush everything. But because Lin Jean was of great help to the orcs, and he had become the backbone of the orcs would subconsciously seek his advice. During the contact process, Lin Jean kept erecting his majesty. The northern mountains are truly a place where no grass grows and no birds poop. The further they walked inside, the hotter it became. They didn't know how long they had walked, but Lin Jean and others saw a vast rock wall as sharp as a knife. In front of the rock wall, a huge figure like a hill could be seen. Behemoth, also known as Behemoth, is huge in size, even compared to the glaring Cyclops, but it has a dog-like body and is covered with thick gray-black hair. It also looks a bit like a gorilla, and its face extremely ferocious. The most feared thing is its claws. Its claws are extremely long. Those claws alone can rival all kinds of magical weapons. Roar! After seeing the uninvited guests coming, the behemoth beast suddenly let out a roar. Then on the rock wall above, figures as huge as hills jumped out from a stone wall nest. Boom! A huge figure fell from the sky and landed hard on the ground, shattering the hard earth and sending gravel flying. This behemoth, however, was covered in gray, white hair, with a large body shape and imposing manner. All have been improved. Ancient Behemoth. 14th, level crown, ranking unit. Boom, boom, boom. As the ancient behemoths fell, another huge figure jumped down from the rock wall. There were a total of 12. Among them, 7 were 13th level behemoths and 5 were 14th level ancient behemoths. All the behemoths were behemoth and ancient behemoth all gathered together, looking at the Cyclops and the glaring Cyclops in front of them with caution. Although behemoth and ancient behemoth were powerful, their numbers were limited after all. There were 33 enemies in front of them. At this time, the shaman came forward. He spoke an obscure language and started to communicate with these behemoths. There are some things that players cannot control, such as special characters in some camps, which often have special abilities. Not to mention their combat effectiveness, but they are sometimes the backbone of the entire force. Lin Jean couldn't help but think of the Faceless Men, the most loyal messengers of the dark dragon god Melassa. If it weren't for them, Lin Jean wouldn't have been able to enter in such a simple way at this time. The Faceless Man who can predict future turmoil is also very mysterious. Not long after, the shaman walked back to Lin Jean. I have already communicated with these ancient behemoths. If we can defeat them and give them enough food in the future, then they are willing to fight for us. The orcs now are the masters of destiny. Their rise is the general trend. This is their moment. Therefore, the result of these negotiations is like giving it away. You know, there are 33 Cyclops here alone. And the Angry Cyclops, which are nearly 3 times as powerful as Beeman. Defeating them is a piece of cake. In addition, there are heroes leading this side, and their strength will only become stronger. Well, let's fight. Lin Jean nodded without hesitation. Fighting. Gorshak no longer hesitated. He raised the nail stick in his hand and roared loudly. His voice was like thunder on the ground, but it seemed to awaken the bloody nature of all the orcs. Only a huge cyclops and an angry cyclops could be seen. The pupils became red, and the muscles all over the body swelled and became stronger. Roar. Following that, all the cyclops and angry cyclops also looked up to the sky and roared. Warcry effect. In an instant, many buffs were added to the cyclops and angry cyclops, and their combat power was greatly enhanced. This also made Lin Jin see. He sighed quite a bit. The Cyclops is a unit of the Stronghold camp, and only in the hands of the heroes of the Stronghold camp can they exert their strongest power. Shocking hell. Curse of despair. Lin Jin put on the treasure in the ring and raised the black demon sword in his hand. The next moment, a howl sounded, and then an invisible force enveloped the behemoth beast in front of him. In an instant, the momentum of both Behemoth and Ancient Behemoth was greatly reduced, and Behemoth looked even more exhausted. Let's not mention the frightening howl for the moment, but Lin Jin's cursed suit has been reforged into an intermediate treasure, and the effect of the suit has also increased. Upgrade. The effects of slowness, weakness, and impending disaster will be further improved. Group Stone Skin. Lin Jin casually waved his right hand, and the Cyclops and the angry Cyclops were all covered with a layer of light stone skin, and their defenses were upgraded again. For a moment, even Gorshak looked sideways again and couldn't help but look at Lin Jin. I haven't seen Lin Jin take action yet, but now that Lin Jin has taken action, it's extraordinary. Attack. After casting the magic, Lin Jin immediately let his 3 Cyclops with angry eyes launch an attack. The ground shook, and the Cyclops and Cyclops with angry eyes rushed towards Behemoth in front of them. Their huge feet stepped on the ground. Sometimes, even on such a hard ground, footprints can be left behind. Roar. All the Behemoths and Ancient Behemoths didn't have time to think too much. They roared one after another and rushed forward. In a short time, the 2 sides collided with each other, and the sharp claws and nail sticks collided with each other. A loud banging sound followed. Some Cyclops could not react in time and were thrown to the ground by Beeman's powerful force. This was the purest strength competition between the 2 giant beasts. In the face of this power, any human being could only you will feel smaller than ever before. Violent Behemoth. These 4 words appeared in Lin Jin's mind instinctively. On the battlefield, the battle became more intense. Behemoths and Ancient Behemoths were going crazy. Brutal. Their attacks are more like wild beasts. Whether they are biting or tearing with sharp claws, their movements are extremely fast, and the Cyclops are also constantly waving the big spike sticks in their hands, wielding them with great force. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield, muffled sounds were heard one after another. As soon as an Ancient Behemoth rushed forward, the angry Cyclops' big nail club smashed down. The Ancient Behemoth's figure trembled, and then the 2 surrounding the Cyclops also hit them one after another. Fighting. Another Behemoth bit the Cyclops' shoulder, but an angry Cyclops swung a big nail stick in his backhand and smashed it with thunderous momentum on the back of the Behemoth. This hit caused both the Behemoth and the Cyclops to stagger to the ground. The angry-eyed Cyclops didn't care, but rushed forward in 3 or 2 steps and swung it hard again. He picked up the big nail stick in his hand and smashed it down hard. When he hit it, there seemed to be an air blast sound in the air. The blood also soaked the body of the Behemoth, but the Cyclops on the ground, the amount of force also decreased. Violence. This is the purest violence. This is also consistent with the simple thinking of the orcs. One force can overcome all tricks. They don't care about the enemy's attacks at all. They just wave the big nail stick with all their strength. Chaos. Punched the old master to death. The purest collision. But I saw the crazy Cyclops and the angry-eyed Cyclops constantly bombarding Beeman in front of me, while Beeman was beaten back steadily, without any chance of a backhand. Power. Even if Beeman can cause damage to Cyclops and angry-eyed Cyclops, the damage is not high. On the other hand, the attacks of Cyclops and angry-eyed Cyclops make their bodies collapse with every stick. The strength of both sides is not the same for the time being. Mention. The difference in numbers between the 2 sides alone coupled with the amplification effect of Gorshak and the negative weakening of Lin Jin. This is simply bullying this group of behemoth beasts. With random sticks, these behemoths were beaten. Obediently. Only after the health of ancient behemoth and behemoth drops by 10% will all the Cyclops and angry Cyclops stop attacking, and they will drag their scarred bodies out of the battlefield. The two sides are not a real fight, but wrestling with each other. There's no suspense. In this one-sided battle, every behemoth was knocked down and withdrew from the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations on completing an epic battle. Your offensive and defensive skills have increased. Ding! Congratulations on completing an epic battle and increasing your reputation. Ding! Congratulations on completing an epic battle and improving your strategic experience. Ding! Congratulations on completing the epic task of sleeping behemoth and gaining the friendship of the orcs. Ding! Congratulations on completing the epic mission, the sleeping behemoth. You have gained a lot of character experience and feel that your level has been raised to level 11. Along with a series of sounds that flashed across the screen, Lin Jin's statistics in all aspects increased, especially offensive and defensive skills, and his proficiency level was almost full. Once the proficiency is reached, Lin Jin's offensive and defensive skills will be upgraded to advanced levels. His character level was finally raised to level 11 after completing this epic mission. He now also has the combat power of the 11th level arms. The template of the Undead Knight corresponding to the Strength template is considered an elite template, and it can be regarded as entering a new stage. Of course, he generally didn't take character levels seriously, and the possibility of him ending up personally was slim to none. In addition, gold also received 500,000, and other rare resources also had more than 500. For others, this can definitely be regarded as a generous reward, but with Lin Jin's net worth, these are considerable gains, but not such a generous reward. The undead do not need maintenance fees, which is unmatched by other forces, and Lin Jin only needs to pay recruitment fees. He also did not recruit low-level troops, only some high-level troops and ghost dragons and black dragons to completely control expenses. The tax revenue Lin Jin received every week alone was enough for Lin Jin to purchase 4 ghost dragons and 2 black dragons. Coupled with the money Lin Jin earned from selling weapons and being a bounty hunter, his gold continued to rise. Therefore, he really doesn't care much about these gold and rare resources. Black Dragon. Lin Jin called to the black dragon in the sky, and the huge figure swooped down from the sky with violent wind pressure. Lin Jin jumped on the back of the black dragon and directed the black dragon to fly towards Beeman's lair above. Despite the battle, it ended, but the battlefield had not been searched yet. Lin Jin was also the first to search the battlefield to see if he could get anything. On the ground, Gorshak was comforting all the behemoths, and the shaman also began to treat behemoths. They saw Lin Jin going to the cave above, but they just glanced at it and then did not continue to pay attention. They obviously knew that Lin Jin was going to search for loot, but they didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Lin Jin's attitude towards the orcs, it was a great help, and he deserved it. Entering the cave, there were bursts of bright and shining lights scattering from inside, making the entire cave shine. They were all gold. Lin Jin was not polite and scattered the things scattered on the road. Collect all the gold and resources and continue walking towards the innermost part. Roar. At this time, a low roar also came. And Behemoth? Lin Jin was stunned. Apart from Behemoth, there should be no other creatures in the Behemoth lair. But what about this Behemoth? Will he participate in the battle? Is it a cub? Lin Jin just asked the black dragon to follow him and walk straight inside. The lair was not a straight path, it was very vast. When Lin Jin walked through a corner, he finally walked at the end of the cave. At this time, a bright golden light also emerged. Where it entered, it was a golden mountain, a real golden mountain. The yellow-orange light made the entire cave reflect golden light. Lin Jin had seen the world, but when he saw such a huge golden mountain, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. Just when he was in a daze, he saw a huge hand stretching out from behind the golden mountain. Golden hair? Beam. Lin Jin was stunned again when he saw this hand. At this time, a golden figure also jumped out from behind Jin Shan, blocked in front of Jin Shan, and looked at Lin Jin warily. Ding! Congratulations on your discovery. Legendary wild creature, golden behemoth cub. You call these 3-meter tall things cubs? Lin Jin looked at the golden behemoth in front of him and was speechless for a while. The golden behemoth in front of him was huge, slightly smaller than the behemoth, and about the same height as the Cyclops. This kind of thing is called a cub. It's like telling a bad joke. A legendary wild creature. I didn't expect that there is such a creature here. Is this also a gift to the orcs? But why didn't the previous life appear? Lin Jin narrowed his eyes. At this time, the golden behemoth cub was staring at Lin Jin, baring its teeth and looking very fierce. To be precise, golden behemoth's eyes were always staring at the black dragon behind Lin Jin Ding. Golden behemoth has launched an attack on you. The next moment, you see golden behemoth bending down and suddenly flying towards you. Attack! Lin Jin then retreated, and the black dragon behind him opened its mouth and spit out a blazing dragon's breath. The flames swept across, but the golden behemoth rushed towards the black dragon's breath. Its health points were falling, but the sharp claws in his hands have already been swung down. The flame dragon breath in the air was torn apart by the sharp claws, but the long sharp claws left very terrifying scars on the black dragon's head. Among the special attributes possessed by Beeman, they have the property of breaking armor. They rely purely on physical damage, and the claws in their hands are sharper than any weapons, enough to tear apart any defense. Banshee screams, weak and powerless. The law of slowness. Stone skin, dragon's wrath. Lin Jin saw the black dragon's blood plummeting and quickly cast a few strategic spells, and the Dragon King's shield in his hand began to shine brightly. All the spells he cast were low-level spells, but the effects were not weak, and the last Dragon Wrath is the active skill of Dragon King's shield. However, the black dragon let out a roar, with black energy lingering all over his body. His momentum surged, and he rushed directly towards Behemoth, biting Behemoth's shoulder, and the claws in his hands were fierce. He patted it. Fighting alone, the black dragon was definitely no match. But with Lin Jin's attribute point bonus and Dragon's Fury effect, it was completely different. Suddenly, the black dragon reversed the defeat and began to follow with great ferocity. Golden Behemoth continued to fight. Vibrations kept ringing throughout the lair. Sharp claws, dragon breath. Cub means not yet fully grown. Lin Jin can also see this from the battle between Golden Behemoth. You know, legendary creatures are very powerful beings. The higher the level of legendary creatures, the greater the increase in strength. If Golden Behemoth is fully grown, it can easily beat the Black Dragon even if it is led by Lin Jin. Of course, that will happen in the future. Golden Behemoth's strength is now only level 13, and there is no bonus. It relies closely on its own strength and will inevitably be at a disadvantage when fighting with the Black Dragon. Just this made Lin Jin amazed. This is a Black Dragon. Among the 14th level crown ranked troops, the Black Dragon is second to none. Such a powerful Black Dragon, despite his series of bonuses, cannot completely suppress the 13th level Golden Behemoth Cub. This is a very exaggerated matter. Dragon Breath. When the Black Dragon threw away the Golden Behemoth, it sprayed another burst of flaming dragon breath towards the Golden Behemoth, and the latter's blood volume dropped again. Pounce. The Golden Behemoth Cub stepped on it with both feet. The body shot like a cannonball and hit the Black Dragon's head again, causing the latter's health to drop wildly. At this time, I saw another set of footsteps approaching the cave quickly, and around the corner, 3 Cyclops with angry eyes also ran in. When the fighting broke out here, Lin Jin called over the 3 angry-eyed Cyclops who were loyal to him. He never gives the enemy any chance. Roar. At this time, Golden Behemoth was finally a little desperate. After an attack, it retreated and looked ahead with a wary expression. But at this time, it had already been forced to the deepest part of the lair, and there was no way to attack it. There was a way to retreat. Behind them, Shaman and Gorshak also walked in from the outside. At first, Lin Jin and the Black Dragon came to search Behemoth's lair. They didn't mind much, but the 3 angry-eyed Cyclops and Lin Jin also when they rushed here, it was different. They just thought that Lin Jin had encountered something, and they quickly brought people to support. One after another, huge Cyclops and angry-eyed Cyclops kept approaching from behind. All roads were blocked tightly, leaving no room for relaxation. At the very end, there was even the figure of ancient behemoth. In comparison, the isolated golden behemoth cub was really lonely and helpless. It faced more than just dozens of big men. Lord Dark Messenger. The shaman came to Lin Jin's side and called respectfully, and then turned his eyes to the golden behemoth in front of him, with a hint of wonder in his muddy eyes. Golden Behemoth. This is the legendary royal family of the Behemoth clan. It is very rare. It is said that Golden Behemoth feeds on giant dragons. Once he reaches adulthood, he will become the king of the Behemoth clan. Lord Darkbringer, you are so lucky. The shaman did not attribute the Golden Behemoth to the orcs, but attributed it to Lin Jin. In his dream, he only dreamed of Behemoth, not the Golden Behemoth, and this was discovered by Lin Jin. So he attributed it to Lin Jin. Orcs are relatively simple, far less sinister. Lin Jin has helped the orcs so much, and the orcs have naturally been grateful for Lin Jin's kindness. Shaman, is there a way to make it obey me? Lin Jin asked the shaman. He had no way to communicate with the Golden Behemoth, so he could only rely on the shaman. But if he couldn't communicate, then Lin Jin would not give up the Golden Behemoth. He would also, after killing Golden Behemoth, he will transform the latter into an undead. I'm going to talk to Golden Behemoth. The shaman nodded and walked towards Golden Beeman. Looking at the appearance of the shaman, Golden Beeman's eyes were a little curious, and listening to the shaman's words, this and Golden Beeman's eyes lit up again and again. Any creature has the ability to seek good fortune and avoid evil. In front of so many enemies, Golden Behemoth has long felt a huge threat. It didn't take long for the shaman to return to Lin Jin. Lord Dark Messenger, Golden Behemoth is willing to surrender, but it feeds on gold and dragons. Before it fully grows up, it needs to swallow 100,000 taels of gold and one dragon every week. If you can agree to it, it will be you fight. The shaman said respectfully. Can. Lin Jin agreed. Golden Behemoth, this is a legendary creature. It can compete with the Black Dragon led by Lin Jin at level 13. There is absolutely no doubt about its combat power. Golden Behemoth is also a hunter of the Dragon clan and feeds on giant dragons. Lin Jin is already the enemy of the Dragon clan and will inevitably confront the Dragon clan in the future, so this Golden Behemoth cub is bound to get it. As for the gold and the dragon, he does not take it seriously. For others, it was an astronomical sum, but to him, this loss was nothing. After hearing this, the shaman came to Golden Behemoth again and communicated with the latter, but saw Golden Behemoth suddenly howling, obviously very excited. Ding! Golden Behemoth cub is willing to be loyal to you, but before it grows up, you must provide 100,000 taels of gold and a dragon every week. Otherwise, the contract will be interrupted. Do you want to accept Golden Behemoth's offer? Allegiance. Accept. When the system prompt sounded, Lin Jin also chose to accept, and he also established a vague bond with the Golden Behemoth in front of him. Now there is no need for a shaman anymore, and Lin Jin also able to give orders to Golden Behemoth cubs. Roar! Roar! Golden Behemoth knelt down towards Lin Jin and lowered his head to express his allegiance. Then, it looked at Lin Jin's black dragon with bright eyes, salivating. This is its biological instinct. You can't eat this one yet, but you'll be able to eat the dragon soon. Lin Jin shook his head. Now he still needs this black dragon to take his place. After the black dragon in the lair is refreshed, he can feed the black dragon to Golden Behemoth. Roar! Golden Behemoth roared in disappointment, and finally looked away from the black dragon. Golden Behemoth description. It is the born king of Behemoth, feeds on gold and dragons, and possesses extremely powerful power. It is said that ordinary attacks cannot cause damage to Golden Behemoth. The golden hair can effectively resist the dragon's breath, and the sharp claws can tear the dragon's scales into pieces. Generally, when the dragon sees gold, when it comes to Behemoth, there is no fighting spirit at all. Sky defeats the giant dragon. Looking at the attributes and skill effects of Golden Behemoth, Lin Jin also had this idea in his mind. The effects of Golden Behemoth have certain bonuses to the Dragon clan. As a legendary creature, it also carries various auras. And among these auras there are auras specifically for dragons. This is a well-deserved dragon hunter. After conquering Golden Behemoth, Lin Jin absorbed all the gold mountain, and the gold increased by a full 1,000,000. As for this lair, it belongs to the orcs. When every week comes, the orcs can come to this lair to recruit Beeman. Although Beeman is powerful, Lin Jin cannot use it for the time being. Moreover, Beeman cannot fly, which is also their weakness. Lin Jin has no way to take Beeman to his island. Therefore, he is not that interested in Behemoth. If he needs to use Beeman's power in the future, he can just come to the orcs directly. The next day, before dawn, Lin Jin rode a black dragon to Brianna's underground world. He recruited 4 more black dragons, and then returned to the island and recruited for ghost dragons. At this moment, he did not stay with the black dragon, but left with the 4 original black dragons on the island. The war is about to break out, and the battle for the Crow Principality will also begin. War is when the undead grow. Only with enough chips can the orcs be in awe and gain more benefits in this battle. Including these 8 black dragons, Alina's black dragon, and Lin Jin's black dragon, Lin Jin alone has 10 black dragons in this war. This week, apart from recruiting the black dragon, he spent 240,000 gold and 240 units of sulfur on the maintenance of the black dragon. Once it is delayed to the next week, his black dragon maintenance costs alone will reach 400,000 gold and 400 units of sulfur, which is already a sky-high price. This does not include the money spent recruiting 8 title-level troops and the money given to Golden Behemoth. Even Lin Jin can hardly afford it. The huge group of dragons bypassed the silent night sky and finally landed in the northern mountains. Lin Jin's arrival instantly attracted the attention of all the orcs. Even the Cyclops and the angry Cyclops all entered fighting mode. Gorshak immediately came out of his simple tent. At this time, a familiar figure jumped down from the black dragon. Lord Dark Messenger? The eyes of all the orcs were blank and seemed a little unbelievable. Their understanding of Lin Jin was that he was just a messenger of darkness, here to guide the orcs. This does not mean that Lin Jin has powerful power. It is like an orc shaman. Generally speaking, orc shamans also have a unique status among orcs, but that's it. They only have the right to make suggestions and not to command troops. But now, everything has changed. After seeing the black dragon after that, they had subconsciously equated Lin Jin with the commander-in-chief, not just as a strategist. 9 black dragons, 3 glaring cyclops, and 1 golden behemoth. This was already a formidable force. Lord Dark Messenger, are these black dragons your subordinates? Goshak came to Lin Jin as if he had just met Lin Jin. The war is coming, and I have transferred some of my subordinates to help you fight. Lin Jin nodded. His face was still hidden under the mask, making it difficult to see clearly. But his calm tone as usual made Gorshak take a breath. The other orcs around him, the same goes for chiefs and heroes. A wave of turmoil arose in their hearts, redefining their understanding of Lin Jin. Especially what Lin Jin said about some subordinates shocked all the orcs. Does this mean, here are just some of Lin Jin's subordinates, and he also has more and more powerful subordinates? Ho ho! Golden Behemoth also rushed to Lin Jin's side. It looked at the falling black dragon with a light in its eyes. This made it greedy. Eat! Lin Jin stopping Golden Behemoth and pointed at a black dragon. The latter got Lin Jin's signal and immediately pounced on the black dragon. The black dragon let out a scream and began to struggle, but still did not attack Golden Behemoth. Meng launched an attack. Blood splashed on the ground. The black dragon's blood splashed wildly, and its blood volume kept falling. This was not a black dragon obtained in the wild, but a black dragon recruited. Lin Jin never cared about them. How is the war going now? Is the dark tide coming soon? Lin Jin acted as if nothing had happened, and just turned his gaze to Gorshak and the orc shaman. The latter finally turned his gaze back from the golden behemoth over there, and his pupils were shrinking involuntarily. Now more and more enemies are heading to the Black Mountains. The Centaur tribe and the Jackal tribe are also constantly being attacked. Our orcs are also beginning to be defeated, and the pressure is increasing. Goshak said solemnly. The Holy Knights under Viscount Roland alone are a powerful force. Not to mention that Viscount Roland is an extremely powerful noble in the Crow Principality, and the slave industry in his territory is also the largest. Developed. After the influx of Holy Knights, Templar heroes, bounty hunters, and a large number of players, The pressure faced by the orcs has only further expanded. The dark tide will rise tomorrow night. The shaman also said, a sacrifice will be made tomorrow. After the sacrifice, we will launch an attack. A flash of light flashed in Lin Jin's eyes. He spent so much energy to lure all the enemies away just for this moment. Once the sacrifices were completed, he made a late-night raid and launched an attack from the orc tribes that he had given up on. Directly surround Fokerwas City. By then, a battle will be decided. Good. Goshak also responded with a firm face. After being patient for so long, he has been holding back a fire in his heart. Now he can finally release his anger and the anger of the orcs. After deciding to attack, Lin Jin also returned to Fokker Riva City. Go tell Alina to get ready. At noon the next day, a group of adventurers also appeared in front of Viscount Roland in the city hall. Are you the Thunder Mercenary Group? Roland asked curiously. This mercenary group has been very active recently and has made many military exploits, which makes Roland very satisfied. Moreover, they are very knowledgeable and do not even want any bounty, as long as they meet Roland. Here, under such circumstances, Roland still met with the Thunder Mercenary Group. Yes, I am the leader of the Thunder Mercenary Group. We are very grateful and admire the great Viscount Roland and are willing to firmly safeguard the rule of Viscount Roland. It is precisely because of your help that our Thunder Mercenary Group is what it is today. Lei Bao knelt down and said with determination and sincerity. Seeing such a strong man kneeling in front of him, Roland felt a lot more comfortable, but he was still a little curious. It sounds like I've helped you before? Yes, thanks to the arms you provided. We sold the arms at 5 times the price, which enhanced the strength of the entire mercenary group and was able to serve you in this war. Lei Bao sneered in his heart, but his face looked grateful. As soon as he finished speaking, Roland was stunned. When had he provided troops for the Thunder Mercenary Group? But soon, he thought of Elena, and his face gradually changed. He became gloomy. Little did he know that Elena had used him to make a fortune. Thinking that all the money that originally belonged to him was given to Elena in the end, he felt a burst of pain in his heart, and at the same time, he also felt a sense of betrayal. You mean 5 times the price, right? Roland asked calmly with a gloomy face. Yes. Lei Bao lowered his head. From now on, you can come directly to my city administrator. I will only ask you for 4 times the price, but you must prepare the money in advance. Praise to you, great Viscount Roland. Lei Bao immediately showed a touch of ecstasy. He knew that the Lei Ming mercenary group would usher in a real rise. The actions of the Thunder Mercenary Group were within Lin Jin's expectation, but their progress indeed exceeded Lin Jin's imagination. They contacted Roland earlier and gained Roland's trust. However, this is no longer important to Lin Jin now. This might only hinder Lin Jin from sneaking into the dungeon, but with the orcs' current strength, they could completely crush Fokerwas City in a surprise attack without the need to sneak into the dungeon. Late at night the next day, a large number of orcs gathered together, as did all the orc chiefs and heroes. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for them. Surrounded by them, there was a pattern dyed red with blood. The pattern was very strange and complex, filled with special power. In the middle of this pattern, there are a large number of people and an orc. There are many priests among these people, and the rest are suitable for firmly believing in the existence of the holy light, and their blood is filled with hatred for the orcs. Their blood is the most powerful force that awakens the blood of the orcs. As the sacrifice began, the famous dream witches also jumped up, waving their staffs in their hands and chanting obscure sentences one after another. As the altar moved, each orc's eyes turned red and began to undergo earth-shaking changes. During this transformation, a large number of orcs grew taller and evolved into Cyclops and angry Cyclops. At this time, Lin Jin also opened a large number of soul bottles. All the souls flew out one by one and sank into the bodies of the Cyclops and the angry Cyclops, and the power of the latter gradually stabilized. This time, Lin Jin consumed 50,000 souls and transformed more than 20 Cyclops and angry Cyclops. Ding! 2 glowering Cyclops join your party. After the transformation was completed, 2 angry-eyed Cyclops also joined Lin Jin's team, seemingly as a reward. Roar! Seeing the transformation completed, all the orc chiefs and orc heroes roared, venting their excitement and excitement. Tonight is the time to conquer the city of Fokrivar, liberate the orcs, and restore freedom. Tonight, all anger and hatred will be released. Lin Jin looked at all the orcs and shouted loudly, "Roar! Roar! Roar!" When all the orcs heard this, they became even more excited. The blood all over their bodies was surging crazily. The blood was accelerating, and they couldn't calm down at all. Some orcs were pounding their bodies with their fists, as if they wanted to vent that power. Teis and Mativa, you two led 5 angry Cyclops, 10 Cyclops, and 300 Black Panther warriors, crossed the mountains at night, surrounded the Holy Knight's rear, and launched an attack on the Holy Knight. Lin Jin called the 2 orc chiefs. These 2 orc chiefs are also very powerful and have a high reputation among the orcs. Lin Jin also gave them a lot of troops, 15 title soldiers, and 312 level warriors. The force is enough to crush the enemy. Gorshak, we lead all the remaining Cyclops and glaring Cyclops, as well as a large number of orc warriors, to attack the city of Fokrivar. A flash of light flashed in Lin Jin's eyes. This top temple town has the most powerful defense. Lin Jin is going to attack this city now. In the previous life, the orcs were unable to attack Fokrivar city at the beginning. But after the forces behind them continued to expand, they forcibly conquered the city of Fokrivar. However, the orcs paid a huge price and spent a lot of time to conquer this city. If it is not suitable to take the form of a surprise attack, a forced attack the city will only delay the war, which is very detrimental to the entire war situation. Lin Jin has been planning for so long in order to cause the most terrifying losses to the Crow Principality before they can react and shake their foundation with one move. Yes, Gorshak immediately responded loudly. After possessing the troops and showing his strength, Lin Jin seemed to have become the commander-in-chief. Gorshak's attitude towards Lin Jin also changed slightly. March on. Lin Jin came to the back of a black dragon, and he also asked many Black Panther warriors to jump on the black dragon's back. Soon, the black dragons took to the air and flew towards Fokrivar city, and the orcs and Cyclops, led by Gorshak, also rushed towards the city of Fokrivar. Black Cloud Tribe. This was originally an orc tribe, but it was a tribe abandoned by strategy. Now it has been burned to ashes and has become a 5-man zone. But here, it is close to a fortress, and that fortress is an important place to defend the city of Fokrivar. The bright moon shines on this dead orc tribe. On the distant horizon, a group of black dragons and Cyclops emerge. Not long after, the black dragon flew over the orc tribe, while the running Cyclops and the angry-eyed Cyclops trampled on the tribe that was burned to ashes. The remaining tribal buildings everywhere were completely smashed by the Cyclops and the angry-eyed Cyclops, but their momentum did not diminish and they continued to rush towards the distance. Military Fortress. This is a temple town, but there are not many people there. Instead, some troops are stationed to defend the city of Fokrivar. It is a specially built military fortress. But during non-war periods, there are not many guards here, and there is obviously not much vigilance. Especially after the orc tribe was wiped out here, Roland also allocated part of his troops to fight against the orcs. What is that? On the city wall, the 2 teams of sentinels raised their heads and looked into the distance. In the distance, a group of dark figures were approaching here, and then they felt the earth begin to shake. Under the moonlight, these figures were quickly revealed their true colors. Black dragon, Cyclops. One of the sentry guards looked horrified and completely stunned. The scene in front of them was like a dream to them. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sentry shouted loudly. The entire city seemed to wake up in an instant, especially the heroes who guarded the town. They immediately mobilized all their troops and put all the soldiers into combat mode. He also immediately came to the city wall. But when he arrived, a black dragon had already flown over. Dragon breath. The next moment, the sky was set ablaze, and a ball of blazing flames poured down from the sky, covering the entire city. The defensive front he had just formed collapsed in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Cyclops and angry Cyclops also rushed in. When they came over, they were as tall as the city wall, with burly bodies and gnarled muscles. They saw that the huge spiked clubs in their hands were also swinging, and they smashed hard against the city wall, instantly sending the rubble flying. Every time when the stick hits it, it will bring out a powerful shock wave, shaking the entire city wall. This is the power of the Cyclops. Black Dragon Breath. Cyclops attacks. This town had no backhand power at all and was easily breached without causing any waves. However, all the Cyclops did not stay and continued to move forward into the distance. Ding. You have led your army to conquer the temple town. You can choose to destroy the town or convert it into a stronghold or cemetery town. Converting the town will automatically demolish some buildings in the city. Transform into an orc town. Lin Jin did not hesitate and turned it into an orc town. The war is not over yet, and the orcs have no place to live, so it is most suitable to convert this place into an orc town. As for the undead town, Lin Jin has never thought about it. The reason why they did not use the undead and change their identity was because they were afraid that the undead would attract the attention of the Holy Church. If the ghost dragon was dispatched today instead of the black dragon, then the entire Holy Empire would notice this place, and a large number of reinforcements would pass through. The teleportation array comes to the Principality of Crow. Ding. You have converted a high-level temple building into a stronghold town. Your strategic experience has been improved, and the strategic level has been raised to level 16. Ding. You have converted a high-level temple building into a stronghold town. You got 300,000 gold and a lot of resources. Ding. You converted a high-level temple building into a stronghold town, and your reputation increased. After converting the orc town, a large number of buildings in the city were also demolished, and the town level changed accordingly. Decline. This requires the orcs to rebuild. But as compensation, Lin Jin also gained a certain amount of strategic experience, gold, and resources. With this acquisition of strategic experience, Lin Jin's strategic level was finally raised to level 16. The strategic level of it is too simple to improve. It is based on war after war, and the higher the strategic level, the more difficult it is to improve. Lin Jin's strategic level has not been touched for a long time at level 15, and now it has finally been increased. Level 1. After transforming the town, Lin Jin also transferred the town to an orc hero and asked the latter to lead some orcs to station here. He himself rode the black dragon and caught up with the soldiers and horses in front. Fukurwa City is here when the border war broke out. Fukurwa City received the news immediately. On the town's parliament map, red rays of light began to appear. At the same time, within the radiation range of Fukurwa City, a large number of panoramic lights could be seen. Points of red light emerged. These are all enemies. What's going on? Roland hurriedly came to the Congress. When he saw the magic map, his mind exploded. The Congress is the most advanced building upgraded to the village assembly hall, and this Fukurwa City is undoubtedly the most advanced and perfect one. The temple town is much more complete than Lin Jin's city of eternal night. Lord Viscount Roland, it was the orcs who launched an attack on us. They have attacked 5 of our military fortresses, and 3 of them have been captured. 4 have been captured. The city administrator had just finished reporting the situation. Looking at another fortress that had disappeared on the map, he couldn't help but continue. How is it possible? Aren't all the orcs concentrated in the Black Mountain tribe? Roland was stunned. The fiercest battle on the front line should be in the Black Mountain tribe. 3,000 centaurs and a large number of jackals had just appeared there, and a fierce battle was breaking out. How did these orcs appear? Lord Viscount Roland, the enemy is almost approaching our city of Fukurwa, and their target is us. Looking from the map, those enemies are getting closer and closer. Now is no longer the time to care about how the enemies appear, but to think about countermeasures immediately. Now is the time when the defense force of Fukurwa City is at its weakest. Start war mode immediately. Forcibly recruit all heroes and troops in the town, and immediately put all bounty hunters into combat mode. There is also an auction. Buy all the slaves at the auction. Roland instantly regained his composure and began to issue instructions one by one. At this critical moment, he finally showed the ability of the nobles of the Holy Empire. In an instant, the entire town acted like a giant war beast, and griffins all took off. And at the same time, the rich bells also rang throughout the city. This was the sound of a battle. When hearing this warning sound, Everyone in the city woke up from their slumber with a look of panic on their faces. Some people even felt that did they hear it wrong? In their opinion, this is the safest place. They don't know how many years they have not heard the war warning bell. Roland calmly mobilized all the troops in the city and then sent troops to various places in the Crow Principality, launched support, and used the Congress to summon all the holy knights on the front line. On the city wall, war ballistas are all ready, and a large number of large crossbow arrows are pressed onto the city wall. These sharp crossbow arrows make people shudder. The priest in the cathedral in the city. Knights also came out one after another, consciously preparing to participate in the city's defense battle. Within the scope of the Holy Empire, if there is an emergency, the nobles have the right to mobilize all the holy knights and cathedral personnel in the territory. As long as they are in Fukri at this time Wa City, even the holy knights of the other principalities must listen to orders. A famous how angel also flew out of the cathedral. Its wings slightly flapped and stopped in the air. The Holy Empire should never be underestimated. They have always had with extremely strong fighting ability. Just as everyone was preparing for it, they saw the earth shaking, and in the distant sky, a mass of blackness swept towards here quickly. Came so fast, Roland's heart sank. These enemies went from breaking through the fortress to approaching the city so fast that he couldn't even imagine it. When did the orcs have such strong mobility and discipline? He began to, realizing that this was a carefully prepared sneak attack. Thinking of the step-by-step actions of the orcs, and even the sneak attack launched by the centaur not long ago, everything seemed to be preparations for today. If he did not send the Holy Knight to the front, it can't be so urgent now anyway. Roar. In the distance, a deafening roar also sounded. In the sky, black dragons covered the sky and the sun. The running cyclops and the angry-eyed cyclops were like hills. Following behind, there were a continuous stream of orcs like a tide. The enemy is right in front of you. So many black dragons, so many cyclops and glowering cyclops. What exactly is going on? Where did the orcs get such powerful power? When they clearly saw the enemy legion, everyone was stunned. The morale they had just raised dissipated like a deflated balloon. 8 black dragons, 12 behemoths and ancient behemoths, more than 31-eyed giants and glaring cyclops. These are extremely powerful crown troops. Titled troops, standing at the top of the food chain, are the true strategic weapons of any force. But the orc legion in front of them has nearly 50 crown troops. This troop type, let alone attack Fokruwa City, it is not impossible for this troop force to launch a campaign against the entire Crow Principality. When Roland saw this troop force, he was completely stunned. The fighting spirit also collapsed in an instant. He knew that he had no chance at all. Even if he did not transfer the Holy Knights, he would not be able to block such a powerful legion. This power was so strong that people could not resist at all. Courage. Lord Viscount Roland. The heroes on the side all turned their attention to Viscount Roland, wanting to see if the powerful Viscount Roland had any other trump cards. But they were all disappointed. What showed on Viscount Roland's face was that it's all despair. Don't be afraid, everyone. The Holy Light will protect us, and our reinforcements will arrive soon. A holy knight gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. With lofty ideals in his heart and absolute trust in the Holy Light, he believed that he would never be defeated and would never be defeated by these dirty orcs. Heroic strike, blessing ceremony, divine guidance. But seeing heroes one after another using their strategic magic, rays of light bloomed from these soldiers, making their eyes become firm again and their whole body strength increased. Attack the Cyclops. Seeing that the Cyclops and the Black Dragon had entered the attack range, all the heroes issued attack orders and locked on the Cyclops. In an instant, all the marksmen and crossbowmen launched attacks. At the same time, each ballista was also released. Crossbow arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of arrows fired in unison. The next moment, a dense rain of arrows enveloped the rushing Cyclops and the angry Cyclops. But when those arrows hit these Cyclops and the angry Cyclops, the arrows but it only barely pierced their skin, and the damage caused was simply pitiful. Each Cyclops and angry Cyclops had countless small arrows on their bodies, but as they continued to charge, these were to them, they were like small arrows with pores, but they automatically slipped from their bodies. On the contrary, the crossbow arrows fired by the ballista were very powerful and could pierce into the body of the Cyclops. But that was all. Every Cyclops and angry Cyclops the giants have very strong health and defense. Even if they are hit by these large crossbows, they cannot threaten their lives. Templar heroes are not the only ones who can increase buffs. All orc heroes have also used the war cry effect to increase the orc army. The strength. Carrying this dense rain of arrows, the Cyclops and the angry-eyed Cyclops rushing at the front have arrived at the city wall. The wounds just now did not make them fall, but instead angered them, causing their attack power to increase. The increase. Orc heroes all come with a racial characteristic skill, blood rage. Once the orc army is attacked and damaged, it will accumulate blood rage state, just like accumulating anger, and they will also improve their attributes according to their own anger. The reason why orcs have such strong combat effectiveness is also because of the blood rage effect. If the greater the orc losses on the battlefield, the more the remaining orcs will have their combat effectiveness enhanced, creating a situation where the more orcs become more brave as they fight. Crushing blow. All the Cyclops and angry Cyclops have raised the big nail sticks in their hands and swung it down in front of them. The big nail sticks brought a majestic air pressure, as if all the air around them was drained. Normally, in the next moment, the big spiked stick hit the city wall hard. But the solid city wall trembled violently, and the air wave stirred up by the attack blew all the surrounding soldiers away fiercely. It fell to the side. When the Cyclops and the angry Cyclops launched an attack, the Legion of the Temple also began to counterattack, and magic was shot out one after another, hitting these enemies. At the same time, the hooded How Angel flapped its wings, and also they rushed towards the Cyclops who was still alive, trying to hunt the latter. There were 5 How Angels here in total, and they all moved out one after another, and the erratic figure crossed the sky. Roar! When the war here just broke out, the black dragon followed him to the city wall and saw deafening dragon roars. The combat effectiveness of the soldiers below suddenly dropped, and even the angels were affected to a certain extent. The black dragon, the dragon, was intimidating. Immediately afterwards, the black dragons all dispersed and swooped down. Balls of blazing dragon breath from their mouths also sprayed towards the legion below. There were also countless magic and arrows attacking the black dragon from all directions. But this at that time, the black dragon finally showed its strength. It was completely immune to all low-level magics, so it was not affected at all. Its own strong defense made the attacks of low-level units ineffective. They were invincible on the battlefield. Roar. With another roar, all the black dragons opened their big mouths. A blazing dragon's breath instantly sprayed out all the enemies, and a sea of fire swept across. Countless people were burned to ashes just by these dragons' breaths. Range attack magic. This is the biggest killer on the battlefield. In the breath of the dragon, the enemies dispersed in droves. Crush. In front of this black dragon, there is no so-called defensive front, and no front can withstand the dragon's breath. Baptism. In just a moment, the guard formation had already dispersed. The enemy's back suffered a fatal attack and could no longer pose a threat. After a wave of dragon breath, the black dragon also dropped in height, and the Black Panther warriors on its back jumped one after another. Come down and jump to various places in the city. The 12th level Black Panther warriors are the tallest, strongest, and most irritable elite warriors among the entire orc tribe. Each of them has powerful comprehensive attributes. Wearing obsidian gloves, they can tear through iron shields and fight with swords. These Black Panther warriors bring nightmares. President, what should we do now? Roland has withdrawn, and the city wall in front is about to be breached. We are no match at all. The battlefield is chaotic, but the Thunder Mercenary group in a corner of the city has fallen into a panic. Hold on, you must hold on. Roland is gone to find reinforcements, and he will come back. Leibao shouted in a deep voice. He originally thought that he would catch up with Viscount Roland and his future would be bright, but he did not expect that he would be attacked by the orcs. Looking at the precarious city wall defense line in front, he looked at an extremely violent orc. His heart gradually sank. Ahead, a large number of defenders were forming a front to jointly resist a Cyclops. These defenders were level 6 troops, heavy infantry. In the eyes of ordinary players, this was already an extremely powerful force. However, the Cyclops smashed his stick and killed all 3 defenders, and the shock wave caused by the attack shocked all the defenders around him. Flying out, a paladin rushed over on a war horse. The war horse jumped up and stabbed the Cyclops with the spear in his hand. The attack hit, and finally there was a wound on the Cyclops. But the next moment, the Cyclops turned around and knocked the man and the horse away with another stick. Over there, the Black Dragon's attack was even more terrifying. I saw flames spitting out, and all the soldiers were annihilated in the flames, and more the soldiers had a look of horror on their faces, and they didn't even dare to attack the Black Dragon. As for the players' power, they couldn't even compare to some low-level troops, let alone how much power they could exert. Roland is not a mediocre person. He immediately mobilized the power of the entire city, recruited all the forces, and purchased all the slaves. He had tried his best. At the beginning, Lei Bao was firmly on Roland's side, and all the players in the city also generally. They looked at the wave of their own legion, with no fear in their hearts, only excitement. They felt that a war was about to break out, and they would also participate in this war and gain huge benefits in this war. The ideal is full. The reality is always cruel. Judging from the situation at the scene, no matter how many they are just cannon fodder. Moreover, the enemy also has cannon fodder killers like Black Dragon. President, look over there. One person pointed to the city wall with a horrified expression. Lei Bao was originally commanding all the troops to surround a Black Panther warrior here. He couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the city wall, but his face was completely stunned. Just in his eyes, this unshakable city wall suddenly collapsed towards the back. With a loud noise, the entire city wall fell down. The original Cyclops and the angry Cyclops destroyed a corner of the city wall. More people rushed in along the corners of the broken city wall, and all the holy churches gathered their troops, trying to hold the gap. But now, the entire city wall collapsed. Even if more people fill it up, it's also a bottomless pit. Ho ho ho! Over there, roars came one after another, and angry orcs rushed in one after another. Just like the 6th level heavy infantry defenders, 2nd level legion guards, and 4th level crossbowmen in the temple, the temple has the largest number of cannon fodder units. And the level of most orcs is not high. These are the main forces that make up the battlefield. In a normal war, these main forces should compete. But this battlefield is not normal at all. The enemy has too many crown-ranked troops to a shocking extent. Retreat, retreat, retreat to the inner city. When Lei Bao saw this, his face was horrified, and he finally shouted loudly, "Damn, Roland, your horse is dead. Where did you run on horseback? Come out." The city wall collapsed, and the enemies have poured in crazily. The battle line here is he was afraid of a total defeat. No matter how stubborn Lei Bao was, he did not dare to let all the strength of the Lei Ming mercenary group be lost here. Until now, most of the troops he bought at a high price have been lost. Retreat. Thunder Mercenary Group, all retreat. All the members of the Thunder Mercenary Group fled towards the back, no longer wanting to fight. As they fled, many small and medium-sized guilds and a large number of players finally stopped resisting and moved towards escape behind. You dare to run away from the battle. You are such cowards. You will be punished. The holy light will shine upon us. Come back to me quickly. Bring them all back to me." When all the Templar heroes and holy knights saw this, they immediately cursed. No matter how bad the battle situation was, they did not run away and continued to fight. However, seeing all the people who were attached to them flee, this made them feel humiliated. Player relying on Templar heroes and holy knights is just for development. But now it is obvious that the war is about to fail. How can they accompany these heroes and knights to die together? Damn you, holy light. Yo, it's you. Just as the Thunder Mercenary Group was retreating, there was a figure in front of them, which happened to appear on the path of their retreat. His figure was bulging forward and backward, his eyes were rippling, and he exuded an invisible charm in every move and every move. One can't help but want to surrender at her feet. Alina. Lei Bao looked at Alina in front of him, but it was as if he was looking at a snake. His heart just sank. He had just cut off Alina's financial path. Alina, the Night Messenger is just a waste. He accepted your commission and traded with us, but he enriched himself and earned a lot of commissions from it. Why don't you trade with us directly? We are much stronger than the Night Messenger, and we will definitely be able to earn you more gold and help you get revenge. Lei Bao calmed down and said in a deep voice. Puff. Haha. Alina couldn't help it and finally laughed out loud. The continuous laughter was very harsh in this noisy battlefield. Everyone saw Alina laughing out loud and felt very unhappy. They were talking to Alina. Lena discussed a very serious matter, but in the eyes of the latter, it was like a joke. However, they did not dare to say anything. The black dragon beside Alina made them lose their temper. Nothing. You guys are really funny. Alina's laughter finally stopped slowly. The smile at the corner of her mouth slowly disappeared, and her face suddenly turned cold. Did you just tell me that my great master is a waste? A waste? Alina also felt deeply insulted. Dark elves also admire the strong. After Alina signed a soul contract with Lin Jin, she was considered Lin Jin's person and was doing her best for Lin Jin. Lin Jin's every move and every plan made Alina amazed and surrendered. In her eyes, no one was stronger than Lin Jin, and she was extremely fanatical and worshipful of Lin Jin. But now, so how dare a group of ants insult her master? They deserve it. Owner. At this moment, all the people in the Thunder Mercenary group were stunned. Listening to the words spoken by Elena, they felt that they were so unreal, as if they were in a dream. Elena, who did you say your master was? Lei Bao frowned, feeling like his brain was running out of energy, as if he had cognitive impairment. What are you talking about? Who is that master? When did Elena have another master? Compared to Lin Jin is Elena's master, and he prefers to believe that this is Elena's joke to tease them. It's really pitiful. They are obviously just ants in my master's eyes, but they really think they can escape from my master's grasp. They are a bunch of incompetent wretches. Alina looked at the ants in front of her with a pitiful expression. They may have always regarded Lin Jin as ants, and they had even been thinking of plotting against Lin Jin and turning against the guests. But they had already gone in the wrong direction from the beginning. Alina, stop kidding me. Are you saying that the Night Messenger is your master? Lei Bao finally couldn't help it and shouted coldly. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Do you think I would joke with a weak ant like you? You deserve it too. Alina stared at Lei Bao with a serious expression and a very calm voice. She always felt very uncomfortable when she saw someone insulting Lin Jin. It was precisely because of this that she wanted to make Lei Bao and others completely despair. She is also a woman who holds a grudge. Really? Listening to Elena's words and looking at Elena's figure, Lei Bao's figure suddenly froze, and this incredible thought finally began to appear in his heart. Could it be? Really? Not only him, but the faces of the rest of the Thunder Mercenary group also changed. They all obviously realized that Alina was not joking, but this fact made them unable to believe it. The Messenger of the Night. Where is the Messenger of the Night? Lei Bao had a gloomy face, as if he had remembered something, and asked the subordinates beside him. The Night Messenger is not in the city. The Vice President replied with an ugly face. He also realized that something was wrong. He originally thought that Lin Jin kept leaving the city and disappearing frequently to do tasks to make money. Looking back now, everything was full of doubts. But Lin Jin's absence was also good news for them, so they didn't think too much about it, but felt lucky. Only with Lin Jin's absence could their plan proceed more smoothly. Well, my great master is here. Seeing the complicated faces of these people in front of her, Alina finally felt relieved. She looked into the distance with extremely respectful expressions. In the distance, she saw 4 black dragons flying towards this side. Below the black dragons, there were 5 more. A cyclops with angry eyes and a golden behemoth. Lei Bao felt the earthquake in the earth and turned around, but the black dragon had already arrived, and above the black dragon, a figure wearing a white mask also reflected it came into view. That figure was so familiar, yet so strange. Behind the black dragon, there were 3 black dragons, as if they were guarding the king who ruled the world. Night Messenger. When Lei Bao saw this, he suddenly felt that he was a little ridiculous. He had always been scheming against Lin Jin and despised Lin Jin. He felt that the latter was just a player who was greedy for petty gains and had no sense of the overall situation. Now he sees Lin Jin acting like this when the form appeared. He just felt like a clown. He felt that Lin Jin had no structure at all, like a frog in the well, but he didn't know that he was the one who was really greedy for petty gains. Lei Bao finally understood that the reason why Lin Jin was not in the city all the time was because he wanted the solution is to blend into the orcs and participate in this war together. I have to say that even if Lei Bao dies, he will die in an unknown way. At his level, he has no way to contact the real core, even if he can follow Roland got involved because of the opportunity that Lin Jin brought to him. He never imagined that it was not Lin Jin who had mixed up with the orcs, but Lin Jin who single-handedly controlled the orcs and started this unprecedented war. Roar! The black dragon swooped down, spitting dragon breath from its mouth, and a blazing flame enveloped the Thunder mercenary group. A large number of players were burned to ashes in just an instant. These members, led by Lei Biao, are all core members of the Thunder mercenary group. But more of their strength is fighting on the front line, and the remaining personnel cannot withstand the Black Dragon's attack. In the attack of the 4 Black Dragons, all players were destroyed. Lei Bao and the 412th level saints beside him, the knights, all disappeared in the sea of fire, and no one was spared. The 4 holy knights are the most powerful force that Lei Bao has, and the price of each one is incalculable. In the past, Lei Bao brought these 4 holy knights to the limelight, too, but the paladin he was so proud of didn't even have the power to resist. Now all the core members of Thunderblast have been destroyed, and the troops he spent a lot of money to buy have also been destroyed. It can be said that he has suffered heavy losses. After this war, the entire Thunder mercenary group may completely decline and become a subpar guild. This world is so cruel. Owner, Alina came to Lin Jin, bowed her head, and shouted respectfully. After this war broke out, she no longer needed to hide her identity. What about Roland? Lin Jin nodded and asked. Elena did not participate in the battle to defend the city. She found an opportunity to hide from the beginning and has been secretly monitoring Roland in order to respond to Lin Jin. Roland took some people to the underground prison of the High-End auction. He was supposed to free the indentured slaves there and launch a counterattack. Alina replied respectfully. Well, let's go. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes. Soon, the 5 black dragons flew towards the largest auction house in the city, and the angry Cyclops and Golden Behemoth followed closely behind. As for destroying Lei Biao and the others, this was just a trivial matter and not worthy of Lin Jin's attention at all. When Alina saw these angry Cyclops and Golden Behemoth, she was also extremely amazed, and she felt even more awe and admiration for Lin Jin in her heart, especially when she knew that it was Lin Jin who started the war between the orcs and the Crow Principality. This made her feel even more excited. This handwriting is too big. The auction was not located in the church town of Roland, but was established in the outer city, right in the center of the outer city. Lin Jin was already familiar with the road and arrived at the auction in a short time. 2 teams of paladins were stationed at the door. Attack! The black dragon swooped down and crushed these paladins easily. Lin Jin also jumped down and walked towards the auction. The auction is an extremely huge venue, and there is also a special arena here. It is used to regularly hold gladiatorial battles between various slaves, which is very exciting. This is also a characteristic building of the Crow Principality. Lin Jin brought the Black Dragon and the Angry Cyclops to the gladiatorial arena and asked Golden Behemoth to destroy an entrance. At its end, we finally came to the entrance to the underground prison. Blast away! The angry-eyed Cyclops received the order and immediately stepped forward and struck hard with the big nail stick in his hand. The ground shook, the floor was bombed, and a huge hole was opened, and there was a hollow underneath. Usually this place is transported by elevator. The cargo came up. Of course, for Lin Jin and others, it didn't make any difference whether there was an elevator or not. All the black dragons swooped down. One after another, the angry-eyed Cyclops also jumped down. Along the straight and wide avenue, Lin Jin walked inside. But on both sides, they saw that the cages had been opened one by one, and all kinds of strange soldiers rushed over. Many of them are neutral arms, and the lowest level is above level 8. For ordinary people, these soldiers are also very difficult to deal with, but to Lin Jin, they are all a bunch of scum. It's like playing a game. Others have all kinds of low-level cards. If you want to pass the level, You need to use all the effects of each level card and pass the level in a fancy way. But Lin Jin's team of all wealthy people didn't need such fancy methods at all. He just needs to push it all the way. Roar! The shadow leopards rushed towards the angry Cyclops one after another. The big nail club in the latter's hand was swung with great force, smashing all the surrounding enemies who were rushing forward like cannonballs. A angry Cyclops, his arm was bitten by the shadow leopard. He grabbed the shadow leopard with his backhand, threw it to the ground, and smashed the latter into a bloody mess. In this kind of venue, it is not easy for black dragons to use dragon breath. They all use teeth and claws fight hand to hand. The surrounding enemies attacking the black dragon are unable to cause much damage to the black dragon. The most ferocious one is the golden behemoth. The golden behemoth pounces directly on it, tearing with the sharp claws in its hands, and all the enemies are easily torn apart by it. It broke into several pieces, and every time it swung its claws, it was accompanied by a bloody storm, and its attack speed was very fast and extremely ferocious. Under the crazy attacks of a group of top-ranked soldiers, the surrounding enemies fell one after another without any backhand. The power. In a short period of time, all the enemies who launched the attack were easily killed. At this moment, Lin Jin continued to rush in with his soldiers and horses. The road was like breaking bamboo, and he also came to the gate at the end. Across he could still hear deafening dragon roars from the huge door. At this moment, the four angel statues in front of the door had disappeared. Lin Jin's eyes finally looked more serious, and he was about to walk over. After walking a few steps, the door opened, and Roland reappeared in front of Lin Jin. What caught his eye were two black dragons, an emerald dragon, and an angry cyclops. In addition, behind Roland, there are four angels. Obviously, Roland has contracted all these soldiers. Elena, how dare you betray me? Roland looked very ugly when he saw Elena and Lin Jin in front of him. The huge, ferocious-looking Cyclops also told the relationship between Lin Jin and this war. Humph, I have always had only one master, and you are not qualified to be my master. Elena responded with a sneer. She has never been loyal. How can she talk about betrayal? Night Messenger, who are you? Roland finally turned his eyes to Lin Jin and asked with a solemn expression. From Lin Jin's appearance to now, too many things have happened in a short period of time, and everything seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand. Now that Elena revealed her master, Roland also completely understood that Lin Jin was the person behind the scenes. He looked at the Night Messenger again and felt that the latter was so strange. He had never put Lin Jin in the past. In his eyes, he felt that Lin Jin was just Elena's servant. Only now did he realize how stupid he was. Kill your people. Lin Jin didn't change his expression and directly launched the attack. In the next moment, Cyclops and Beeman rushed over one after another with angry eyes. They were running like hills, and their momentum was astonishing. Attack! Roland also directed all his men to attack. The two black dragons behind him, an emerald dragon and a glaring Cyclops, also rushed over, and the two sides immediately collided with each other. Golden Behemoth jumped up. It was the first to pounce on the emerald dragon, and it sat on the emerald dragon. The huge and slender claws in its hands grabbed it wildly. The claws flashed past, and the emerald dragon let out a scream, and blood flowed like water. The rest of them glared angrily. The Cyclops also raised the big nail sticks in their hands and swung it down hard, hitting the enemy. Every time the stick hit, the black dragon collapsed. In this environment, the angry Cyclops had the advantage. Can easily suppress the black dragon. Unable to use dragon breath and unable to fly, this black dragon is equivalent to giving up all its own advantages. Where can it gain an advantage? Moreover, Lin Jin's Cyclops with angry eyes are not recruited. They are all transformed. Angry Eye Cyclops is still the highest quality existence among them. The quality of the four angry-eyed Cyclops are all at B level, and one is at A level. At this time, it is the best choice to let these angry-eyed Cyclops attack. They have just fought. The two black dragons, the emerald dragon, and the hostile Cyclops with angry eyes fell into a disadvantage. Roland led too many troops in the camp, which also caused low morale and reduced the combat effectiveness of the troops. Facing such a powerful enemy, it was naturally impossible to gain an advantage. No, the more troops you have, the more useful you are. Sometimes you also have to consider camp relationships. If the undead are allowed to lead the troops recruited in the temple, then the morale of the troops in the temple will inevitably be negative. Once there is a battle, all the troops in the temple will directly flee. This is also the reason why the camp exists. Roland forcibly signed a contract to let the Black Dragon, Emerald Dragon, and Glaring Cyclops work for him, but it affected their mutual combat power. But it is obvious that Roland is desperate and has no choice now. In the air, for how angels also flapped their wings and flew over quickly. The blades of judgment in their hands brought sword blades and slashed at the angry-eyed Cyclops, leaving wounds after wounds on the angry-eyed Cyclops. In this environment, the slender How Angel has an advantage over the angry-eyed Cyclops. On the battlefield, they are completely in a fight. But looking at the entire battlefield, Lin Jin's 5 angry-eyed Cyclops and Golden Behemoth can be seen. Occupy an absolute advantage. Without him, you have strength. Too strong. Alina looked at the battle in front of her and sighed in her heart. Lin Jin's angry Cyclops and Golden Behemoth were too strong, and the enemies in front of them were no match at all. Especially the Golden Behemoth, which was extremely special. It was like a king on the battlefield. The Emerald Dragon under its feet was soaked in blood and was dying. The Golden Behemoth was a legendary creature and powerful. It was also the nemesis of the Dragon clan. It was able to suppress the Black Dragon, led by Lin Jin. Not to mention the addition of Lin Jin's strategic attribute bonus. Especially after swallowing the Black Dragon last time, Golden Behemoth's power has also become stronger. Roar! With a shrill sound, the Emerald Dragon's head hit the ground hard and lost its breath. Damn it! Golden Behemoth. Why does he have such a legendary creature? Roland saw his Emerald Dragon being killed like this. His face was gloomy and scary. The power of Lin Jin in front of him was a bit too strong. These angry-eyed Cyclops were no ordinary Cyclops at first glance, and each of them had extremely strong fighting power. And the Golden Behemoth was even more exaggerated. He really didn't understand why Lin Jin conquered these legendary creatures. He thought of the Black Dragon King again. The Black Dragon King still hated him very much and was unwilling to submit to him. If the Black Dragon King, if you are willing to sign a contract with him, then he won't be in such a mess now. Judgment Blade. Unexpectedly, I saw how Angel swung the sword in his hand and slashed at the Golden Behemoth, but the golden hair on the latter's body blocked a lot of damage. The sword blade struck the Golden Behemoth, leaving only a shallow streak. The scars. Here, Golden Behemoth stepped hard with both feet and flew out like a cannonball, suddenly shooting towards the How Angel in the sky. How Angel flapped its wings to dodge, but her movements were still a little slower. The wings were also affected by the attack of Golden Behemoth, and a section was cut off. The explosive power of Golden Behemoth was too strong. Roar! Over there, the big sticks of 2 angry-looking Cyclops hit a Black Dragon on the head hard, and the Black Dragon finally fell down. You can see that the remaining angry-looking Cyclops also began to attack the How Angel in the sky. Viscount Roland, we must retreat. The angels will not be able to hold on any longer. Beside Roland, a holy knight said with a solemn expression. He is also Roland's loyal subordinate. Now the situation is obvious. There are still 4 Black Dragons on Lin Jin's side who have not yet participated in the battle, and just these subordinates of his is enough to defeat Roland's army. If we don't retreat, it will be too late. No, I won't withdraw. Hearing this, Roland's face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were extremely unwilling. As long as the town where the hero is bound has a portal, the hero can use magic and appear in the town with his legion in a non-combat state. At the beginning, Roland did not want to return directly to his town. The enemy had already invaded, and it was useless for him to go back. What he wanted to do was to defeat the enemy. Therefore, after he knew that there was an invasion from outside, he did not think about it at all. Escape, just want to destroy these enemies. Even if he escapes, where can he escape? Doesn't he want his own town? The hero of the temple can sacrifice, but he can never bear the shame. But now, although he said he shouted not to retreat, but he felt a little regretful. If he had known that the enemy was so powerful, he would have returned directly to his town just now. then he might still have a way to break out and leave here. But now that he has entered a combat state, he has no choice. Using the magic to return to the city. Once he uses the magic to return to the city, it is equivalent to leaving the battle and directly giving up these units. Then what is the use of him escaping back? Advanced healing techniques. Group recovery. Roland waved his hand. An array of light emerged from the angry Cyclops, restoring part of the latter's health. He also used group recovery to restore the HP of the angry Cyclops and the Angel. As for the Black Dragon is immune most magic, including this kind of buff magic, has a negligible effect. Although Roland's skills are not weak, both parties know that he is just struggling, and he only increases his blood volume. Nothing can be changed at all. On the battlefield, Golden Behemoth finally seized the opportunity and photographed a How Angel. Roar! A Cyclops with angry eyes happened to be over there. Before How Angel could react, he struck hard at How Angel with the big nail stick in his hand. Boom! With a loud noise, a pit collapsed where How Tian was. His blood volume dropped wildly, and a dizzy mark appeared on his head. The angry-eyed Cyclops struck again with a crazy hammer. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the ground where How Tian's body was shattered again. Countless gravels shot up, and the relatively petite body was pressed down heavily and then bounced up. This is How Tian. If it is an ordinary creature, I'm afraid they were all smashed into flesh. However, even if this How Angel was not turned into flesh, her blood volume was finally cleared in this fierce attack. The first How Angel suffered casualties. The Blade of Enlightenment. The light of the sword blade in the hand of a How Angel appeared, and she was about to use the Blade of Enlightenment to resurrect the How Angel. But at this time, the Golden Behemoth stared at her again. The golden figure trampled the earth into pieces. Suddenly, it shot towards Haotong in the sky. This time, Golden Behemoth finally hit the critical point. The sharp claws tore Hao Ian's body, leaving a deep scar visible on the bone, and the latter also hit the ground hard. Here we can also see how strong the body of How Angel is, but no crown level creature is weak. Viscount Roland must withdraw now. The Holy Knight looked at the situation on the battlefield and finally couldn't help shouting again. If he doesn't retreat now, it will really be too late. Roland looked at the situation on the battlefield and was extremely unwilling, but the angry Cyclops hammered How to death. The scene of the angel kept reappearing in his mind. The whole place was in a state of collapse. In the distance, Lin Jin was still watching with eagerness. Behind him, there were 4 black dragons, watching the battlefield closely. Withdraw? Roland gritted his teeth and finally said, "The glory of the temple is not so critical to this Viscount now." Roland waved his right hand and then used the return to the city spell. Dragon Breath. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and asked all the black dragons to attack. Is it too late to escape now? The return to the city spell is a magic that requires time to be cast and is not an instant magic. If Roland had let himself go at the beginning, the Legion attracted attention, and he still had a way to leave, but now, it was already too late. In an instant, Dragon Breath was seen, and surging flames swept the entire corridor in an instant and capsized towards Roland. 4 black dragons launched at the same time attack. This is an indiscriminate attack. The flames are raging, and the health of all the angry Cyclops and angels on the field is falling. The flames sweep to where Roland is, completely blocking his spells. In this flame, you can see Golden Behemoth jumped up and threw a How Angel to the ground. Stop him, Lin Jin commanded 2 angry-eyed Cyclops. In the flames, the 2 angry-looking Cyclops took steps and rushed towards Roland. I have to say that Lin Jin is really decisive. Indiscriminate Dragon Breath. This is a way to damage the enemy by 1,000 and yourself by 800. I am afraid that not many people would dare to use it, but he didn't even hesitate for a moment and just let the black dragon attack. The dragon's breath lasted for a moment and then stopped. In the center of the battlefield, Golden Behemoth stepped on a How Angel, and its sharp claws had already penetrated into the How Angel's body. Golden Behemoth has strong resistance to Dragon's Breath. If it fights in Dragon's Breath, even though its health will drop, it will have an advantage. At the same time, the 2 angry Cyclops had already rushed in front of Roland, and they also smashed down the large nail sticks in their hands. Boom! The big nail rod sucked away the surrounding air and smashed down with an overwhelming momentum. Under this momentum, ordinary people could not resist at all. But they saw a scroll emerging from Roland's hand, and the scroll was torn into pieces. A holy light barrier emerged in front of his eyes. The big nail rod hit the holy light barrier, only shaking it, but it was unable to break it. However, the angry Cyclops did not give up, but continued to swing, the big wooden club in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous explosions followed, and the holy light barrier shattered. At this time, Roland and the holy knight inside even retreated, their faces extremely ugly. On the battlefield, the last How Angel dodged around, and around him, one could see big spikes smashing down, but she was like an elf walking on the tip of a knife, dodging like crazy. Just before when she dodged another attack, she saw a large nail stick coming from behind her, and finally hit her back hard, causing her to stagger and hit the ground. She couldn't escape, she could only fight. This it is her fate as a soldier. And in the center of so many crown-ranked soldiers, even if she is a How Angel, she will be defeated sooner or later. When she is about to land, How Angel flaps her wings fiercely, and she is still trying her best to save herself. But the big nail club had already been swung towards her, causing her body to hit the floor hard and shatter into pieces. The other big nail clubs of the angry Cyclops also smashed down one after another. The last How Angel was finally defeated. Lin Jean tore off two angry-eyed Cyclops with low health, and let the remaining angry-eyed Cyclops and Golden Beeman rush towards Roland at the same time. Over there, when the hammer hit again, a shock wave splashed on the ground, and Roland and the Holy Knight were also smashed aside. I saw the golden behemoth here leaping up, bringing up a gust of wind, and rushed directly turning towards Roland. The huge claws directly pressed down on Roland's body. As for the Holy Knight, he was smashed beyond recognition by the angry Cyclops, which was very miserable. His body disappeared, and there was only a strategic ring and two treasures remain. Ding! Congratulations on your epic victory and the capture of Viscount Roland. Your reputation in the Dark Camp has been greatly improved. Ding! Congratulations on your epic victory on your capture of Viscount Roland. The favorability of the orcs increases. Ding! Congratulations on your epic victory. You captured Viscount Roland. You gain the hatred of the Crow Principality. Ding! Congratulations on your epic victory. You captured Viscount Roland and you gain the Holy Empire. Hostility. Ding! Congratulations on your epic victory. After searching the battlefield, you obtained treasures. Knight plate armor, knight long sword, knight helmet, war ring, 1,000,000 units of gold, and a lot of resources. In addition to the decent rewards, Lin Jean also received several treasures and 1,000,000 gold. This should be the gold that Roland holds in his strategic ring, and it is also a large sum of money. In addition, he also obtained a special treasure, the war ring. War ring, a space ring specially made to formulate a certain battle plan. It can store certain types of troops in it, and suddenly summon them during war to achieve the purpose of surprise attack. Nice one. Seeing this war ring, Lin Jin's eyes lit up. It is a unique treasure that can store military types. This kind of item is of little use to ordinary heroes, but for Lin Jin, it is currently the most useful treasure. As for why Roland has this thing, Lin Jin probably came out because of it. Some of the creatures in this dungeon cannot be known to the outside world, and when Roland was selling these expensive goods, it must also be sold to some high-ranking and powerful beings. Then the simplest way is to use this war ring. Night Messenger, do you think you can win by joining the orcs? You simply cannot imagine the power of the Crow Principality, nor the power of the Holy Empire. From the moment you launch this war, you will definitely lose. Roland said with an ugly expression. Defeat? Who knows? Lin Jin looked down at Roland, but didn't say much. He had nothing to say to this dying man. Besides, he didn't know much about the power of the Holy Empire, but he also didn't know much about some of the things within the Holy Empire. The disputes and filth are very clear. Once this war breaks out, it will only be a war for the Crow Principality at best, and the other principalities will not send a large number of reinforcements at all. Moreover, there is no so-called loser in this kind of war. If you really want to say that, then both sides are defeated. As long as the power of the orcs grows, Even if the Holy Empire wants to destroy them, it will have to pay a heavy price. Of course, Roland cannot see it. His soul must be bound here once he dies. He will be resurrected in the high in town in Fakriva City. But Fakriva City will also be captured soon. Once the city is captured, Roland will not be able to be resurrected. Roland across this earth, Lin Jin walked into the room. In the center of the prison, there was the huge and extremely ferocious Black Dragon King. Golden Behemoth could not help but turn his head to look at the Black Dragon King. His eyes were shining, and his mouth was almost drooling. Very soon. Obviously, it has ideas about this Black Dragon King. Golden Behemoth feeds on giant dragons. In addition to eating regular giant dragons, eating this high-quality dragon can obviously speed up its growth and increase its potential. Black Dragon King, are you willing to sign a soul contract with me? If you are willing, I will release you, but from now on you have to fight for me. Lin Jin came to the front of the cage, looked at the Black Dragon King, and said lightly, "Surrender, and you will live. If you don't surrender, then feed it to Golden Behemoth. Perhaps he can also use God-level spiritualism to resurrect it." Part 1. The Black Dragon that was fed to Golden Behemoth this time was a recruited Black Dragon. After Golden Behemoth devoured it, Lin Jin could not be resurrected. But this Black Dragon King is obviously different. "Human, I want to eat that person. If you are willing to hand him over to me, then I am willing to sign a soul contract." The Black Dragon King snorted, and its huge pupils were stained with indelible hatred. It felt infinite anger towards the humans who caught it and imprisoned it here, including the holy temple camp they represented. So in comparison under this, the enemy of the temple represented by Lin Jin has become its ally. By joining Lin Jin, it can also start its own revenge. But the prerequisite is that it must kill Roland. "Roland, you are really lucky. See you soon." Lin Jin glanced at Roland and asked the Golden Behemoth to catch Roland. The Golden Behemoth was like holding a small ant, holding Roland in one hand and walking towards here. It seemed to be knowing that he couldn't eat the Black Dragon King. He looked a little disappointed. "Dirty things, the holy light will purify you." Roland cursed loudly. Even if death can be resurrected, the pain may be called a shadow. Roland has a high position and is domineering. He has left the battlefield for who knows how many years. For him now, death, but it's a very scary thing. Especially in such a tragic way of death. You, humble human being, want to enslave the powerful dragon clan. I have been waiting for this day for too long. The Black Dragon King's eyes are full of violent light. He is bound and imprisoned here day and night. His whole body is entangled with iron chains. Perhaps the only thing that supports him in his daily life is this indelible hatred. Click. When Golden Behemoth threw Roland in, the Black Dragon King suddenly bit Roland. The sharp teeth closed and bit the latter's upper body into his mouth, while his lower body fell to the ground. Oh! An extremely shrill scream came. But it was just a scream, followed immediately by the sound of the Black Dragon King chewing. But when he was halfway through chewing, Roland's body had disappeared. If you want to really killing a hero who owns a town is not a simple matter. Perhaps for this reason, countless people want to become a lord and own their own town. As long as they own their own town, they are equivalent to if you buy insurance, you won't die easily. I know this is just the beginning. Your anger will be poured out on the Holy Empire and the Crow Principality. It's just the right time for you to join. Lin Jin took out a soul contract and threw it over. Roar! The Black Dragon King roared angrily, with cruelty and violence in his voice. He signed the soul contract immediately without any hesitation. Killing Roland is just a matter of recovering the interest. The Black Dragon King's anger will never be so easy. The end of Unlock the Cage. Lin Jin asked Golden Behemoth to unlock the cage. Alina on the side also came to the center and took away a dark magic ball. Special treasure, Forbidden Magic Ball. Forbidden Magic Ball can block a certain range and cannot be blocked within the range. The use of magic can be regarded as an extremely powerful treasure among special treasures. Roland also spent a lot of money to obtain the Forbidden Magic Ball and placed it here to isolate all soldiers from the ability to use magic. Otherwise, it is just an iron chain, which is basically useless, unable to lock the Black Dragon King. Come. With crisp sounds, the iron chain was torn apart by the sharp claws of Golden Behemoth. The incision was as if it had been cut by a magic weapon. Extremely smooth. It was as if Golden Behemoth was cut off. After removing the chains, the Black Dragon King himself struggled hard and broke free of the remaining chains. Only the thickest iron chain was still wrapped around his neck. Master, there is no need to unlock this iron lock. The Black Dragon King shouted respectfully, with violence flashing in his eyes. He wants to use this iron chain to remember this shame and hatred. Lin Jin nodded. Later, the rest of the angry-eyed Cyclops also returned to the dungeon room. They also brought in the bodies of the Black Dragon, How Angel, and the angry-eyed Cyclops. If there is no war ring, then Lin Jin may still need it will be more difficult to transport these corpses away after he uses spiritualism to resurrect here. In this war, the shadow of the undead must not appear. But since there is a war ring, there is no need to be so troublesome. God's super spiritualism. Black mist filled the air, covering all the creatures present. A black dragon and two How Angels were shining with light. Lin Jin opened the soul bottle and poured a large amount of soul into it. A ghost dragon and two angels of death also came from resurrected from death. The rich aura of the undead immediately enveloped the entire dungeon. On the side, the Black Dragon King opened his eyes wide, with an unbelievable look in his pupils. It seemed that the scene in front of him completely subverted his cognition. Although the Black Dragon King was captured here when he was a cub, he is also very clear about some basic things. This is a kind of inheritance that will slowly appear in his mind over time. He also knew that angels could not be resurrected by using necromancy. Spiritualism could not resurrect crown troops either. But everything in front of him made him feel that his inheritance had deceived him. Who is this person? The Black Dragon King looked at Lin Jin with a look of surprise in his huge pupils. He began to realize that the master he recognized as his master seemed a little unusual. Let's go. After Lin Jin took the two Death Angels and Ghost Dragon back to the War Ring, he finally planned to leave here. The war is not over yet. Lin Jin has been fighting here for so long, but the battle outside in the inner city may have just begun. He also wanted to completely destroy Roland's town. On the corridor leaving here, Lin Jin's eyes turned to the prison next to him, where he also saw some corpses. Heroes from the Elf camp, heroes from the Academy camp, saints the heroes of the Tang camp. And they all died tragically in the cage. They were captured by Roland. When Roland came to the prison, the contract released all the captured creatures. As for these creatures who were unwilling to surrender, all the heroes were killed by him. Roland was also very decisive. The existence here represented the darkness of the temple. If he didn't kill the elves and mages, once others knew about it, it would naturally arouse their anger. Angry. Of course, they may not dare to launch an attack on the Holy Empire. But Roland's reputation is completely stinky. Roland sells some things. It is not a secret among the high-level people, but ordinary people don't know. If this matter spreads, it will really lift the last fig leaf. That's why he will not leave alive. But for Lin Jin, death is a new beginning. In his eyes, three of the figures, they all bear awakening marks on their bodies, and they all harbor deep resentment. Caught by Roland, imprisoned by Roland, sold by Roland. In the end, Roland silenced him. These heroes all carry an indelible resentment that makes them unwilling to die like this. It is precisely because of this that Lin Jin was able to wake them up. Maybe there will be some good stuff. Lin Jin thought for a while, then walked over and put all the corpses into the war ring. The strategic ring can only store gold, resources, treasures, scrolls, and other items. The war ring can store gold, resources, treasures, scrolls, and other items, corpses and units. But heroes cannot be stored, so Lin Jin cannot wake them up now. After packing up, Lin Jin immediately left the auction. Roar! After Lin Jin left the auction, the Black Dragon King suddenly let out a shocking roar. The earth-shaking roar was like a wave, sweeping away in all directions, and the terrifying aura spread. There were many orcs around. Warriors, after hearing the Black Dragon King's roar, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Fortunately, they saw Lin Jin on the Black Dragon King's back, and their fear turned into fighting spirit, and their fighting spirit was high. This is their own dragon. Master, I want to burn this auction house. The Black Dragon King said in a buzzing voice, staring at the auction below with a look of hatred. This is the place where it has been imprisoned for many years. It has wanted to burn everything here to ashes more than once. Now that it is free, it naturally wants to be burned completely. Burn it. Lin Jin responded lightly. This place is not only a shame for the Black Dragon King, but also a shame for the orcs, so burning this place can gain the friendship between the Black Dragon King and the orcs. How could Lin Jin not agree? With Lin Jin's consent, the Black Dragon, the king, suddenly showed a joyful expression. Its wings flapped, the dragon's mouth opened, and a burst of energy began to accumulate crazily. Breath of fire. The next moment, an extremely majestic dragon's breath poured down. The scale of the flames was twice as large as the ordinary black dragon's attack. The flames rolled up heat waves, and the temperature and power were increased several times. Dragon the breath instantly enveloped the auction house, and the flames scattered and spread like a flood falling from the sky. In just an instant, the entire auction house was completely enveloped in a sea of fire. The firelight illuminated the entire auction house. City. Roar, roar, roar. When all the orcs around saw this scene, they were extremely excited and shouted. This top auction is also a landmark building in Fokurwa City. I don't know how many battles were held in the arena inside, and an unknown number of orc warriors fell inside. Now that they saw the fire here, they all felt a sense of revenge. All the orcs seemed to be even more excited. All the orcs looked up at the large beast. The extraordinarily huge Black Dragon King felt even more in awe when he saw the latter's burly body reflected in the firelight, as well as his eyes shrouded in firelight. Dark person. Goshak looked at the Black Dragon King and Lin Jin standing on the Black Dragon King's back with a look of wonder in his eyes. The Black Dragon is a symbol of power. Even the orcs have to be in awe, not to mention the Black Dragon King. It is an extremely rare existence. But Lin Jin actually conquered the Black Dragon King like this. Let's go and attack the town. Lin Jin's eyes looked into the distance and issued an attack order again. In the distance, the orcs had begun to attack the city. The two sides were fighting fiercely. A large number of city walls had been smashed by the Cyclops and the angry Cyclops. Lin Jin could also be seen in the sky. Jin's 4 black dragons flew low from time to time, breathing dragon breath and burning the town. The war did not end, but became more intense. Roar! The Black Dragon King roared angrily, flapped its wings vigorously, and its huge body brought up a storm, quickly flying towards the distance. Just looking at the power, it was very amazing. Especially the thick black chain around its neck made it even more impressive. The attacker looked very cruel. The Black Dragon, Golden Behemoth, and the angry Cyclops all rushed towards the inner city, but the Black Dragon King had already arrived above the town. It breathed flames from its mouth and swept towards the defensive line on the city wall and the priest behind it. The igniting flames enveloped a large number of enemies, and bursts of wailing and screaming sounds also sounded. From behind, for more black dragons had flown over, and while swooping down, another raging flame was ignited. Inside the city, Night Messenger, orcs. Roland gritted his teeth and looked at the black dragon flying in the sky. His teeth were about to break. But now he has no way at all. All the crown-level creatures in the underground prison at the auction have also been lost. For How Angels were also killed one after another, and now there are only 4 How Angels in the entire town. The 4 How Angels could not even stop the orcs, not to mention the Black Dragon. They were just struggling. In fact, the enemy was not able to stop them at all. They were not given time to struggle. The war broke out, and high-level towns were involved in the battle. Even the portal could not be used, and Roland had no place to escape. Once the town was captured, his end would really come. Boom! In Roland's eyes, a gap was opened in the city wall, and a large number of Black Panther warriors poured in. Then, there were more and more gaps, and more orcs. Ding! Congratulations on your assistance. The orcs captured the city of Fokurwa, completing a legendary war, and your reputation has been sung. Ding! Congratulations on assisting the orcs in conquering the city of Fokurwa, completing a legendary war, and you have learned advanced offensive techniques. Ding! Congratulations on assisting the orcs in conquering the city of Fokurwa and completing a legendary war. You have learned advanced defense techniques. Ding! Congratulations on assisting the orcs in conquering the city of Fokrwa and completing a legendary war. You learn advanced warfare techniques. Ding. Congratulations on assisting the orcs in conquering the city of Fokrivar, completing a legendary war, and increasing the favorability of the orcs. The orcs are going strong all the way. After the orcs invaded the Congress and captured Roland, the war finally came to an end. This is the first time Lin Jin has completed the legendary war. After this battle, his offensive and defensive skills were finally upgraded to advanced levels, and the increase rate was increased from 10% to 15%. In addition, war tactics have also been upgraded to a high level. Warcraft determines how many troops a hero can lead, and his proficiency increases along with the war. Lin Jin's Warcraft has been upgraded to the intermediate level as he has been fighting before, and now it has finally been upgraded to the advanced level. The improvement of war skills meant that Lin Jin could lead more troops. Originally, undead heroes could lead more troops, and adding advanced warfare techniques would make them even more powerful. After mastering advanced warfare techniques, Lin Jin also has the ability to activate the Sea of the Undead. On the square in the center of the town, famous temple heroes were being escorted here, including the owner of this temple town, the owner of Fokrwa City, Viscount Roland. Surrounding here are a large number of orc chiefs, orc heroes, and the bravest warriors among the orcs. There are also Cyclops and angry-eyed Cyclops standing around. In front of these temple heroes is Gorshak. He is already the leader among the orcs, and his charm has also convinced the other orc heroes and orc chiefs. Looking at the countless tribesmen around him and the huge town burning with flames, Gorshak was filled with emotion. He even felt a little dreamy. In just this short period of time, the orcs actually conquered this holy light city that he could not even imagine. Everything is like a dream. In fact, it's not just him, but also all the orc heroes and orc chiefs around him. They are excited now, but they also feel a little dazed. This victory came too suddenly. Looking at the complicated expressions of all the orcs around him, Gorshak glanced at Lin Jin again. He knew that it was because of Lin Jin that the orcs were where they are today. If you think about it carefully, this victory is not surprising at all. It is even so natural. From the very beginning, Lin Jin appeared and saved a large number of Cyclops and growling Cyclops from the orcs. Then, he strategically abandoned the tribe, paralyzed Roland, and subdued the centaurs, jackals, and goblins, launched a guerrilla war, attracted the attention of Roland and the Crow Principality in a remote place, and firmly attracted all the enemy's troops there. Then, he helped the orcs conquer the behemoth. Finally, from a place that Roland could not imagine, he launched an all-out attack to attack the empty city of Fokrwa. Step by step, there is no chance for the enemy. With calculated calculations and no care, the price paid for this war was simply pitiful, and victory was completely delivered to them. It can be said that all the victories in this war were only due to Lin Jin. He took a deep look at Lin Jin, nodded towards Lin Jin, and then finally turned his gaze to all the orcs, raising the weapons in his hands. Orcs will never be slaves. A heartbreaking roar sounded throughout the whole place. Thousands of words, all turned into this sentence. Orcs are never slaves. Wow. The dead silence in the audience was instantly detonated. All the orcs' eyes flashed with light, and they all raised their right hands and shouted wildly. Roar! 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 The exciting waves swept away in waves, and the blood of all the orcs in the room began to boil. The orcs did not need such impassioned words. They were oppressed every day, and now the shackles that bound them disappeared. It was enough to ignite their blood. At this moment, Gorshak raised his hand again and pressed it down. The boiling sound disappeared in an instant, and everyone stared at Gesha closely. Gorshak, watching his every move. In the midst of everyone's attention, Gorshak also raised the butcher knife in his hand and looked at Roland, who was being held on the ground. Dirty orcs, you creatures with dirty blood, do you really think you have won? Your actions will completely plunge all orcs into the abyss of destruction. The strength of the Holy Empire cannot be shaken by a bunch of dirty people like you. Roland saw Gorshak and shouted scornfully. He didn't think the orcs could win at all. But when he saw the orcs celebrating, he couldn't help but want to attack them. He is just a member of the Crow Principality, a nobleman, This is just a territory of the Crow Principality. The orcs attacking such a powerful Crow Principality are simply destroying themselves. Humph, you are about to die. Do you still want to threaten us? Orcs are not afraid of threats, let alone challenges. From today on, all orcs will be reborn. No matter what enemy wants to challenge us, we will fight to the death. Gorshak glanced at Roland on the ground with contempt, and finally swung the axe in his hand hard. The axe in his hand fell, and a human head rolled to the side. Wow! All the orcs in the audience seemed to be knocking. As if taking medicine, everyone became excited. Roland's head fell, which also heralded their victory. The blood made the orcs excited. Orcs will never be slaves. Gorshak grabbed Roland's head with one hand and shouted loudly to all the orcs. The blood left along his arm, but it made him even more ferocious. Orcs will never be slaves. Orcs will never be slaves. Orcs will never be slaves. All the orcs began to cheer, and the orcs behind him also swung down their butcher knives and killed all these temple heroes. On the side, he looked at the heads on the ground, and his deep pupils were unpredictable this time. No one knew what Lin Jin was thinking. For Lin Jin, everything today really heralded his first wave of revenge against the Holy Church. Everything has just begun. He just wants to that high holy light was torn down from a high place. After killing all the temple heroes, the so-called celebration came to an end. Lin Jin also looked at Gorshak, who obviously knew what he meant, and began to re-mobilize his troops. The generals were sent to continue the attack according to Lin Jin's previous goal. An orc hero and an orc chief led their respective legions and left the town. The night was long, the time was still early, and the war was not over yet. Tonight was the time when the defense of the Crow Principality was at its strongest. A weeknight is also the best opportunity for the orcs. If you don't take advantage of now to expand your advantage, it will be a waste of opportunity. When the orcs resumed their attack here, Lin Jin also rode the Black Dragon King and led all the Black Dragons. Go to the nearby high-end towns. He has a clearer understanding of Roland's territory. He knows those towns with weak defenses and high levels of towns. With the speed and power of the Black Dragons, he can reach his destination in the shortest time. Land, and then defeat the enemy as quickly as possible. This is a golden opportunity. Temple Town. I saw a Black Dragon King rushing towards here in the distance. Behind the Black Dragon King, there were 9 black dragons. This is like a group of dragons. The dragons roared in, covering the sky and the sun. They arrived at the temple town in a short time, and then launched an attack. I saw all the black dragons swooping down to attack the town, and the temple town was suddenly enveloped in a sea of fire. In the city, all the defenders rushed over and fought with the black dragon. But the defenders were weak, and even if they rushed over, they would only be seeking death. In a short period of time, the entire town was turned into a sea of fire, and all the defenders were buried in the black dragon's breath. Too strong. This is completely crushing combat power. Ding. You have led your army to conquer the temple town. You can choose to destroy the town or convert it into a stronghold or cemetery town. Converting the town will automatically demolish some buildings in the city. Convert into a stronghold town. Lin Jin did not hesitate and still chose to convert it into a stronghold town. If it was destroyed, Lin Jin could gain more experience, resources, and gold, but he didn't care about such a small gain at all. On the contrary, if it is converted into a stronghold town, the benefits will be long-lasting. You know, the war has just begun. After the transformation, Lin Jin gained a lot of experience, resources, and gold. In addition, he cleaned the battlefield and also gained a large amount of gold, resources, and treasures. This harvest is enough to make any third-rate guild become the top guild. At this stage, it is impossible for any player to capture the Holy Temple Town. Moreover, as the Holy Empire is the undisputed overlord on the continent, if they attack the Holy Temple Town, they will also become enemies of the Holy Empire. No one has dared to stand up and challenge the Holy Empire head-on. Even if Lin Jin had such powerful power before, he did not dare to attack the Holy Empire. He only dared to attack together after the orcs launched an attack. Entering the market as soon as possible will always yield the greatest rewards. After conquering the town, you can also loot the warehouses in the city. The gold and resources accumulated in these warehouses can be a huge wealth. Once the town is repeatedly captured by both sides, the value of the town will only continue to decrease. It didn't take long for the Black Dragon to arrive at the next town. Then, enveloped by the dragon's breath, this town was captured by Lin Jin. He once again obtained a large amount of gold, resources, and some treasures, and owned a territory. At dawn the next day, Lin Jin also returned to Fokruwa City. His gains in one night were so rich. His strategic level was raised to level 17, with more than 4 million gold and a lot of resources. He also obtained 12 low-level treasures and 5 intermediate treasures. Gorshak, how is the situation now? Lin Jin came to the Congress. The outer city of Fukruwa City is still a standard church building. This is not a special building, but the inner city has been replaced by a high-end town with the characteristics of the stronghold camp. In the center, it's a huge animal skin tent-like building. This is exactly the Congress. Each camp's buildings have different styles of Congress. Some look very solemn, while others look wild and simple. But no matter which building is good looking, they have the functions are all the same. Only functions determine the value of a building. Lord Dark Messenger, our attacks have gone very smoothly. In addition to the territory you have conquered, a large number of towns in Roland's territory have now been conquered. Currently, only the Black Mountain tribe is still in a stalemate. The remaining Templar legions gathered together, broke through the siege, and returned to a town, relying on the town for defense. Goshak replied seriously. He is now convinced of Lin Jin. Lin Jin has been of great help to the orcs, and Lin Jin has also been able to conquer the Golden Behemoth and the Black Dragon King successively. He is very powerful, which wins him even more reverence. Well, all the towns I conquered have been converted into stronghold towns. You can arrange for people to be stationed in them and start recruiting troops immediately. As for the Black Mountain tribe, I will go there myself. Lin Jin nodded and responded. Thank you, generous Lord Darkbringer. Goshak put his right hand on his heart, bowed towards Lin Jin, and said gratefully, By the way, have the corpses I want been collected? Well, the corpses of all the crown-ranked troops have been packed up and are just outside. Before the war started, Lin Jin ordered all the orcs that if they saw the corpses of the first-ranked soldiers, they should collect them all if they could. Naturally, the orcs would not refuse Lin Jin's request. Yesterday, some of the people who participated in the battle were the corpses of 9 how angels were also collected by the orcs, and they will also become Lin Jin's strength. War is the opportunity for the undead to make a fortune. Yesterday, Lin Jin's gains were not only those. He used soul bottles to absorb more than 100,000 souls, which was also a very impressive figure. Lin Jin came to the square outside, where the corpses of an angel were displayed, and he also picked up all the corpses in a second hand. Go to the war ring. Angels are extremely rare. Except for special buildings, angels will not be refreshed at all in the wild. As if there is a force controlling the channels of angels. Lin Jin has not been resurrected after resurrecting the first angel of death. He passed the second death angel, but next, the number of his death angels will definitely increase. And this is just the beginning. Lin Jin teleported his troops to a distant town through the town portal. If a hero occupies 2 towns and has a portal built in each town, he can lead the legion to the other town through the portal. He has also prepared for these 2 towns from the beginning, and one of them is a town behind the Montenegrin tribe. Once Gorshak captures the city of Fukruwa, he can pass through Fukruwa City and directly reach the Montenegro tribe, completely annihilating all attacking enemies. Gorshak will sit in Fukruwa City, directing the actions of the rest of the orcs, and Lin Jin naturally helped these orcs to help them defeat the enemy. In fact, Gorshak wanted to let Lin Jin sit back and kill the enemy himself. He preferred to fight, but Lin Jin obviously stopped him from doing this. As the leader of the orcs, he persuaded Gorshak. War is of great help to any hero, even if Lin Jin didn't get any resources. The rewards and souls obtained from the war alone are already considerable. Not to mention, he can obviously capture more trophies. Therefore, he will not let go of the opportunity of war. A temple town gathers 3 holy knights, a large number of temple heroes, and countless players. According to preliminary statistics, the number of troops alone exceeds tens of thousands, and there are also a large number of players among them. Except for a small number of top promotion heroes, the vast majority of players choose adventurers, and these adventurers are dependent on heroes. There are also many adventurers who choose to be loyal to the Holy Knight. Originally, Lin Jin used guerrilla warfare here, relying on the centaur's astonishing speed to attack in all directions, leaving the enemy exhausted. It is for this reason that Roland sent a large number of troops, intending to narrow the encirclement and annihilate the enemy. But last night, these holy knights suffered a brutal attack. Behind their encirclement, the powerful orc army also came to kill like a broken bamboo. The enemy's all-out attack stunned these holy knights, and then centaurs, gnolls, and goblins also launched attacks. Although they were surrounded by enemies from both sides, they finally gathered their strength, fought their way out, and then gathered in this temple town. City Government Affairs Hall. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped this solemn hall. My town was taken too, a holy knight suddenly said. As the owner of the town, he will also receive news after his town is captured. The location of his town is still on the outskirts of Fokurwa City, and this is completely the opposite direction. This means that the orcs have probably conquered the city of Fokrivar and expanded. If there are Templar heroes who signed a contract with Roland, then they can still know that Viscount Roland is dead. However, it is impossible for a Templar hero to sign a soul contract. As a Templar hero, Roland would not subconsciously consider such a thing. Therefore, these people do not yet know what the situation is like in Fokurwa City. These orcs have gone crazy. They must have planned it in advance. Where do these weak orcs get their strength? When did they become so cunning and know how to execute tactics? The bottom line is, they were still calculated. Before this war, no one would have thought that these orcs would be so cunning. Some impressions have been deeply ingrained. It's no time to think about this matter now. We are already surrounded. What should we do now? One person asked suddenly. When this matter was mentioned, everyone's expressions became ugly. Just hold on. Reinforcements should arrive soon. What to do? What else can be done? Now they are trapped in a tight siege, and the orcs are very powerful. They have no tactics to implement now, and they can only stick to the road of waiting for help. But can they hold on? Oh no, the enemy is coming. Just when the whole place was depressed, a man rushed in and shouted with a solemn face. In the Government Affairs Hall, all the holy knights and Templar heroes heard the words and came outside one after another. What struck their eyes were people from all directions. Among the enemies coming like a wave, there are mainly a large number of gnolls in the front. However, no one will take the gnolls seriously. Their eyes are now all focused on the Black Dragon King high up. The huge Black Dragon King, just looking at it from a distance makes people feel palpitated. The chain around his neck adds a violent and ferocious aura to the latter. Behind the Black Dragon King, there are 8 black dragons. At the same time, on the front battlefield, you can also see angry, looking Cyclops and Golden Behemoth. This made everyone's heart sink suddenly. It's over. The contrast in strength is too great, and this kind of strength is simply not something they can compete with. And in the face of strength, all tactics become a joke. Roar! But I saw the Black Dragon King roaring, his dark and ferocious body crossing the sky, and arriving here in the blink of an eye. The Black Dragon King breathed out dragon breath, and a corner of the town was completely ignited in flames, and a large number of soldiers were destroyed. On the city wall, all large-scale the ballistas all locked onto the Black Dragon King, and each long-range unit launched attacks one after another. Many players also used spell attacks. However, their attacks were so weak. Any attack hitting the Black Dragon King would only cause minimal damage. When the war broke out here, on the other side, the entire Crow Principality was shaken, and the huge Holy Empire was also shaken. Roland's territory is also a very vast and wealthy place in the Crow Principality. Every year, it brings huge financial revenue to the Crow Principality. But just yesterday, the entire territory of Roland was captured, and even the city of Fokurwa that Roland guarded was captured. Everything is destroyed. In the past 100 years, there has never been such a tragic war. Crowding City. This is the main city of the Crow Kingdom, where the most powerful troops in the Crow Kingdom are stationed. An emergency meeting is being held in the silver-decorated palace. Can any of you tell me why the weak orcs were able to gather such a powerful force? Why their legions were so powerful, and why Roland's territory was conquered like this. King Ronus had a gloomy face. This incident will be a scandal in the Principality of Crow. And he also knows that once the orcs succeed, the orc rebellions within the Principality of Crow will continue, and even continue to launch rebellions repeatedly. So once things happen, they will be out of control. Everyone in the audience was silent, just looking at their noses and their hearts. They all obviously knew that their king was angry, but they only received the news this morning. How could they understand everything? Some people even began to gloat about the misfortune. Roland's territory has always developed the fastest and is the richest, and Roland's way of making money is even a bit shameful, which naturally arouses their jealousy. As for the orc unrest, this is not a big deal. With the powerful military force of the Crow Principality and the powerful military force of the Holy Empire, as long as they suppress this group of orcs, they will be done. They can also gain a lot of benefits from this. Although Roland's territory was conquered, which shocked them, but it was just a shock. They didn't think that the orcs had the ability to shake the entire Crow Principality. Following the order, the entire Crow Principality entered a state of war readiness, gathering troops and horses to prepare for the crusade against the orcs. King Ronus saw the dead silence of the hall, and his hatred for the orcs became even more intense. He shouted again in a deep voice. The state of combat readiness is also the state of combat readiness. Under normal conditions, any lord will only maintain standing troops. After all, the recruited troops require maintenance fees every week, so there is no need for them to waste so much money. But in a state of war, all heroes will continue to recruit troops, expand the army, and improve their own strength. If the entire Crow Principality enters a state of violence, they can add a powerful legion in a short time. The entire Crow Principality entered a state of war readiness. Heroes and nobles began to recruit troops to expand their strength. A large number of legions also began to gather from various places. Roland is dead, and the city of Fokrwa has been captured. For the rest of the nobles, this is a piece of fat. If they can establish meritorious service in this war, then they can go further. At the same time, many knights from the Holy Empire led their troops to the Crow Principality, hoping to gain some benefits in this war. The entire Crow Principality is like a war machine that has started to operate, with every gear turning. With the Crow Principality's speed in preparing for war, it won't take long to launch an attack. Once you start attacking, it will definitely be the most powerful attack. Ding. Darkness surges, darkness whispers. Ding. The Dark Surge mission has been updated. Here, after Lin Jin captured this town and converted it into a stronghold town, a system prompt sounded. He opened the mission log and found that the Dark Surge mission had been updated to the third ring. In addition to the first ring of orc sacrifices, the second ring is the base area of the orcs. A territory must be conquered for the orcs as a base area for the orcs. He conquered the city of Fokrwa and also completed the task perfectly. Dark Surge. Description: the first dark tide has arrived, and darkness has begun to surge. The orcs, unwilling to be enslaved, finally launched the most violent attack on the Holy Empire. Please help the orc camp and help them defeat the powerful of enemies. Reward: adaptive. The third ring, attack of the Crow Principality. Description: the attack of the orcs has aroused the anger of the Crow Principality. Now the troops of the Crow Principality are beginning to gather and will launch the most violent attack on the orcs. You need help the orcs resist the attack of the Crow Principality. The attack of the Crow Principality. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the task. Lin Jin had previously calculated things with his mind and without intention, so he could naturally go very smoothly. But now, the orcs have emerged from the shadows and come to the bright side, and the war they will face next is also a real war. It will be a tough battle. Lin Jin did not stop and left here on the Black Dragon King under the adoring eyes of a group of orcs. Not long after, Lin Jin passed the portal and returned to Fokrwa City. The Crow Principality began to prepare for an attack, and he was also planning to defend. He knew that the Crow Principality's first wave of attacks would be the most powerful. Only by guarding the Crow Principality's first wave of attacks would the orcs have there are many ways to fight the tug of war. Otherwise, what was originally established will be lost. Lord Dark Messenger. Goshak shouted respectfully with some doubts in his eyes. Lin Jin should have gone to attack the Black Mountain tribe. Why did he come back so quickly? Has he already conquered the Templar Legion on the Black Mountain tribe? This is too fast, right? Gorshak, all the troops of the Montenegro tribe have been wiped out. Sure enough, Lin Jin's first words answered the doubts in Gorshak's heart. There was a look of shock in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Jin had actually ended the battle. However, Lin Jin's next words also let Gorshak's shock turn into solemnity. Let all the advancing orcs stop attacking, destroy all the towns in these places, and then lead the legions back to garrison Fokerwa City. Lin Jin pointed to several towns on the map. The previous towns have been separated from the entire defensive line, and the distance between the towns is relatively large. They must be abandoned. Otherwise, once the war breaks out, it will be difficult for them to support these towns. But it is easy for the town to become a vulnerability for the orcs. After destroying the town, even if the church marches all the way, it lacks a place to station and garrison, which can be regarded as weakening the enemy's power in disguise, and they can concentrate their forces, which can be regarded as strengthening their strength. I'll send someone to notify you immediately. Goshak now has great trust in Lin Jin. These victories have long made the relationship between Lin Jin and the orcs unbreakable. At this time, he did not even ask Lin Jin why he did this. Let the centaur go after conveying the order. Gorshak looked at Lin Jin solemnly and asked, "Is the Crow Principality preparing to counterattack?" Well, the Crow Principality is now preparing to counterattack, and they will organize a large-scale war to defeat all the orcs at once. If they defeat the orcs, they will also take a large number of orcs into slaves, or kill them on the spot to frighten the rest of the orc tribes and spread the prestige of the temple. Lin Jin said in a deep voice, "It's not that easy to defeat us orcs." Goshak's eyes flashed with a ruthless and fierce look, especially the words slave and kill on the spot, which made him feel angry. In the past, some orc tribes did not obey orders, and the entire tribe was annihilated. As a warning, this is not the first time. There is not much time left for us. Within a week at most, the enemy will launch an attack. Before that, we need more allies and more orc tribes. We need to go further and call upon the orcs to join us. Orcs are scattered throughout the Crow Principality, appearing in various barren deserts or mountains. The orcs that Gorshak conquered are just one part of them. Now Lin Jin wants them to gather the rest. Orcs. The orcs are all brothers. They were oppressed before and had to leave the place where they originally lived. Now that we have conquered the city of Fokerwa, they will definitely be willing to join us. I have contacted some orc tribes now, and now I will mobilize the rest to contact more orc tribes. Gorshak immediately agreed. In fact, it was like this even in the previous life. Although Gorshak's war did not go smoothly, every victory would attract more orcs. After that, it was like snowballing, with more and more aid coming. The rebellion of the orcs is the general trend. Even if there is no guidance from Gorshak, there will be other orcs to guide it. Now that Gorshak has launched such a large-scale rebellion and achieved such a magnificent victory, he will inevitably summon more orc legions. There was no need for Lin Jin to intervene in the matter of contacting the orc tribe. Gorshak could handle it himself. In addition to Gorshak, the orc shaman can also help him contact the other orcs faster. At this time, Lin Jin also rode the Black Dragon King and returned to the City of Eternal Night. The corpse cannot exist for a long time. Once it exists for too long, it will lose its effect. Lin Jin wanted to resurrect Haodong, and he couldn't wait in his heart. In the City of Eternal Night, a large number of corpses were seen lined up, the leader of which was none other than Roland. Roland was accompanied by an elf, a mage, and a hero from the temple. As a viscount of the Principality of Crow, Roland is also a hero with a high strategic level. He has made great contributions to the Holy Empire and has been blessed by the Holy Light. After he was killed by Gorshak, the dark aura from his body began to emerge crazily, so Lin Jin also asked for Roland's body. Roland's body was of little use to the orcs, other than to relieve their anger. Forrest asked. Gesha-kun naturally agreed. In addition to these 4 heroes, there are still 14 corpses of Hao angels and 2 corpses of archangels. This is the harvest of war. For Lin Jin, these are his real gains. Divine spiritualism. Lin Jin waved his right hand, and a black mist instantly enveloped all the corpses in front of him. Ding. For heroes can be summoned, which requires 44,000 soul points. Will they be resurrected? Ding. The number of resurrected How angels is 8. It requires 14,000 soul points to be resurrected. Resurrection. Resurrection. Lin Jin is rich, so he directly opens the soul bottle and starts to release the soul non-stop. In fact, this amount of soul value is already very amazing. For any necromancer, this is maybe it was the savings that they couldn't collect. After all, within the scope of the Holy Empire, the collection and trading of soul points are not allowed. Even Lin Jin himself, on such a large island, collects and trades every week. After killing a large number of wild monsters, the souls that can be collected are only tens of thousands. Now, this resurrection alone requires 58,000 souls, and he doesn't know how long it will take to search. In other words, he has a large number of players as reserves, and then he joined this huge war and absorbed so many souls. In terms of soul reserves alone, his soul reserves can make any necromancer jealous. They have never been so rich. Ding. Congratulations. Resurrect the epic human hero Roland. Ding. Congratulations on resurrecting the extraordinary human hero Maul. Ding. Congratulations on resurrecting the extraordinary human hero Nasir. Ding. Congratulations on resurrecting the extraordinary elf hero Delaire. Ding. Congratulations on resurrecting the angel of death 8. Ding. Congratulations. The number of resurrected death angels has reached 10. The power of the death angel Erica has been enhanced, and she has been automatically promoted to S class epic hero, and her quality has been upgraded to S level. With the resurrection, Lin Jin's power has doubled again. As a high-ranking member of the Holy Empire, Roland was also at the epic level after being resurrected by Lin Jin. Moreover, unlike Uther, his strategic level was very high at the beginning, reaching level 18. Except for Roland, who is an epic level in addition, the remaining 3 are extraordinary level, which are even better than the Nagus that Lin Jin recruited previously. Legendary SS, Epic S, Extraordinary A, Excellent B. This harvest, compared to everything Lin Jin thought, was exaggerated. Heroes with extraordinary qualities, regardless of whether they are placed in any camp, can already reach the top of the core and have high authority. Lin Jin got 3 of them at once. This is completely feasible. He raised his main pyramid. As for the last Death Angel Erica, this surprised Lin Jin. Death Angel Erica was Lin Jin's first Death Angel to be resurrected. Her quality was very high and she reached a level. She was once Lin Jin's personal guard and was inseparable. Unexpectedly, when the number of Death Angels reached 10, she was automatically promoted to an epic hero, from a soldier to an epic unit. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the mythical mission, A New Species Rise. The rise of a new species. Description: the angel protected by the holy light begins to live in this world in a new attitude after death. She can no longer be called an angel, but a recognized brand new species, and a brand new species at the crown level. But if its existence is to be recognized by the world, more tribesmen are needed. Next stage, 10/100. Mission reward, unknown. The rise of a new species. Lin Jin's eyes were startled when he saw this task. New species. The Death Angel will actually be recognized as a brand new species. Lin Jin also learned about the description of the species. Under normal circumstances, any species will have a separate realm of gods, which is the source of the breeding of arms. Once you have the realm of God, you can continuously produce arms. According to the law of creature creation, the first creature created will be the leader of the tribe, with SSS level qualifications, and next is the SS level qualification, then S level, etc. Normally, the highest qualification that this world can see is the SS level, which is the legendary level. As for the SSS level, this is called a myth super qualifications, which are above all else. Each one is equivalent to an existence like the founder of the race. If such an existence appeared, it would really have the ability to subvert the world. Unexpectedly, Lin Jin actually triggered this kind of creation of a race. The mission was also an unheard of mythical mission. Thinking of this, his heart could not calm down for a long time. However, this mission was too ambitious. Based on the current situation, It is speculated that Alina should be resurrected in the forest. The number of death angels reached 10 when she became famous. She unlocked this mission and became an epic hero. Then her second stage is calculated to be a legendary hero, a full 100 angels of death. This is a full 100 angels of death. You know, the orcs rely on 50 or 60 rank soldiers can easily sweep through Roland's towns and compete with the entire Crow Kingdom. Just imagine what 100 death angels really mean. Moreover, Lin Jin does not have any troop nests. In order to transform angels, he must need their corpses. According to his current transformation rate, it is about 50%, which is already very high. But even so, he still needs to kill at least 180 angels and collect their corpses. This is not an ordinary exaggeration. He didn't even know if there were 180 angels in the entire Crow Principality, and once these 180 angels appeared, what would it mean? It took a long time for Lin Jin to recover from the shock and slowly calm down. There is no penalty for this kind of task. You can do it or not. In theory, Lin Jin can even treat it as if this kind of task has never been triggered at all. After all, this mission is too crazy. However, Lin Jin did not intend to pretend that it had not been triggered. After the initial shock, his mind began to spin wildly involuntarily, and then an unprecedented desire took root and sprouted, and then quickly grew into a towering tree. His eyes became darker and more determined. 180 angels. This is not an unattainable dream. His current enemy is only the Crow Principality, but there will be other holy principalities in the future. In this battle between the orcs, he has helped the orcs to grow up perfectly and has the most powerful power, enough to challenge the Crow Principality head-on. In the future, he can also mobilize the power of other forces to let them fight against the Holy Empire. If he participated in it every time, took the initiative, and controlled the war, it would not be impossible to hunt down 180 angels. Even hunting down 1,800 angels is only a matter of time. And when he thought about the rewards that this task might bring once he completed it, his newly calmed heart began to get restless again. Owner. At this moment, the 4 undead heroes represented by Roland also knelt down towards Lin Jin. They were awakened by Lin Jin and have become Lin Jin's most loyal slaves, completely different from their previous selves. Our 2 existences. Roland, you are responsible for guarding the city of eternal night. Nasir, more, you 2 are responsible for exploring the sea area around this island and checking out the situation. Delaire, you assist Letitia and help sweep the island together. Lin Jin began to assign tasks to them. Now that Uther, Letitia, and Nagel are on the island, it is basically very stable and there is no need for so many heroes. Therefore, Lin Jin also began to turn his attention to the surrounding sea areas. Overseas islands generally only become known gradually before the outbreak of the national war, and under normal circumstances, no one sets foot on overseas islands. This overseas island is even more special. Even before the outbreak of the national war, this overseas island no one seems to have noticed the island. Now that his strength has grown, Lin Jin also plans to free up his hands to explore the surrounding area. Yes, Roland and others responded one after another. 3 days later, Lin Jin returned to Fokurwa City, and with him came 4 black dragons. Now, including Erica's black dragon, he has 1 black dragon king and 13 black dragons under his command. With the arrival of a new week, it stands to reason that Golden Behemoth still needs to eat. However, in the previous battle at Fokurwa City, Golden Behemoth also ate 3 dragons, so there is no need to eat black dragons. However, the maintenance costs of supporting the black dragon have become increasingly expensive. If he hadn't earned more gold and resources through the war, he would have been unable to sustain it long ago. Lord Dark Messenger. When Gashak saw Lin Jin arriving, he immediately showed a heroic smile and stepped forward to warmly welcome him. Beside him, you could see a few more new faces. They were obviously the newly joined orc chiefs. Gorshak, how is the situation now? Lin Jin nodded towards them, but his face was still hidden under the mask. No one could know his expression. Only his deep pupils were very eye-catching. Now a large number of orc tribes have joined us. The shaman also found a portal through dreams. The portal is connected to the desert and has a group of desert orc tribes. They have also joined us. This is Amari, Kibwe, and Django, the chiefs of the desert orcs. Gorshak introduced enthusiastically. These powerful orc tribes gave him a shot in the arm, and the legions they brought made Gorshak increasingly confident. Orcs can win. Well, welcome to your arrival. The orcs will surely win. Lin Jin simply said hello, and then began to check the garrison in the city and the situation in the entire territory. This sight also made him feel a lot of emotion. The orcs are indeed powerful. Among the troops stationed in the city, I saw a large number of new arms, which should be brought by the desert orcs. Level 10 Venom Flying Dragon, Level 10 Desert Flying Dragon, Level 10 Lightning Flying Dragon. The flying arms among the orcs are already in place. The flying dragon was during the war in the Age of Mythology. Descendants of flying lizards mutated by dragon blood. Although flying dragons are smaller than real dragons, they are still very powerful. They have huge bat-like wings, their bodies are covered with contiguous reptiles, and they have powerful hunting abilities. Generally speaking, the lair built in the orc stronghold building is a bipedal flying dragon lair, and the upgrade direction is only the Venom Flying Dragon. As for the Desert Flying Dragon and the Lightning Flying Dragon, they are all alien species produced according to different environments. The large number of flying dragons added in this batch, obviously, their comprehensive qualifications are very strong, and many of them are wild-bred and domesticated by orcs. This kind of creature is extremely precious in the game, and becomes more precious in the later stages. It will almost be used as the last core unit. This flying dragon alone, the total number has reached nearly 800. In addition to the flying dragons, 2 cavalry have been added. The wolf fighter, a 4th level unit. The orc rides the black-gray wolf, the standard wolf knight. Among the cavalry, the level of the wolf fighter is definitely low. In addition, there are also level 12 lizard spearmen. The lizard spearmen ride basilisks, which are the fusion of dragon blood and lizards. The product has strong defense and endurance, and those who can control the basilisk are also the most courageous warriors. It is worth mentioning that this basilisk was not tamed by orcs, but by goblins. They mastering a unique method. He was able to appease these basilisk lizards and make them obey their orders, thus forming this heavy cavalry. This is the real hard-core heavy cavalry. The number of lizards is not many, only 300. In addition to these 2 core main forces, the rest of the middle and low-level units have also received a lot of supplements, and 2 squads have been added to the crown units. The mission of the Rise of the Orcs is related to the results achieved in the first battle. The better the record, the more orcs will come to pledge their allegiance. The orcs are working hard to accumulate strength, waiting for a truly promising revenge, rather than blindly dying. It is precisely because of this great victory that they strengthened their belief and felt that this was an opportunity for the orcs, an opportunity for them. So they led the entire tribe into this war. This was also a snowball effect. Time passed quickly, and everything seemed to have returned to calm. But Lin Jin knew that this was just the calm before the storm. All troops within the territory of the Crow Principality began to assemble. They had recruited troops for 2 weeks, and the strength of their troops had also been greatly increased. At this time, the shaman found Lin Jin. Lord Dark Messenger, the tide of darkness is surging again. There was a look of surprise in the shaman's cloudy eyes. But when he heard the news, Lin Jin was stunned for a moment. He thought that the mission had entered the 3rd ring and the dark tide should have disappeared. Unexpectedly, Shaman the Man-Wizard was actually able to bring him this good news. Each dark tide represents an increase in the high-end combat power of the orcs. This is a plug-in given to the orcs by God. In the first 2 dark tides, the orcs increased by a full 30. More than 20 crown troops have been added for the 2nd time, and now it is actually possible to hold sacrifices again. Once held, the strength of the orcs will be greatly enhanced again. The middle and low-level troops in hand are enough now. What is needed is truly powerful force. Then just sacrifice once. Don't worry, I have enough soul. A flash of light flashed in Lin Jin's eyes. Regarding the dark tide, the orcs must also rely on Lin Jin, because they have no souls at all. Crowding City has gathered a large number of Templar heroes, nobles from the Crow Principality, and countless legions here. In the sky, angels can be seen passing by from time to time, Most of them are howdangs, and there are many archangels. Archangels, they are tall, more than 2 meters tall, wearing silver, white hooded robes, but all important parts of the robes are covered by sacred armor. He held a cross sword in his hand. The sword was extremely delicate, and the hilt was surrounded by an iron ring. The archangel holds a giant cross sword and looks like he is lifting a weight with ease. In addition, groups of knights can also be seen on various streets and main roads. In addition to the paladins, there are also heavy knights. Heavy knights are a characteristic of the Wolf Principality. They are all covered in extremely hard armor. The knights are tall and muscular, full of powerful strength. Each of them is equivalent to a humanoid beast. It's really lively. How long has it been since the Holy Empire fought such a huge war? It seems that those orcs are really a headache. A strong man with a bold smile walked in from outside the city gate. He was wearing black and red armor, holding an axe in his hand, and there was a shape of a wolf on the right shoulder of the armor. Meet Lord Viscount Hart. The surrounding holy knights bowed and shouted when they saw this figure. There are 8 principalities under the Holy Empire, namely the Griffin Principality, the Falcon Principality, the Wolf Principality, the Greyhound Principality, the Stag Principality, the Crow Principality, and the Wolf Principality. The Principality, the Bull Principality, and the Unicorn Principality. These principalities have their own kings, which are equivalent to feudalism, and they even compete with each other. However, they all belong to the Holy Empire, and the title of any principality is passed through the Holy Empire. Imperial certification with matching rights in any principality. Lord Viscount Hart, the king invites you to go to the palace. At this moment, a How Angel came to Viscount Hart and shouted calmly. She looked at the outstanding swordsman behind Viscount Hart with a serious look in her eyes. The Dragon Power Swordsman is unique to the Wolf Principality. They are a crown-ranked soldier with a sturdy body and eyes like dragon eyes. Their burly bodies are full of intimidation. They wear heavy armor, hold heavy double-edged swords in their hands, and have cloaks behind them. Everyone is more than 2 meters tall. Staring into their eyes and standing in front of them, creatures will even instinctively feel fear, as if facing a dragon. It is said that everyone has more or less possessions with the blood of the dragon god. The Dragon Power Swordsmen have richer blood. After passing the test, they can awaken their power and become the strongest warriors. As for the outstanding swordsman, this is the Dragon Power Swordsman, the tallest, toughest, and most powerful existence. Every outstanding swordsman is a meat grinder on the battlefield, a warrior who is truly born to fight. Every outstanding swordsman has the ability to suppress the Cyclops in terms of pure strength. Ability. King Ronus of the Crow Principality knew that there were many Cyclops in the enemy and needed someone to block the attacks of the Cyclops and angry Cyclops on the frontal battlefield, so he invited reinforcements from the Crow Principality. Of course, the price was not cheap. In order to wash off the body the humiliation and gave the orcs a painful lesson so that they dare not rebel again, Ronus is fully prepared. No one can provoke the Crow Principality. Ronus is sitting on the high throne in the palace hall, and underneath, a large number of nobles have gathered. Ordinary holy knights cannot enter this palace. Viscount Hart of the Wolf Principality has arrived. At this moment, Viscount Hart also came to the hall. He glanced at the figures in the hall and saw a few familiar figures. He couldn't help but feel a little amazed in his heart. This time, Ronus he was so angry that he wanted to destroy the orcs in one fell swoop. Meet King Ronus. Viscount Hart came to the center of the hall and shouted respectfully. Viscount Hart, welcome to your arrival. Since you are here too, we can start discussing the war plan. This group of orcs who dare to provoke the Holy Empire and the Crow Principality must be eradicated, Ronus said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked straight. I intend to assemble the army and set off tomorrow to march into Fokrua City, Ronus said in a deep voice. He is prepared enough these days. Not long after he issued the war mobilization order, a new week passed. He also had 2 weeks of recruitment time for the entire army and recruited a large number of troops. Now that the reinforcements led by the Wolf Principality have arrived, everything is safe. As for the target of the attack, it is naturally Fokrua City. Fokrua City is the largest city and resistance force of the orcs. As long as the people of Fokerwa City are defeated the defenders, then it will be easy to regain the rest of the territory. He will conquer the city of Fakriva with an upright force and destroy all the orcs' self-confidence. Yes, hearing this, everyone's faces became solemn, and they responded suddenly. Even Viscount Hart was ordinary. Since he decided to participate in this war, he will be Ronus's subordinate. It's so exciting. These days are getting more and more exciting day by day. In front of a military fortress, there are continuous tents. In addition to the troops of the holy heroes, most of them are the power of the player guild. This war is not only a war for the Crow Principality, but also a war for the players. Every player knows that this will be a huge battle that affects the progress of the game. If they can participate in this battle and gain something from it, it will make them rich overnight and change their lives. Everyone will full of passion, ready to go, waiting for the outbreak of war. This is called war. The Vanguard army here alone now reaches 30,000 people. The foundation of the Crow Principality is too deep. What's the Vanguard army? The combined strength of our players' guild must reach 100,000. Everyone has been looking forward to this kind of war for a long time. It's time for us to perform in a large-scale team battle with 100,000 people. In such a large-scale battle, many guilds signed armistice agreements with nearby guilds, and then jointly led troops to participate in this war. The system also released large-scale battle missions, which attracted more saints. Players from the Tang camp. Compared to the Holy Empire, the player guild's military strength is very complex, but the first batch of players has reached more than 100,000 people. Although most of them are cannon fodder, they look like a king. Like the sun and the sea, the momentum is absolutely amazing. With the players supporting each other, it is more like a grand event. It's a pity. I don't know how many people will die in this war. It would be great if there was a way to collect souls. One person said suddenly. Lin Jin's trading ground is still buying souls, but the price of the purchase has increased a bit, and now players are not so short of basic resources. But no matter what, it is a free income. Brother, are you still thinking about your soul? This is under the eyes of the Holy Light. Do you dare to pull the undead hero over? If someone from the Holy Light sees this, he will be killed without mercy, implicating the 9 tribes. Ha ha ha. I just feel it's a pity. Who dares to bring a necromancer to show up? The man smiled brightly. Everyone also smiled and said nothing. The Holy Light's attitude towards some things is very decisive. Anyone who rebels against their beliefs or other things will be destroyed very decisively. I'm coming. Stop chatting and get ready for war. At this moment, one after another, the Holy Knights also rode their horses and galloped towards this side. Everyone, get ready to march. Everyone, get ready to march. Everyone, get ready to march. The paladins shouted loudly, and the solemn voice spread throughout the player tent square. For a time, a large number of players put away their tents and then swarmed together. In the military fortress, the city gate had been opened, and a man named sentinels, legion guards, spearmen, halberdiers, crossbowmen, and marksmen emerged from the city gate one after another and left the city gate in an orderly manner. The church is famous for its absolute order, and every aspect is visible. The formations are all as one, with orders and prohibitions, and they look very majestic and solemn. All the soldiers are wearing exquisite silver armor and white robes with the characteristics of the temple. Together, they look like a silver, white ocean. Under the blazing sun, under the illumination, the silver armor also reflected a bright and dazzling light. A large number of middle and low-level military formations advanced in an orderly manner, spreading out on the left and right sides of the open space in front of the fortress. Directly in front of the city gate, but it was vacant. After a large number of middle and low-level troops appeared, ferocious and brutal silverback wolves also appeared, and then the royal griffin that covered the sky. At this stage, if the player being able to own a royal griffin is already considered a very honorable thing. But the number of royal griffins here is more than 1,000. Tap, tap, tap. Just after a large number of soldiers appeared, there was a sound of horse hooves at the city gate. 10 holy knights were seen lined up neatly and appeared under everyone's gaze. These were the 12th level soldiers of the temple. Even among the 12th level troops, they can all be ranked among the best. 10 paladins are in one row, followed by the second row, the third row, and the fourth row. Even these powerful paladins have more than 800. The exquisite and gorgeous silver armor, the shining knight's spear and shield in his hand, these are the real main force of the empire. Damn, this guy is so handsome. A paladin, a man's ultimate dream. Besides, the onlookers were all shocked. The royal griffins and the others might be able to work hard, but for the 12th level paladins, they might not even dare to think about it. Think about it if there are 2 paladins guarding them when traveling. How impressive. But in front of them, there is a large square of paladins. This shock to them is unimaginable. Is this the foundation and power of the Crow Principality? With all due respect, what the hell are orcs? Too strong, too strong, too strong. This picture is so beautiful. Just looking at this phalanx of paladins makes my blood boil. I wonder how long those orcs can hold on. With the phalanx of paladins as escort, what appeared behind was a group of war horses decorated with incomparable nobility. On the back of the war horses was King Ronus wearing a full set of high-end suits. For such a big battle this time, it was natural for Ronus to be the leader. The king personally led it. Next to King Ronus was a famous archangel. Behind him were the other nobles and holy knights of the Holy Empire. Ordinary temple heroes were not even qualified to follow King Ronus. On both sides of them in the sky, how angels wearing hooded robes and holding 2 swords flapped their wings one after another, guarding both sides. I am the guardian of the angel phalanx, and the king is traveling. It is really extraordinary. Looking at a how angel and archangel with the title of unit, all the players became more and more excited. Paladins and first-class player guilds can also obtain them. But with the title of angel, this is really beyond the player's imagination. There are definitely only a handful of player guilds that have won the title of unit. Even many players have never seen an angel with their own eyes. And here, there are 40 how angels and 8 archangels. Behind him was Viscount Hart of the Wolf Principality. He led the reinforcements from the Wolf Principality, 200 heavy knights, and 20 outstanding swordsmen. The Crow Principality spent a lot of money to invite reinforcements from the Wolf Principality, but the 2 sides were relatively far away after all, and there was absolutely no portal from the Wolf Principality to the Crow Principality. Therefore, it was impossible for him to send a large number of legions, only the real elites. However, the Crow Principality obviously does not need low-level legions. Their mid- and low-level troops are more than enough. What they need are crown-level troops. Destroy the orcs and keep the holy light forever. King Ronus pulled out the long sword worn on his waist, raised it high, and shouted loudly. At this moment, a ray of light burst out from the long sword, instantly covering the entire audience. Everyone suddenly felt high in fighting spirit and full of energy. Strength. The eyes of a member of the Templar soldiers also became firm, and they couldn't help but clench the weapon in their hands. This long sword is not an ordinary treasure, but a national weapon, the Crow Sword. A high-level strategic treasure is an ordinary the top-level treasures in this situation are very rare, but on top of these high-level treasures, there are national weapons, also known as dynasty weapons. National weapons can suppress a country's destiny. Just from this name, you can know the country's destiny, how powerful the weapon is. As for the above-mentioned national weapon, it is the divine weapon. The divine weapon is like an SSS-level hero. It is almost impossible to appear in this world. Lin Jin didn't know about the divine weapon in his previous life, but he had only heard of this concept. The holy light lasts forever. The holy light lasts forever. The holy light lasts forever. All the soldiers, and even the paladins, their faces became solemn, and he grasped the force in his hand and stood it in front of himself, as if making a declaration. The uniform sound waves resounded throughout the sky. March on. Ronus waved the crow's sword in his hand, and a deep and majestic voice resounded throughout the audience. In an instant, the entire Legion phalanx began to operate like a huge instrument, and the Legion Ocean in front also began to appear as a phalanx, neat and orderly. Advance in an orderly manner. Every step is extremely rigorous. At this time, the legions gathered by the Crow Principality finally marched towards the city of Fokurwa. After the temple phalanx in front moved, the player phalanx behind also became overwhelming. Generally, they march towards the front. Compared to the Templar square, the player's square appears to be very random, all crowded together. In addition to the Templar troops, their troops are very chaotic, and even puppet creatures such as gargoyles there are. Apart from here, a large number of legions have also moved in the other two military fortresses. It is impossible to have only one military fortress, and it is impossible to gather all the troops in the same direction, so that the legions will be crowded. Will only slow down the march. So Ronus still dispersed his troops. If you look at the ground from a high altitude, you can see 3 legions moving in the same direction, with the legion led by Ronus in the middle being the main one, and the remaining legions from the 2 directions gathered here, forming a cone shape. Fuqua City. When the Crow Principality marched, Lin Jin received the news immediately. It is impossible to hide such a huge momentum, and the Crow Principality does not want to hide this matter. What he wants is to shock and completely crush the power of the orcs. Brothers, the enemy is coming. What should the orcs do? Goshak said in a buzzing voice like thunder. War, war, defeat them, crush them. All the orc heroes also had red eyes, clenched their fists, and roared. Some orcs couldn't help but hammer their hearts hard to vent their anger, especially the orc chiefs who had just joined. They had waited for so long for a long time. I have long wanted to fight with the Crow Principality and vent the anger in my heart. Countless orcs have left their homes. Countless orcs have been oppressed, and the hatred imprinted in their blood cannot be erased. Especially the hatred caused by betrayal. Orcs are creatures created by the Mage Alliance through countless inhumane experiments in order to resist demons and inject demon blood into humans. They once fought to resist demons and for the Holy Church. But after the war, the proud and holy Saint Light, but unable to accept this group of dirty and ugly orcs, began to isolate them, reject them, and even treat them as slaves. A typical example of burning bridges across rivers. Years of oppression also caused the accumulated hatred of the orcs to surge day and night. Lin Jin has sometimes I was thinking, what is the so-called dark tide? Is it possible that this is the power generated by the negative and dark emotions in the heart? The whole audience was filled with fighting spirit, and all the orcs did not need any declaration and encouragement. Hatred is the best stimulant, the stimulant that makes people crazy. In a burst of boiling fighting spirit, Gorshak turned his attention to Lin Jin. He has habitually asked for Lin Jin's opinion, just like he had previously sought the advice of a shaman, as if he had used Lin Jin as a guiding light. Lord Dark Messenger, how should we fight this war? Goshak asked respectfully. The other orc chiefs and orc heroes also turned their gazes to Lin Jin, with seriousness and awe in their eyes. Lin Jin's strength and his help to the orcs have completely convinced these orcs, so they are also willing to obey Lin Jin's arrangements. The Crow Principality has mobilized a large number of troops and even invited reinforcements from the Wolf Principality, which can be said to be well prepared. In order to establish their prestige, they must want to use their upright power to smash all the defenses of the orcs' head on, so as to frighten everyone and avenge their shame. And we will give them this chance. Lin Jin's eyes flashed with light, and he glanced at all the orcs present. We will also fight against the Crow Principality on the frontal battlefield and crush the Crow Principality's attack in one fell swoop. Step on the Crow Principality to tell the world, tell the holy light. The Avengers are back. Roar. Hearing this, all the orcs boiled up in an instant. Each orc raised their weapons high and roared. But they didn't know that Lin Jin's words were a double entendre. The Avengers are back, but this Avengers is not only it was the orcs, including Lin Jin. He also came back for revenge. Previously, the orcs attacked the city of Fuqua in a surprise attack, which was not in line with the character of the orcs. Moreover, such a victory would easily make the world look down upon the orcs. No one would take it seriously. The victory achieved by the sneak attack is regarded as a real victory. Therefore, the orcs now need more victory on the frontal battlefield. Only an upright victory can shock the whole world to a greater extent and defeat the spirit of the temple. There is only an upright victory can make the orcs truly stand up. Gather the orcs and prepare for a battle. Lin Jin said in a deep voice. War, war, war. All the orcs roared and shouted. Not long after, The orc chiefs and orc heroes also left here. With the order being conveyed, the orc legions that had been prepared for a long time also began to move towards here. Assemble here. In just 2 days, a large number of orcs gathered here in Fuklawis City. Fortunately, the outer city of Fuklawis City was large enough for the orcs to live in. And the orcs are not picky. Even if they find a random place to camp outside the city, they can accept it. Their previous environment was much harsher than this, so even in the wild, it was paradise for them. 2 days later, the legions of the Holy Temple also began to approach here. At the beginning, a large number of legions moved towards Crowding City, the main city of the Crow Principality, and Crowding City was connected to several military fortresses. When preparing to march, the Crow Principality sent the legions in Crowding City to the military fortress on the front line through the portal, and then started to march from the military fortress. In this way, the entry time can be shortened to the greatest extent. These damn orcs actually dare to destroy the towns of my temple. I will make them pay a heavy price and make them regret what they have done. Ronus was extremely angry when he saw several towns that were completely destroyed on the road. These were originally his towns, but after they were destroyed by the orcs, there was only ruins left here. It is for this reason that he marched all the way. There are not even 2 places to rest. As a country mainly engaged in the slave industry, the Principality of Crow has implemented the absolute idea of the Holy Church very thoroughly. For them, as long as they do not believe in the Holy Light, they are the lowest slaves. Can be sold. Originally, there were some human towns in this territory that did not believe in the Holy Light, and they were also eradicated by him. King Ronus, we have gathered such a powerful force this time. We will definitely be able to defeat the orcs in one fell swoop and teach them a painful lesson. Next to me, a nobleman said with compliments. Snort. King Ronus snorted coldly. Just as the king and the nobles were talking, they saw a commotion, and then the entire legion's march stopped. What happened? Ronus couldn't help but frown and asked. He was unhappy now, and the most annoying thing was the appearance of other accidents. In the sky, a How Angel also flew over at this time, stopped in the air in front of Ronus, and lowered his head. He bowed his head and said, King, some orcs have appeared in front of you. They are escorting civilians and want to talk to you. They said that they control the lives of a large number of civilians in the Crow Principality. If you don't agree to the conversation, they will kill all the civilians. These dirty, ugly, low-level slaves, how dare they? Ronnie suddenly became furious and shouted loudly. Everyone around him became pale after hearing this. These orcs are really a little different. What is going on? When Viscount Hart heard this, he raised his brows and murmured involuntarily. Orcs are not creatures that can use their brains. They are often relatively honest, otherwise they would not become slaves after the war. According to the way of orcs, they would either kill all the civilians or expel them, as if they were threatening the Crow Principality, which was unprecedented. Combined with the previous sneak attack by the orcs to conquer the city of Fokrawa, Hart was even more confused. But in his heart, he still felt that the orcs he underestimated it a lot. What he was afraid of was the orcs' brute force that was not afraid of death. Such cunning orcs seemed nondescript. If the orcs lost their strength and started to play tricks, they would still be like that a fearsome orc? Here, under the dissuasion of everyone, Ronus finally suppressed the anger in his heart and received the envoy of the orc. Not long after, he saw a black dragon roaring towards us in front of him, and the black dragon swooped down, as if patrolling his own people, bringing up waves of violent wind pressure. However, all the soldiers here remained calm and motionless. It didn't take long for the black dragon to come to King Ronus. Each of the archangels also flapped their wings and stood in front of the black dragon. Once the black dragon had the idea of attacking, these archangels would attack immediately. The black dragon quickly stabilized its body, but on its back, there was a bulge forward and backward. Her charming figure appears in front of everyone. Her eyes are like black pearls, but they are full of soul-stirring charm. Her beautiful face and every gesture are eye-catching, and you can't bear to look away. Are you the orcs' messenger? When did the orcs get together with the dark elves? Ronus looked serious, not affected at all, and there was even a look of disdain in his eyes. In his opinion, dark elves are naturally very dirty creatures. Dark elves. Everyone looked at them sideways. and some of them looked at them with suspicion. A look of understanding soon appeared, and then turned into a look of contempt. It seemed that at this moment, everything was explained. Why those stupid orcs were able to do this. It turned out that there was also the shadow of the Dark Elves behind them. The Dark Elves have always been known for their cunning. It would not be surprising if they helped the orcs. King Ronus, on behalf of the orcs, I come to make a deal with you. We require the Principality of Crow to release all the orcs in the slave market. In addition, we also need you to pay 5 million gold and 5,000 units of mercury. If you are willing to agree, then the orcs will release all captured civilians. If you do not agree, then the orcs will kill all the captives to sacrifice the flag. Elena raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said with a smile. Her smile was extremely standard, but as soon as her words fell, a wave of waves arose instantly. Everyone's faces became extremely ugly, and anger appeared in the eyes of a famous Templar hero. I wish I could eat Elena. Is this threatening the Crow Principality? When has the Crow Principality ever been threatened and humiliated like this? You don't need to be so angry. Anyway, there are not a few orcs killed by you. What you are considering now is the issue of interests. Are the civilians of the Crow Principality more important than the orcs, and whether the civilians are worth the price? With all due respect, the Crow Principality is the largest slave country, and its domestic fiscal revenue should be considerable. Elena didn't have any fear at all, but she still explained with a smile. Death is not a threat to her. After all, she can be resurrected at the altar of heroes. Besides, if the two countries are at war, if they don't kill the envoys, neither will the temple. Easily kill the messenger. After killing Elena, she can still be resurrected, but there will definitely be more people buried with her. Those people cannot be resurrected. It's really interesting. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to stand in front of the king of the Crow Principality and threaten them in front of a large group of holy nobles. Elena felt her heart beating hard when she saw the nobles and even the king of the Crow Kingdom in front of her. She was not afraid, but excited. As the overlord of the entire continent, the Holy Empire cannot be shaken, not even the Dark Elves. Not daring to provoke at all, Elena had never thought that one day she would be able to threaten the king of the Holy Empire. She still stood in front of them. Not to mention her. Even her mother would not dare to think about it. Thinking of this, she felt about herself her master becomes more and more awed and worshipped in her heart. In the whole world, the only person who can do this is her master. Well, now start your choice, but you have no choice. Elena looking at the ugly-looking nobles and kings of the Holy Empire in front of them, they thought to themselves. On the other side of Fokerwa City, Lin Jean was standing on the high city wall, looking into the distance, and Gorshak and others were also standing beside him. As for the people in front of the city wall, they are gathered together. These are also prisoners. Lord Dark Messenger, will the Crow Principality really agree to our conditions? Goshak asked curiously. He didn't expect that Lin Jean would do such a trick when the war was about to come. They will agree. Lin Jin's face was very calm and even more determined. However, I have never heard that the Holy Empire would compromise. Goshak couldn't help but say. The Holy Empire is famous for its absolute order. It would be too naive to try to threaten the Holy Empire. There were people who threatened the lives of the people of the Holy Empire, but the other party did not hesitate. Launched an attack. Since then, basically no one will try to threaten the lives of civilians in the Holy Empire. Yes, the Holy Empire has never accepted threats from others, right? A desert orc chief also echoed. Everyone around them was whispering, but their voices were also full of doubts about this matter. This is not to blame them. The Holy Empire has been deeply rooted in this world, and they have given people's opinions are also deeply rooted. From the past to the present, the Holy Empire seems to have not been threatened. Came back. While everyone was discussing, the black dragon in the distance finally flew over here. On the horizon, the orcs responsible for escorting some of the prisoners also came back, but all the prisoners they escorted disappeared. Could it be that? Was it really successful? Such an incredible thought came to everyone's mind, and then their eyes couldn't help but turn to Lin Jean again. The latter's deep eyes were still calm, without any waves. It seemed to be telling that everything was over. Under control. Involuntarily, everyone was in awe. Owner. Not long after, the black dragon stopped on the city wall. and Alina also jumped on the city wall and shouted respectfully. "How's it going, Master?" As you expected, King Ronus of the Crow Principality has promised to free the orc slaves in the kingdom. This is the contract he signed. But equally, we must free all prisoners. Alina took out a contract and handed it to Lin Jin. This contract was witnessed by the dragon god of light. Since signing this contract, Ronus will never break his promise. Otherwise, he will lose all the holy light. Glory, you actually agreed? Hearing this, all the orcs were stunned. This was something they dared not imagine. But since the contract has been signed, there is absolutely no possibility of falsehood. Lin Jin nodded, not surprised, but handed the contract to Gorshak next to him. The holy light will not compromise, but it depends on the situation. If the orcs force the Crow Principality to withdraw with the lives of these civilians, then the Crow Principality will definitely not retreat. Instead, it will march forward with anger and destroy all the orcs. But the conditions proposed by Lin Jin are just to release all the orc slaves. This is equivalent to taking the humble and dirty slaves in exchange for the people who believe in the holy light. How can they refuse? As for the gold and resources requested for the Crow Principality, it is indeed not a big amount. And mercury is also a resource that the Crow Principality cannot use. King Ronus, even though he was very angry at first and couldn't accept it, the nobles and sacred heroes around him would definitely persuade him to calm down and know what to choose. It can be said that Lin Jin's conditions were completely controlled within the most clever range. They firmly stepped on the bottom line of the Holy Empire and forced them to agree. Praise you, the great dark messenger. After Gorshak read the contract, he immediately put his right fist on his heart and saluted Lin Jin solemnly. Not only him, but also the other orc chiefs and orc heroes. They all also solemnly saluted Lin Jin. Lin Jin saluted and paid the highest respect. Releasing these prisoners was nothing to them, but being able to save their compatriots who were in dire straits was a great kindness to the orcs. It can be felt that the orcs' friendship towards Lin Jin will once again skyrocketing. Lin Jin's move is different from the past. It is equivalent to liberating all the orc slaves in the Crow Principality. Once these orc slaves are freed, they will remember Lin Jin's kindness. And as long as they escape back to their respective tribes, Lin Jin's reputation will also be brought to various tribes. In the future oral history of the orcs, Lin Jin will be a prominent figure. In addition, as long as the orc slaves are released, the resistance war led by Gorshak will definitely be spread far and wide and will definitely attract more orc tribes to join. By then, I am afraid that it will not only be the orcs in the Crow Principality, but all the orcs in the entire continent. As for Lin Jin's last plan, it's Alina's appearance. The appearance of the Dark Elves will be a very sensitive topic. This will not only bring down the entire Dark Elves in advance, but also paralyze the Crow Principality. The orcs who are supported by the Dark Elves' infiltration, it sounds like on the contrary, there is not much threat. It can be said that Lin Jin's move has already calculated against too many people. Compared with these benefits, the 5 million gold and 5,000 mercury he asked for seem a bit insignificant. Of course, this part of the money and the resources also belong to Lin Jin. He can't share them, and it's impossible for an orc to open his mouth and ask Lin Jin to hand over this part of the money. The next day it was bright and clear, but at this time, the air no longer carried the lazy and silent atmosphere. Instead, it became extremely solemn. In front of Fokerwa City, a large number of orc legions had gathered. Their numbers seemed to be as vast as mountains and seas, with no end as far as the eye can see. In the sky, venom-flying dragons, lightning-flying dragons, and desert-flying dragons were constantly circling. Their numbers covered the sky and the sun, and they roared with the aura of ferocious predators. Among Wang Yang's legion, the most conspicuous ones at a glance are the lizard spearmen and the cyclops. The basilisk's huge body is like a hill, and its thick scales make it invincible. The cyclops and the angry cyclops are even more eye-catching. The extremely sturdy and ferocious appearance, with rock-like muscles, is like a humanoid war weapon, and the huge nail rod makes people shudder. On the city wall, Lin Jin and even a group of orc tribe chiefs and orc heroes were also waiting in full formation. As they watched, Waves of silvery white waves began to emerge on the distant horizon, and then from far to near, the silvery white ocean began to surge towards here. This is clearly the army of the Holy Temple. Releasing prisoners will not delay time, but will make it easier for the war to break out. After releasing the captives, King Ronus took advantage of this to deepen people's hatred of the orcs. As for the released people, they only needed a very small number of legion guards to leave here. Before Alino appeared, Ronus might have thought about the power of the orcs, and even conducted some tests before launching an attack. But after Elena appeared, these were no longer necessary. The orcs cooperate with the dark elves who can only play tricks and cleverness, but they don't seem to be much of a deterrent. The vast and magnificent army began to advance in an orderly manner, and each military formation followed an extremely strict order. Coming on the city wall, Gorshak was not afraid when he saw the Templar Legion in front of him. There was only a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. The orcs are also very strong now, and he is extremely eager to use a battle to prove the power of the orcs. In a short time, the temple wave was approaching and stopped within 300 steps of the front line. All the temple heroes, the nobles of the Crow Principality, and even King Ronus all began to look at the orcs in front of them, and their faces also changed. It became solemn. At the front, all the orcs glared at each other. They were breathing heavily, with the flames of resurrection burning in their eyes, almost as if they wanted to devour others. The momentum of these orcs was still so amazing. The most important thing is their numbers. This densely packed number doesn't look any weaker than their army, especially the flying dragons that cover the sky, the heavily armored lizard spearmen on the ground, and the extremely conspicuous ones scattered among the soldiers. Angry Cyclops. When did these dirty reptiles gather such a powerful force? King Ronus said solemnly with his eyes stunned. In his eyes, the orcs are just inferior creatures, and during the hundreds of years of oppression, they had to disperse and scatter everywhere, and they also suffered the capture of the slave group. This further dispersed the power of the orcs. But looking at the legion in front of them, they did not appear weak at all. At this moment, a black dragon king also flew over in the sky and stopped at the end of the orc line. Ahead, the chain around the black dragon king's neck shimmered with faint light under the rising sun. As it flew quickly, the clattering sound could even be heard. As soon as the Black Dragon King appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Power. This legendary creature among giant dragons is very rare. The huge body and aura of the Black Dragon King alone will make more people feel afraid. The wings of the Black Dragon King flap violently, and the huge body in an instant, he arrived at the front of the orc line, and on the back of the Black Dragon King, a burly orc also came into view. The Principality of Crow, the Holy Empire. Today the orcs are fighting for revenge. Get ready to taste the anger that the orcs have suppressed for hundreds of years. You dirty and ugly holy lights. Goshak looked down at the Templar Legion on the ground, looking at King Ronus and a group of Crow Principality nobles and knights of the Holy Empire over there, and shouted loudly. A voice like thunder instantly resounded throughout the entire audience. When the two armies fought, the first thing that started was the shouting between the commanders of both sides. Lin Jin also lent his Black Dragon King to Gorshak to help Gorshak hold up the scene. Of course, his real purpose was only him. I know it myself. Roar, roar, roar. Hearing this, the entire torrent of orcs looked up to the sky and roared like a flood that broke a bank. They raised their weapons high and hammered their chests hard. Hatred is unforgettable. It is precisely because of hatred that only then could Gorshak receive help from so many reinforcements. And today, it was finally time for revenge. All the soldiers of the Empire, our home is right in front of us, but they were captured by a group of arrogant, ugly, and dirty orcs, and countless people of the Empire were displaced. Today we will defeat the orcs and take back our homeland. Ronus rode a war horse, patrolling the surrounding Paladin Legion, and pulled out the crow sword in his hand. Not to be outdone, Ronus also began to boost morale. Now that the Legion has marched here, a war is inevitable. Moreover, in front of him, the words of the orcs also filled his heart with anger. The holy light will protect us. He then shouted loudly. An array of light bloomed from the crow's sword, and the holy light enveloped the Holy Knight Legion in front of him, all the How Angels and Archangels. Under the shroud of this holy light, their whole bodies exuded shining light, firm eyes, no distracting thoughts, and all his attributes have been enhanced. The holy light will protect us. The holy light will protect us. The holy light will protect us. One by one, the holy knights raised their knight spears, and all the Templar soldiers' expressions became solemn and solemn, even fanatical. Fighting for the holy light, they are willing to annihilate all enemies.